Alô, galera, alô, galera, vamos lá, dia histórico para a humanidade, o próximo pequeno passo para o homem e um grande salto para a humanidade, retorno das explorações espaciais à Lua. Vamos que vamos, vamos que vamos, vamos que vamos então. Hoje é um dia super histórico, retorno da nave espacial Orion, que está sobrevoando a Lua faz 25 dias e meio. A missão ARTEMIS, olha só. Olha aí, quem não conhece esse foguetinho aqui, olha que lindinho, olha que lindinho, olha que lindinho. Quem acompanha aí as lives, então, as minhas coberturas aí da missão Artemis sabe aí o que está acontecendo com esse foguete. Esse aqui foi o foguete que lançou a nave espacial, então, lá para dar a voltinha dela na Lua, que é essa bichinha cá em cima. Então, esse módulo espacial é esse aqui, ó. Essa aqui que é a nave Orion. Essa bichinha aqui, ó. Ou tá aqui na minha camisa também. Aqui, ó. Olha a nave Orion aqui, ó. Só essa bichinha aqui, só esse pedacinho aqui, esse foguetão todo foi usado para lançar a Orion no espaço dia 16 de novembro de 2022, há exatamente 25 e meio dias. A missão está completando agora, então. A Artemis, qual é o objetivo dela? Testar todos os sistemas integrados aí da missão espacial, níveis de radiação no espaço, nos astronautas, por enquanto não tem astronauta, mas vai ter em 2024, 2025, e para testar tudo isso, a órbita ao redor da Lua, então, é a órbita retrógrada, é um outro tipo de órbita diferente das missões Apollo da década de 60, amigos. É uma órbita retrógrada, uma órbita grandona, que é uma órbita de mínima energia para os equipamentos, as naves, o consumo de energia, os gastos de todos os equipamentos que vão estar lá em cima ser menor, sendo uma órbita, então, que ela fica circulando bem tranquilinha em volta da Lua lá. Foi testar essa órbita e o outro teste importantíssimo para a missão Artemis, que está chegando agora, daqui a pouquinho, 2 horas, ela vai aterrissar, meus amados. Na verdade, amarizar, vai cair no mar na costa da Flórida. Um dos principais objetivos é o quê? Testar a reentrada. É a hora que a navezinha, a bichinha, então, ela reentra na atmosfera terrestre. Meu Deus, a 4.000 graus Celsius, tem que ter um heat shield, que é o escudo de calor ali, que protege a nave, então, para ela não desfazer torrada, né? E ela entra nessa reentrada a 27, 28 mil quilômetros por hora, Mach 32, e quando está chegando pertinho da Terra, aqui então, já dentro da atmosfera terrestre, solta 3 paraquedas gigantescos e os paraquedas diminuem a velocidade, vai diminuindo, splash na costa da Flórida, lá no mar, e aí a Marinha Americana vai correndo com os navios, helicópteros e consegue recuperar. O Recovery Team da NASA recupera a Orion, que tem dado os valiosíssimos tesouros aí desse retorno da exploração espacial. O futuro recomeça hoje, meus amados, século 21, 11 de dezembro de 2022. O futuro está começando hoje, recomeçando hoje, depois das missões Apollo, o futuro espacial. Que vai ser de nós aí na Lua? Que vai ser de nós em Marte, meus amados? É isso aí, década de 30, década de 40 é Marte. Será que nós vamos estar vivos para ver isso? Será? 12h39 do Brasil, o horário aqui. Eu só vou conferir que você está se tá seguindo aqui certinho aqui nas minhas redes para começar. A NASA ainda não começou, eu comecei um pouquinho adiantado. A transmissão da NASA vai começar exatamente às 13 horas do Brasil. 13 horas do Brasil vai começar a transmissão da NASA, então. E ela eu comecei 2 horas adiantado. O Splashdown, que é a hora que a Orion, então, cai aqui na Flórida, né, no mar, vai ser, está previsto, né, pelos sistemas computadorizados aí dos dados da NASA, previsto para as 14h39 de hoje, 11 de dezembro de 2022, o Splashdown, 14h39. Eu comecei então, meio-dia e 39, né? 2 horas adiantados, para a gente poder conversar bastante, acompanhar direitinho aí esse retorno histórico aí da Orion de volta da Lua à Terra. Júlio Verne escreveu Da Terra à Lua, onde ele escreveu a famosa frase dele, olha só, tudo que um homem pode imaginar, outros podem tornar real. Lindo demais, lindo demais, lindo demais. Júlio Verne, Da Terra à Lua, Da Terra à Lua. Só que esse Da Terra à Lua, agora nós estamos falando da Lua à Terra. Na verdade, nós estamos retornando da Lua para a Terra hoje, gente. O Júlio Verne previu isso aqui. Everything one person can imagine, others can make real. Lindo demais. Ele previu aqui justamente uma bala de canhão, né? era uma bala de canhão. Ele tinha previsto 100 anos antes da Apollo, em 1969, fazer o primeiro pouso lunar. Né? Uma bala de canhão exatamente parecida aqui como é o foguete Artemis mesmo, né? Uma balinha de canhão. Mas falei demais, vamos ver aqui como é que tá. A NASA vai começar uma hora, né? Então vou aguardar aqui, deixa eu conferir o link da NASA aqui. Enfim, tá esperando aí. Tá, estamos aguardando, estamos aguardando. Vamos colocar aqui para quem quiser acompanhar direto ali na fonte. É www.nasa.gov e a NASA TV, meus amados. É a NASA TV. Tá aí então. Tá aí então a galera aí, ó. Esse aqui entra no YouTube, NASA, né? O YouTube da NASA, aqui, ó, 10 milhões de inscritos. Aqui a galera 8.671 aguardando. Tá programado para daqui a pouquinho. A NASA, então, aqui, ó, 17 minutos ainda para começar. 17 minutos para começar. Deixa eu tirar esse fundo aqui que tá. Vou mostrar o fundo aqui primeiro, né? Deixa eu tirar aqui. Ele falou essa famosíssima frase dele, então, quando ele alunisou na Lua lá em 20 de julho de 1969. Então, a grande frase. Aí eu fiz uma paráfrasezinha dizendo aqui que é o próximo. Então é isso aí. Vamos colocar aqui o linkzinho da Artemis aqui, ó. Artemis I. Ela tá preparando aí, ó. A NASA está preparando, a ARTEMIS I aí, ó, está preparando. Ela ainda não começou, 15 minutinhos aí para começar. 15 minutinhos para começar. E aí ela vai fazer aquilo que a gente conhece bem da NASA, né? Faz aquele, ela é boa fazer marketing também, né? Então ela vai fazer um marketing bem legal. Deixa eu colocar em tela cheia aqui o negocinho. Ela vai fazer uns vídeos aí contando a missão. É bom que fica aí um registro também bem legal. Eu não consigo colocar em tela grande aqui. Deixa a tela pequena então. Ah, poxa, tinha que ser tela grande, né? Galera, estamos aí a 13 minutos de começar esse evento histórico aí para a humanidade. 13 minutinhos, 13 minutinhos, 13 minutinhos. Ah, não estou conseguindo botar em tela grande, não. Deixa assim mesmo. Deixa eu tirar o background ali, que a gente já falou um pouquinho dele ali. Deixa eu tirar para ficar um pouquinho mais limpo aí a tela. Pois bem, tá aí. Artemis I. Orion's Reentry and Splashdown na Terra. Tá aí. Vamos aguardar. Daqui a pouquinho a NASA tá chegando. Beleza? Eu vou fazer uma chamada aqui no Instagram também, porque a gente está passando pelo YouTube e Facebook. Pelo Instagram não estou passando, não. Mas eu faço uma chamadinha aqui para o pessoal do Instagram, que estamos começando esse evento histórico aí para a humanidade. Lindíssimo, lindíssimo, lindíssimo. Ah, já tem comentários aqui. O grande Silvio. Beijo, Silvio, meu professor de inglês de São Lourenço. Beijo, Silvio, já está comentando aqui. Está dizendo que eu estou alguns anos atrasado. Exatamente 53 anos atrasado que eu estou, né? Na frase, né? Na frase. Um pequeno passo para o homem e um grande salto para a humanidade. Essa frase, então, foi de 53 anos atrás, grande Silvio. Nesse momentozinho aqui, ó. Nas missões Apolo, 53 anos, 20 de julho de 69, para ser mais exatos. E aí, tivemos essa plaquinha aqui na Lua, né? Here man from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon. Aqui os homens do planeta Terra primeiro colocaram os pés na Lua. Julho 1969, After Domini. We came in peace for all mankind. Nós viemos em paz para toda a humanidade. Essas foram a plaquinha feita aqui, ó, da Eagle, da nave Eagle, Águia, Apolo 11, que alunizou na Lua 20 de julho de 69. E o Neil Armstrong, a hora de colocar o pezinho lá então. Cadê o pezinho dele? Cadê o pezinho dele? Cadê o pezinho? Olha o pezinho aqui. Olha o pezinho. Ele disse então: um pequeno passo para o homem e um grande salto para a humanidade. Essa frase foi histórica, então, exatamente 53 anos atrás, como o Silvio está me lembrando. Olha uma cápsula que é o módulo o commands, módulo de comando aqui da Apolo. Esse aqui é Apolo 17, enfim. Esse aqui é o meu livro de estudo aqui da Artemis. Olha aqui, o Buzz Aldrin botando os pezinhos na Lua lá. Então, esse aqui, 53 anos atrás, o Silvio está certo, eu estou um pouquinho atrasado, sim. Nós estamos, né? Mas, na verdade, é um novo pequeno passo para o homem e um novo grande salto para a humanidade. É o retorno das explorações com a Artemis, que é a deusa da natureza, a deusa da caça, a deusa da beleza, nossa grande Artemis, que é a irmã gêmea de Apolo. Olha só, olha que linda, a irmã gêmea de Apolo está retornando às explorações espaciais à Lua. E a NASA, qual que é o interesse da NASA, então, com essas missões? A Artemis 1 é para testar os sistemas, né? A Artemis 2 já é para testar a órbita retrógrada e pensar em colocar aqui um gateway, que é como a gente tem Estação Espacial Internacional aqui em cima da gente, 400 quilômetros aqui na órbita, na baixa órbita terrestre, vai ter uma ISS também, chamado de Gateway, ali na Lua. E aí as naves que forem para a Lua agora em 2025, 2026, elas vão parar no Gateway, e daqui vai sair o módulo lunar para alunizar. Show de bola, né? Então, esse é o interesse da NASA, fazer aqui uma base de exploração espacial na Lua, enfim, verificar ali onde tem água, a ideia é ir no polo sul da Lua, ver onde tem água, fazer outras pesquisas lá importantíssimos aí, para garantir a sobrevivência aqui da colonização, futura colonização da Lua, e depois um pezinho do Gateway aqui para ir para Marte. Só que é uma missão bem mais... Ixi, meu Deus, 6 meses só para chegar lá e tal. Vamos ver, espero acompanhar um pouquinho do início dessas missões aí de Marte também, mas vai ser outro grande salto para a humanidade, mas daqui a uns 20 anos ainda. Beleza? Vamos aguardar aí, ó. Faltam 10 minutinhos para começar a Artemis. Enquanto isso, vou fazer minha chamadinha aqui para o pessoal do Instagram, tá? Vou parar de falar um pouquinho. Aí, ó, a Artemis está aí. Quem quiser acompanhar na fonte, www.nasa.gov, NASA TV, ou então direto aqui no YouTube, coloca lá YouTube, procura o NASAzinho aí, ó, que é esse linkzinho aí, e já está aí o início aí do vídeo aí, que a NASA vai passar ao vivo esse momento aí, tá? Vou fazer uma chamadinha aqui para a galera do Instagram. No meu Instagram eu tenho mais a galera da literatura, livreiros, editores, amigos escritores, leitores, enfim. Fazer um Reels ou fazer um ao vivo? Fazer um ao vivo, né? Fazer um ao vivinho? Vamos fazer um ao vivinho aqui, então. Quantos minutos? 7 minutinhos. Alô, alô, amados. Alô, alô, amados. Olha só, dia histórico para a humanidade, um novo pequeno passo para o homem e um novo gigante salto para a humanidade, como estivemos nas missões Apolo, as missões Apolo à Lua, então, olha aí, ó, as missões Apolo à Lua, estamos retornando com as missões Artemis, olha só, Artemis I, então, está retornando da Lua, ela decolou 16 de novembro de 2022, nesse foguetão aqui, ó, um foguetão SLS, e a navezinha, que é essa parte de cima, Orion, já passou 25,5 dias lá ao redor da Lua e está retornando hoje. Então, o retorno, a reentrada na atmosfera terrestre da Lua à Terra vai ser hoje, daqui a pouquinho, daqui a 2 horas. A NASA vai entrar, olha, são exatamente meio-dia e 54 horário do Brasil, às 14h39 horário do Brasil, vai ter o Splashdown. Então, a Orion, então, ela retorna, né? Essa partezinha aqui do foguete, ela retorna à Terra e ela vai reentrar na atmosfera, abre uns 3 paraquedas aqui, diminui a velocidade, ela splashdown, cai ali na costa da Flórida, onde a Marinha Americana vem e resgata o Rescue Team, o time de resgate, resgata então essa Orion, que está com dados preciosíssimos aí do futuro da exploração espacial, né? Então, a Orion, o objetivo da Artemis I foi sobrevoar a Lua, então, a órbita retrógrada, onde de mínimo gasto energético, onde vão ser instalados o futuro Gateway também, que é a base das futuras naves que vão até a Lua, vão chegar no Gateway, e do Gateway vai ter um módulo lunar que vai descer para lá. Isso em 2025, 2026. Isso é Artemis I. E testar todos os sistemas e testar principalmente o Heat Shield, que é o escudo que vai a 5.000 graus de temperatura na reentrada. Nós vamos acompanhar isso daqui a 1 hora e pouquinho. E a nave chegar até a Terra com segurança, né? E todos os dados também, todos os cálculos de medição de níveis de radiação nos astronautas, que agora essa não é tripulada, mas as futuras missões vão ser tripuladas. Então, todas essas medições desses sistemas todos integrados aí é o objetivo dessa missão, que está encerrando hoje. Então, por isso, encerrando um ciclo muito importante aí, encerrando este ciclo, vou até deixar cheinha aqui a tela que aí eu falo com os dois, né? Falo com os dois. Fala aqui com a transmissão ao vivo pelo Face e com o Insta também. Então, está recomeçando um ciclo de exploração espacial, um novo grande passo para a humanidade em direção ao grande salto aí, que é colonização de Lua e Marte. Então, o Splashdown é hoje. Quem tiver interessado aí em assistir. O link aqui, galera do Instagram, está aqui na minha bio, então é só chegar na bio, clicar no linkzinho, já cai direto para esse vídeo aqui que eu estou transmitindo agora pelo YouTube, cai ali, a transmissão vai ficar gravada, se você estiver vendo outra hora aí também, a transmissão vai ficar gravada, você assiste lá, que é o momento histórico para a humanidade, né? O retorno da exploração espacial da NASA, em conjunto aí com o mundo todo, a Agência Espacial Europeia, a Agência Espacial do Canadá, tem chineses, tem dedo brasileiro nesse projeto, tem dedo do Brasil também, acreditem se quiser, mas tem. Então aí, o mundo todo envolvido nesse projeto, obviamente cabeçado pela NASA, né? Então foi no Kennedy Space Center, lá na Flórida, que foi aí toda a organização dessa missão ARTEMIS, não é? Que é a missão irmã gêmea de Apolo, né? Irmã gêmea de Apolo, deusa da caça, deusa da beleza. Essa ARTEMIS, então, que está terminando, olha só, daqui a 5 minutinhos a NASA vai entrar ao vivo e aí eu termino aqui o Instagram também, para acompanhar só aqui essa transmissão da NASA. Então, esse momento histórico está gravado, tem interesse aí em ciência, em exploração espacial, é curioso, quer saber o que o ser humano tá fazendo, está inventando moda aí para ir para o espaço, para fazer descobertas aí espetaculares, e descobertas que trazem questões interessantes aqui para a Terra, né? Eu até anotei algumas aqui, ó, para falar durante a transmissão, aqui eu falar rapidinho aqui no Instagram, que por que também na Lua, né? Tanta coisa para fazer aqui na Terra, por que o sujeito está querendo ir lá para a Lua, para Marte, para outro... Gente, olha só, a câmera do celular, esse aqui, ó, onde eu estou transmitindo, os desenvolvimentos todos do celular foram possíveis também com estudos e pesquisas científicas desenvolvidas na Estação Espacial Internacional. Gente, ó, a câmera de CCD do celular, estudos desenvolvidos lá com o programa da década de 70 ainda, lá das missões Apollo, que são as câmeras CCD do celular, vem disso, vem dessas missões espaciais. Exames de tomografia computadorizada, cirurgia de catarata, mamografia, estudos aí geológicos, para quem é da área de geologia, aí, ó, estudos antropológicos, aí, geologia da Terra, né, com construção aí, como foi criada a Terra, os primórdios da Terra, né? A gente estudando os primórdios da Lua, também vê os primórdios da Terra também. Saúde em microgravidade, então as pesquisas em microgravidade na Estação Espacial Internacional e aí nessas missões espaciais também ajudam a descobrir como se comporta o corpo humano, os tecidos, o sangue humano, as células, os neurônios, então aplicação em neurônios aí, pesquisas aí de paralisia cerebral, melhoria aí dos neurônios de paralisia cerebral e outras coisas, né? Água, como eu falei, a descoberta de água aí na Lua, que é um dos interesses aí da missão ARTEMIS, né? Então, isso é uma das coisas, né? É o sistema de vida, como se comporta a vida em outros mundos, descoberta de materiais utilizáveis na Lua, hélio, que é um material a ser utilizado na Lua, junto com água e hélio, que é utilizado como material como combustível também, né? Então, novos materiais e fora a sensação gostosa de ir ao desconhecido, de descoberta, não é isso? Beleza. Olha, eu vou começar aqui, ó, já está começando, deixa eu clicar aqui na NASA, que daqui a um minutinho vai começar a transmissão da NASA, onde nós vamos, eu vou colocar aqui o e já vai começar daqui a pouquinho. Starting soon! Starting soon! Já, o som já está aqui ligado. Um pouquinho baixinho o som, não sei se... Acho que o meu som sair pelo microfone, que estaria bom, né? Mas o som do vídeo eu acabei de aumentar agora. Tem um somzinho gostoso, hein? ARTEMIS I, Orion. Esse aqui é a galera do Instagram. Então, ó, quem quiser interessar o pessoal do Instagram, olha só. Liga lá no YouTube da NASA, ou no site www.nasa.gov, NASA TV, e ela vai passar essa transmissão ao vivo, então, da reentrada aqui, ó, ARTEMIS I, Orion, Spacecraft and Splashdown Recovery. Então, é a recuperação da nave, né, da Orion, a reentrada e o splashdown. Vai ser transmitido aqui no Johnson Space Center, 11 de dezembro de 2022, às 11 horas, horário Eastern Time, né? Colocando 2 horas a mais, dá 1 hora do horário do Brasil, que é exatamente 1 hora. Vai começar agorinha, então, a transmissão, beleza? E eu vou parar aqui do Instagram, beleza? Que eu vou focar aqui. Olha lá. Galera do Instagram, chega mais então. Link ali na bio. Entendeu?
of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Feet, down at 2, feels good, 20 feet, going down at 2, 10 feet, 10 feet, contact, stop, push, engine stop, engine arm, proceed, command override off, mode control ahead, hold, pings auto. Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed. Houston, you can tell America that Challenger is at Taurus Littrow.
"50 years ago today, Apollo 17 Commander Gene Cernan and Lunar Module pilot Jack Schmitt guided Challenger to a pinpoint landing on a barren rock-strewn area of the moon called Taurus Littrow. A half-century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit, now less than 2 hours away from splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja Califórnia to complete its shakedown mission
E agora está
that
falando
has
que a hora
opened a
está
new era
retornando essas
of
missões.
deep
Apolo
space
17 foi a última
exploration.
missão à Lua, né? Por isso que eles fizeram esse
Good
livro.
morning from the ARTEMIS Flight Control Room
Beleza,
here
galera?
at the
Vou
Johnson
terminando aqui o
Space Center in
Instagram, então.
Houston and Mission Control, where the entry team of flight controllers is
Ó,
on duty,
o time de
ready to bring
Reentrada e o
Orion
flight
home
controller
to
de
complete a
Johnson Space está aguardando,
25-and-a-half-day
então,
mission.
a chegada da Orion.
As he was for the launch of Orion more than 25 days ago,
O lançamento
NASA
foi
Flight
25
Director
dias
Judd
atrás.
Freeling is leading the
Deixa eu
entry
sair do
team here
Instagram
in
e
the
vou
White
deixar a galera
Flight
livre
Control
aqui.
Room.
Com Deus.
The target for Orion is growing larger in the field of view, moment by moment. This is a live view of the Earth from a distance of 15,000 miles away. About 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, Orion conducted the final major maneuver of its mission, a return trajectory correction burn of its thrusters to further fine-tune its path toward its splashdown site in the Pacific. We'll be heading out to the Pacific shortly for the first in a series of reports from the scene, where Orion will be recovered. After launching atop the Space Launch System more than 25 days ago and traversing some 1.4 million miles in its circuitous orbit past the moon and back, the most critical phase of the Artemis I mission for Orion is at hand. It is homecoming day, so let's run down the milestones you'll be hearing about and seeing over the next couple of hours. Next up for Orion will be the crew module's separation from the European service module. That pyrotechnic separation is scheduled at 11 a.m. Central Time, just 20 minutes before Orion begins its entry into the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 3,200 statute miles. Now, we had planned for Orion to conduct a maneuver called the raise maneuver, a 16-second thruster firing to orient itself at the proper angle for its plunge back into the atmosphere. But the latest targeting for Orion from the flight dynamics folks here in Mission Control indicates such a precise trajectory for the spacecraft, it was determined that the raise maneuver was not required. That could still change following crew module, service module separation, but at the moment, the raise maneuver will not be required. The major objective of this mission is to test the spacecraft's heat shield against the searing heat of entry, where temperatures will build up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit around Orion, half as hot as the outer surface of the sun, twice as hot as the temperatures endured by returning space shuttles and other crew vehicles. Orion will perform what is called a skip entry, dipping into the atmosphere, then lifting out of the atmosphere and dipping back in like a flat rock skip skimming across a pond. This will provide aerobraking for the vehicle, will help to dissipate some of the vehicle's inertia, and will provide data needed in the future to select multiple splashdown sites for crewed missions. We are expecting 2 periods during entry when the buildup of heat-generated plasma around Orion will block communications and the receipt of data with flight controllers here in Houston. The first blackout should begin around 11:20 a.m. Central Time for just under 5 minutes, right around the time of peak heating on Orion, as it travels about 25 times the speed of sound. The second blackout period is expected around 11:29 a.m. Central Time for just under 3 minutes, right after the skip entry maneuver is complete. About 5 minutes after we regain communications with Orion, the pre-programmed commands stored on board will trigger the deployment of 3 parachutes at the top of Orion to pull the forward bay cover off of the crew module. That will initiate the sequential deployment of 2 drogue chutes and 3 pilot parachutes, followed by the 3 large main chutes to slow down Orion, enabling it to gently splash down in the Pacific. The current splashdown time, 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time, 9:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Pacific Time. We'll be talking more about those parachutes shortly. The weather forecast at the splashdown site west of Baja California is excellent. The Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center has just issued a forecast calling for scattered clouds at 1,700 feet, winds peaking to about 9 knots, with periodic wave heights of about 5 feet. That is all within flight rule limits, and it should be a splendid day for Orion's homecoming.
É um dia esplêndido para Orion voltar à Terra. Oh, beleza, com certeza um dia maravilhoso e histórico. O retorno aqui, ó. Retorno da Orion, da Lua Terra, ARTEMIS I.
Out in the Pacific, aboard the prime recovery ship, the USS Portland, embedded with the Kennedy Space Center's Exploration Ground Systems Recovery Team and the U.S. Navy, is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Daryl Nell. Daryl, good morning to you, and as they say in the Navy, give us a sit rep on preparations out there.
Aguardando aí a Orion cair. Ai, que delícia, hein?
Well, good morning to you, Rob. And that's
good
right,
morning,
we're live on the deck just outside the bridge here on the USS Portland with a fantastic view of the area of splashdown. I just spoke with the recovery team. They say we are currently 5 miles away from the splashdown location right here in the Pacific Ocean. The location, as you mentioned, just off the coast of Baja, Mexico. We got the great weather report. Seas, as you mentioned, 4 to 5 feet. We're looking good there.
We'll show you the bridge deck where we are currently positioned.
This is looking forward for the ship. I talked to Captain John Ryan, who says that he currently has the ship in a racetrack going around the location near where splashdown is, just upwind of it, so that the debris that comes down, that being the crew module and the parachutes, the forward bay cover, when it separates, will be all downwind of us. Now, preparations are already underway. We can hear the helicopter engines running, so we want to take you to a live view of the flight deck. This is towards the back of the ship, where just 5 minutes ago, the Navy started the engines on 2 of the 3 Navy MH-60s, or Nighthawk helicopters, that will be used for the operation. There you see them on your screen. The 2 helicopters on the left side of the flight deck, they will be involved in the operation. The third to the right is a backup helicopter. Now, one of the helicopters will use the Navy's infrared targeting system, which will start looking for Orion at an altitude of about 50,000 feet. Should be able to quickly lock on to Orion's heat shield, which should be still very hot after reaching 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the heat of reentry. The second helicopter will track the forward bay cover, a 1,000-pound, 9.5-foot wide titanium cover on top of Orion, which protects the parachutes during the heat of reentry. It is jettisoned to allow them to come out. Now, NASA's plan going in was to recover it, but they've made an adjustment due to the seas and the limitations of a small boat crane needed to lift it out of the water. Both helicopters, if you can see just to the left of that helicopter at the bottom of your screen, have GSS cameras mounted to them. These are ultra-high-def cameras to record 8K resolution video for engineering purposes. Now, with those helicopters helicopter is just minutes away from flying out. Let's take a look underneath this very flight deck. You can see into the well deck. And this is the multi-purpose capability of this vessel, USS Portland. Down on the well deck is where the final phase of recovery will happen. Two teams of Navy divers are preparing to launch the small boats. You see them at the bottom of your screen, just partially protruding there at the bottom. Those are inflatable boats that the Navy will use. 6 in all will pre-position themselves in the open sea to recover debris from the descent operation. And then, of course, secure the Orion crew module itself.
Isso aí é o pessoal da Marinha
Navy dive team
Americana.
will take above water and underneath water photography of the heat shield before the crew module is moved. This is for all engineering purposes, so they can see it freshly returned from space. Once the divers have Orion stabilized with tow ropes, you see that bright yellow structure right dead in the middle of your screen. That is the cradle that the boats and the winch lines will pull into position and put it right down on top of that cradle. They will flood that deck with water, roughly about 6 feet, and then with a careful choreography of winch line and lines being pulled and maintained by sailors, they'll put it in position for its ride back to San Diego. Now, coming up, we'll speak to one of the Navy divers who will be in the water. In fact, he's on deck, standing by in just a few minutes. He's ready to go into the water. We'll get some words from him before he goes out on his assignment. Looking good on the ship right now.
Ok, Garibaldino, forte abraço aí, viu? Obrigado pela explicação. Obrigado você por participar desse momento.
Thanks, Daryl. And again, a live view from Orion as it continues its pinpoint journey back towards its splashdown site, not far from where you are out in the Pacific. We will be going back to Daryl Nail on the USS Portland frequently during the course of today's coverage. Orion is wrapping up, as we said earlier, a mission that will have spanned 1.4 million miles, having flown further away from Earth than any human-rated spacecraft designed to return humans to Earth. And of course, the big test that's coming up, the ultimate test of its heat shield that will repel temperatures that will build up around the base of Orion to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit at peak heating as Orion barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere. It has been an incredibly successful mission for the Orion spacecraft. We'll be talking to a variety of people about all that, officials and managers and engineers throughout the course of our coverage today. But for the moment, let's take a visual and interactive look at this mission with NASA's Philip Hargrove, who will use the moon board to explain it all.
Vai ter
yes, welcome to uma explicação mais detalhada, Garibaldino. Atenta aí para uma explicação detalhada da NASA agora, hein? Since the ARTEMIS I launch. So let's take a look back at everything that happened just a few miles away from where I'm standing right now.
Resumão do que
now, on November 16th at 1:47 a.m., the SLS lifted off
16 de novembro, 3h47, horário do Brasil.
Put on an incredible show for everybody watching.
O ARTEMIS I, esse foguetão aqui,
I can't even describe to you how amazing it was to watch that core stage, those solid rocket boosters provide over 8 million pounds of thrust
de combustível, eles separaram, o core stage separou também,
ele leva todo o combustível do lançamento, ficou só um teste, in just about 8 minutes.
And then once all that
cryogenic the responsibility was passed on to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, the first job of the ICPS was to perform a paired-raise maneuver, and this means that we're getting into a low circular orbit that allows us to deploy those solar panels, start harvesting energy, and do systems checkouts to make sure that we are ready for our journey. And we stayed in that orbit for
Chegaram na 21 de novembro, se não me engano, 5 dias de viagem, né? E ficou orbitando ali essa órbita retrógrada, aquela órbita de mínima energia, para testar toda a nave, o sistema.
Now, once it completed that burn, the ICPS separated from the Orion, and it performed one final burn to completely leave the Earth-Moon system.
Ele faz o burn e vai até a Lua. Esse azulzinho é o trajeto que vai até a Lua.
Heading out towards the moon.
5 dias para chegar à Lua, né? 150 mil quilômetros. Aí chegar lá, ele testa a órbita, aquele branquinho, ó, trechejadinho, é a órbita retrógrada onde vai ser instalado o gateway.
The gravity of the moon and the energy we get from the service module's engines in order to
e aí ele testa ali esse branquinho
orbit that we're targeting is called a DRO, or a distant retrograde orbit.
Distance retrograde orbit. Órbita distante retrógrada. Distante porque ela é um pouco maior da Lua e ela é retrógrada porque ela, em vez de ser no clockwise, sentido relógio, ela
so going in this opposite direction. That's what retrograde means.
É anti-clockwise.
Distant means that we are going farther away than we have with any human spacecraft before. We're orbiting about 38,000 miles above the surface of the moon. And this is a really convenient orbit because we were able to stay there without having to use a ton of fuel for station keeping, and it also provides a safe, efficient path back home when we're ready. So this allowed us to learn how to operate in deep space. One of the core tenets of this mission, and then once we were ready, we started our trip back home.
E aí depois dela testar toda essa órbita distante retrógrada,
this time
ela
targeting our return,
retornou, fez o
where
flyby
we
de
lit up
retorno.
those engines as we dipped close to the surface of the moon, and then we began our return transit, which took about 7 days, and that leads us to today. So next time we'll talk a bit more about what that return looks like and what our entry is actually going to look like. But until then, back to you.
Já cortou. E aí,
thank you, Philip. And again, a live view of Orion closing in on planet Earth, now about 11,000 miles away from Earth, as it continues a very, very precise trajectory for a splashdown that is scheduled at 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time this morning. For Orion, launch from the Kennedy Space Center occurred on November 16th on the world's most powerful rocket, the Space Launch System. The first outbound powered flyby of the moon was performed 5 days later on November 21st, dipping to within about 81 miles of the lunar surface. That placed Orion on a very precise trajectory for its ultimate goal, that racetrack trajectory called the distant retrograde orbit that would allow Orion the time and the space environment needed to test its mettle. 4 days later, Orion executed an engine firing to enter into that orbit, and the next day, Orion surpassed the record set during Apollo 13 52 years ago for the greatest distance ever traveled by a human-rated spacecraft designed to return humans to the Earth. On November 28th, Orion reached its farthest distance from the Earth, some 268,000 miles, before departing the distant retrograde orbit on December 1st. And this past Monday, Orion conducted a 3-minute, 27-second engine firing behind the moon to whip around Earth's closest neighbor for the final leg of its flight, passing to within 80 miles of the surface, turning for home, and its splashdown that is scheduled just 1 hour, 21 minutes, 44 seconds from now. The initial mission of the Artemis I program was always designed to be a test flight, wringing out all of the systems of the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft. And for more than 25 days, it did just that, setting the stage for a crew to board an Orion vehicle for a trip around the moon in 2 years. So with that, out in the Pacific, where Orion will be splashing down not long from now, we're going to go back here in a moment to Daryl Nail, who's standing by with one of the first persons that will actually be in the water to execute the recovery and the securing of the Orion spacecraft. Daryl?
That's right, Rob, and his name is Wayne Shearer, and he is the Navy diver first class aboard boat number 2. He is the lead on one of the 2 small boats called Cricks, which are essentially small inflatable Navy boats. He's just about 20 or so minutes away from getting into that boat. Thank you, Wayne, for coming up here and making some time for us to tell us about the operation today. So tell me exactly how your team goes about securing this spacecraft after it comes back from space, splashes down the water just a few miles
Como é que tá essa emoção de recuperar a Orion, hein?
Splashdown, wait 2 hours. We're going to do a hazard analysis. Make sure there's no gas.
Já fizeram uma análise de risco.
Take those pictures, like you said earlier, for those engineering purposes. Once that's done, then
os engenheiros já fizeram as últimas análises de risco para ele entrar no mar, né?
Pulling all those ropes out, like you said earlier, and pulling it into the well deck. Easy day.
Ele tá aí
we know that there's certainly going to be
emocionado aí de entrar no barco aí para fazer a superação do Orion.
Currently, which is within your limit. Let's take a look now underneath the well deck to the boats that are currently being prepared. You're really literally going to be going down here and right to that boat.
Então, o mergulhador vai descer aí nesse deck e vai nos barcos, né?
With a bobbing spacecraft and bobbing inflatable boat with your team.
Well, it's just another day in the park for us. You know, we've trained for the last year and a half for this.
Nós treinamos aí, ó, por 6 meses. 6 meses
under the water. It's
treinamento.
just different. Instead of recovering something from under the water, we're going to recover something that fell from the sky.
You can see on our screen, those are the tip edges of your 2 inflatable boats. I imagine you'll be positioned somewhere towards the front or back?
I'll be positioned toward the middle of the boat.
Towards the middle of the boat.
Ele vai ficar ali no meio do navio, junto com a equipe dele. São outros 6 mergulhadores.
The importance of it. Reflecting that it is you who will be one of the first people to put your hands on
Vai ser a primeira pessoa a colocar as mãos na Orion.
I mean, definitely, this is probably every kid's little dream, or every little kid's dream to be able to do exactly what I'm doing today, you know, and I think I can speak for the whole dive team. We're honored to be part of history and
começou na live falando dele,
monumentous and
Está muito honrado para ser parte desse momento histórico,
On a
né?
personal note, you and I were talking about how you got into the Navy and the dive team. What was it that motivated you to become a Navy diver? And
O que te motivou a ser mergulhador da Marinha
on this
Americana?
operation, looking back at that choice.
Well, February 2003 from Leesville, Louisiana, and I heard a loud boom outside my window one morning, and I ran outside and talked to my dad, and a few hours later,
em fevereiro de 2003, ele escutou barulho atrás e falou com o pai dele para ver o que era, né? Em Louisiana. E era um foguete da Colômbia. Estava subindo para o espaço.
I wanted to be out there to help people, and
ele quer estar lá fora para ajudar as pessoas que estão no... Puxa, arrepia, gente, emocionante isso, cara. E aí quis entrar na Marinha Americana para ajudar as pessoas a subir o espaço. Puxa, lindo demais aí,
a tragedy for NASA, one that has created many lessons learned for our agency, but interesting that it led you into this.
Opa, deu um pico de sinal aí. Perdemos o sinal aí do Darren. Perdemos o sinal do Darren. Olha o Garibaldino aí respondendo ao Garibaldino. Então você faz lives apenas pelo YouTube? Não, é YouTube, pelas redes do Facebook também. Então tem uma página no Facebook, página do Wilker Martins, vou colocar aqui o contato aqui. Então é Facebook e YouTube, beleza? O Instagram, de vez em quando eu faço, mas é mais Facebook e YouTube. Deixa eu colocar aqui o contato para você. Olha lá, já voltou lá o sinal. Um abraço, sem mergulhador, parabéns, ó. Nota 10 aí, mergulhador.
Thanks, Daryl. It looks like a great day out in the Pacific, west of Baja California, where Orion is headed.
Tá aí, Garibaldino, para me seguir aí, ó, YouTube, Wilker Martins.
The view of the Earth, where Orion is headed, tried and true, on a pinpoint course for a splashdown just 1 hour and 16 minutes from now.
Seja bem-vindo.
After Orion enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of this 25.5-day mission, the spacecraft is going to rely on a very heavily tested parachute system to slow down its speed and allow for a very gentle splashdown. Koki Machin, the chief engineer of Orion's parachute assembly system, now describes the process and the path to the certification of the parachute system. A series of 11 parachutes will be deployed in sequential fashion, a very dramatic return to Earth lying ahead for the Orion spacecraft.
Our design is almost exactly the Apollo design. The shape of the mains, the shape of the drogues. The only major difference is we are Apollo weighed roughly 13,500 pounds, and we weigh 22 and change thousand pounds. And so our parachutes are larger because we have more energy to take out of the system, and our parachutes are strong. So at a fundamental level, all parachutes are alike. The Orion system has drogue parachutes that initially decelerate the system, and because they're deployed at a much higher velocity, they're made of ribbons. The ribbons can take the fluttering associated with high velocity deployments much better than a solid canopy can. And once the system slows down, it deploys the mains. The mains are much closer to a personnel chute. They're called ring sails. The major difference would be that a personnel chute could be 28 to 30 feet in diameter, and a CPAS main is 116 feet. So the Orion parachutes are what we refer to as hybrid parachutes. The drag surfaces are nylon, but then the structure, how we take the drag on that nylon surface and transmit it down to the vehicle is made of Kevlar. And Kevlar is quite a bit stronger and stiffer, and it just completely different material than the drag surfaces are. So the CPAS system is designed to safely recover the crew with just 2 mains deployed. The problem with deploying the backup chute after you deploy the first 2 chutes is you have to negotiate the chute that's already out there. So what we chose to do, and what Apollo chose to do, was to deploy the backup chute with the main system itself. And as a result, we get a much softer landing when all the parachutes work properly. But both systems were designed to land with just 2 main parachutes functioning.
Então é desenhado o sistema para que apenas 2 paraquedas consigam funcionar. Então ali é backup.
But I wasn't scared for our system. I was scared for the repositioning after the rockets took off the capsule and repositioned it. It was perfect. That thing reoriented like it was on rails. And I swear to you, this huge relief came over me when the cover came off. I thought, wow, we're not done, but we're done. I know this system's going to work.
É o teste de paraquedas do sistema de abordagem. Agora vai ser o da Orion, que é a nave principal, né? O sistema de abordagem.
And there again, the view of the Earth. We're about 33 minutes away from the first big milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module and the service module, signaling the beginning of Orion's entrance into the home stretch of its 1.4 million mile journey. With us at this hour is the Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems, Kathy Kerner. Kathy, thanks for joining us this morning. It's great to see you.
Glad to be here.
You know, this is a little bit of deja vu for you. You were a flight director in this room for a number of years. Your thoughts as Orion approaches the end of this maiden flight?
Yeah, certainly a lot of history in human spaceflight has been made in this room, and we're making some more today. And really excited. There's a lot of energy in the room, and it's very familiar, but it's also very different as we step into this next episode in human exploration.
You know, the mission had its trials and tribulations getting off the ground, but once it did, so far, so good. The mission has exceeded expectations in many areas. Of course, the post-flight analysis is yet to come, but from the top level, the 1,000-foot level, looking down at the mission, what are your thoughts about what has been accomplished in setting the stage for a crewed mission 2 years from now?
Absolutely, this has been a phenomenal mission thus far. If you ask me to grade it, I'd give us an A+. I think that the work that has been performed both by the Exploration Ground Systems team, the SLS team, and the Orion team has been fantastic. We've been learning how the spacecraft operates. We've been learning how to fly this amazing machine, and it's gone so well that we've actually been able to add tests during the mission that help expand the envelope that we're going to be able to use to operate the spacecraft once we have her on board.
The major objective of the mission lies ahead. That's the rigorous testing of the heat shield, as we've just seen in our features. 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit building up around the spacecraft, twice as much as space shuttles endured when they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. How do you think it's all going to fare, and what then needs to be done to analyze the performance of the heat shield in certifying that we are good to put a crew on board in a couple of years?
So this test is the primary objective of this test mission, but we've got a lot more objectives that we need to accomplish between now and when we launch crew. We have an environmental test that we need to conduct of the entire integrated spacecraft once we get the environmental and life support systems on board. So this is just one of many tests that we have going forward, and one of many analyses that we need to do with all of the post-flight data that we retrieve from the spacecraft.
We opened up the broadcast paying homage to Apollo 17 landing on the moon 50 years ago today. It's only coincidence that this happened, but it seems very appropriate, doesn't it?
It does. It seems fitting that we would honor Apollo with the new legacy of the Artemis generation in this mission today.
Thanks very much, Kathy. Kathy Kerner, the Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems, and we're nearing the end of the home stretch here of this very first mission.
Thanks, Rob. Great to be here.
Thanks very much. O Aldemar Pacheco Brito Júnior, falta quanto tempo? Falta exatamente 1h09, caro Aldemar.
And as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view, Orion continues its trek back home with crew module, service module separation just 30 minutes from now. Entry interface just 20 minutes after that. In the meantime, let's go back out to the Pacific, the destination for Orion today, where Daryl Nail from the Kennedy Space Center, again embedded with the exploration ground systems and recovery teams, is standing by with Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut.
That's right, Rob. Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut, has been on board since we departed on Wednesday to come out to the site. Thank you for being here to take some time to talk to us amidst this important operation to recover the Orion crew module.
Absolutely, I'm happy to be here.
So tell me a little bit about the reason you're here and what you're doing as you observe the operations today.
Yeah, of course, we do not have crew on this capsule, but I am here because the next Artemis flight will have crew on it. And so we are starting the process of assessing how we're going to operate with crew. How do we extract the crew from the capsule? How do we get them to the ship safely? How do we do all the medical checks we want to do? So we're starting the process of getting ready for the next Artemis mission.
And with this capsule being recovered today, it will be brought back. I imagine that the astronauts will be very interested in the data that comes off of it. This particular capsule has sensors all over it, more than any future capsule will have.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to tell us what we need to do, change, modify for the next Artemis mission.
On all flight quarter stations. The ship expects to read man flight quarters at 0945.
And what you're hearing are some announcements from the ship PA informing the crew at what stage in the operation we're at. I should mention that we just had helicopters, the MH-60s at the back of the flight deck just launched off and are in flight now to the recovery area. They play an important role here. Shannon, continuing now with our interview, when you look at the operation as a whole, they're currently trying to determine how the astronauts will be recovered. That's not happening today.
Não vai acontecer hoje, mas uma grande preocupação é como recuperar os astronautas da Orion. Estou perguntando então um pouquinho sobre ela aí.
There's an idea kicking around there to have them stay in the capsule and come to the back of the ship. What are your thoughts on both of those?
Eles ficam na cápsula até entrar no navio e são abertos para os astronautas saírem só dentro do navio, né? Na Marinha Americana.
Staying in the capsule for an extended period of time. There'll be a time when we'll have to turn off the cooling in the capsule, which would mean the crew will start getting very warm in their suits. So it's better to get them
fica
off
muito quente lá nos canais espaciais, ela está lembrando, né?
Later, the operations in the well deck, there are a lot of waves in there, and it's probably not going to be a fun ride for the crew to be in there. So,
intensos, né? Estão ali, caiu no mar, estão esperando serem recuperados, né?
Next summer, we're going to have another test run. We'll be out on a ship, and we will be looking at all the different methodologies for getting crew off the capsule.
Vai ter teste com tripulação aqui agora.
I think you've already kind of indicated you're leaning more towards. Let's get off the ship.
Off immediately. Yeah, so I think we will probably, now don't quote me on this, but we'll probably extract the crew via helicopter from the capsule and helicopter them over to the ship.
Tá pensando em retirar os astronautas por helicóptero, e não no navio. Então, retiro o que disse. Não é pelo navio, não. Ela está pensando já a nova forma de retirar os astronautas ali direto ali para também dar um alívio para os caras lá.
On the space station, for example, we have lots of exercise, so we're really strong when we come back. It's still a big adjustment to being in Earth's gravity again.
E uma pessoa negra também.
The lunar missions, it's kind of in the middle between what we did in the shuttle days and what we're doing on the space station. So we don't know exactly how the crew's going to feel, but they're going to be exhausted. And so their balance may be off a little bit. So it's better just to get them out of the capsule. As far as the mental side goes,
é legal tirar logo a tripulação da cápsula, não vai saber como é que eles vão estar se sentindo lá, com calor, com desconforto. Então a ideia da NASA é tirar já no helicóptero. O helicóptero em cima caiu ali, os mergulhadores vão até a Orion e abre ali a escotilha e tira os astronautas pelo helicóptero e não dentro do navio. Legal, gostei dessa nova ideia da NASA.
Shannon, Rob, we'll send it back to you in Houston.
Thanks, Daryl. Thank you, Shannon, and happy sailing out there as we continue to watch this scintillating view of the Earth as we are just 1 hour, 5 minutes away from splashdown.
1 hora e
Now, as
5
Shannon
minutos
Walker
para
alluded
splashdown,
to in that
respondendo aí pro
interview with
colega,
Daryl
1
Nail
hora e
on the
5 minutos,
USS
viu, Ademar?
Portland,
1 hora e 5
we're going to
minutos
be
para
on the air
splashdown.
here for a couple of hours after splashdown,
1 hora e
while a
5
number of
minutos.
flight objectives and test
A partir
objectives
de agora.
are being conducted, data gathering on the Orion
E
spacecraft.
essa
But the whole
imagem aí que nós estamos
recovery
vendo é uma
issue
imagem em
to
tempo
get
real,
Orion
né?
into the well
É de
deck
uma
of the
das câmeras
USS
que
Portland
ficam
is no small feat.
nos
Melissa
4
Jones, who is the
painéis
landing
solares de
director and the
energia
recovery director from the
da
Kennedy Space
cápsula, né?
Center,
Então, são 4
has
painéis
worked
solares, ficam uma
tirelessly to
câmerazinha em cada uma.
choreograph
Então, de uma
all of
delas,
the
nós estamos vendo
elements of
essa
that
imagem aí
recovery
da nave
operation.
Orion,
Let's
e
take a
com
look
a imagem
now at
belíssima
how
da Terra de
Orion will
fundo,
be
né? Vou até
recovered.
tirar uma foto aqui, gostei. Vou tirar uma...
Today we are aboard the USS John P. Murtha, and behind me is
olha a
a
chefe de operação
mock-up
do time de
capsule
operação,
of the
Melissa Jones.
Orion
Parabéns.
crew
Hein?
module, and we are training the team to be ready to do Artemis I recovery
Cara,
operations.
tá, o teste,
My role as the
teste
NASA
do time de
recovery director
recuperação, hein?
is to lead the interagency team that will recover the
Olha os
capsule.
marinheiros aí,
Ever
ó.
since the
Olha
Apollo
uma teste,
program,
uma cápsula aí
NASA and the Navy have
ficando,
worked together to
com os
recover
paraquedas
NASA's
ali, ó.
capsules in the water.
Um helicóptero.
So one of the huge benefits of working with the Navy
E a
is
Melissa
the fact
é
that they're
outra mulher
operational and we
diretora aí,
leverage
ó.
their core
Diretora do
competencies
time de
to
recuperação da
bring
Orion.
the flight hardware and the crew back safely from the moon. On the Artemis I
Trazer a
recovery day,
tripulação
my
com
job will
segurança.
be to direct the team through the integrated operation to recover the capsule. The ship will get to the recovery location 24 hours before, and we will start launching weather balloons. And that data will go back to Houston and will help inform where we splash down. A couple hours before splashdown, the Navy launches small boats off of the knuckle boom crane, and helicopters will take off, and they will do their circles in the air, and they are waiting for the capsule to re-enter so that they can get good data and photo imagery of the capsule on its way back to Earth. Once that is done and we splash down, we will safe the capsule, approach the capsule, attach lines to the capsule, and recover it into the well deck of the ship. Artemis I recovery operations will take about 5 hours to perform all of the work we need to do because we are gathering data so that we can fly crew mission on Artemis II. When Artemis I splashes down, it's going to be the culmination of all of the hard work that we've put in as a team.
Então o Splashdown é a combinação de todo esse trabalho, né? De toda a equipe da NASA, da ARTEMIS, NASA, ESA. Eu espero que os paraquedas deem certo, que dê tudo certo.
All over me.
E tá isso aí. Parabéns aí todo o time. Show de bola. Puxa, legal, hein?
And again, that whole recovery operation will take several hours. We are going to remain on the air for at least 2 hours or so after splashdown, so that we can bring you all the information regarding the initial safing of the vehicle and the test objectives that the flight control team here in Houston, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, will be absorbing all of that data, mostly about the thermal conditions of the spacecraft, which will have come through some 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in entry. And with us at this moment is the man who is going to be watching all of that very, very carefully, John Kowal, who's the Orion Thermal Protection System Manager. John, your big moment is lying ahead here. The plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. This is the moment of truth to test the heat shield. What kind of thermal environment are you expecting for Orion as it makes its way into the Earth's atmosphere and then back through the atmosphere itself?
Yeah, so, as you mentioned, 5,000 degrees on the ship, but to back that up, how do we get there? So that vehicle still has all that energy that the launch rocket put into it during that first beautiful launch, right? So that gets converted into velocity. So we're going at 25,000 miles per hour, which is, how do you even fathom what that means?
Está falando que a velocidade é 28.000 km por hora, temperatura altíssima,
so
né? Então,
all that energy enough
mesmo,
to power 4,000, 5,000 homes in a day. We have to get rid of it. And how do we do that? The vehicle comes slamming into the atmosphere, starts trying to push the air out of the way. That air is pushing back. The pressures go up. The temperatures go up. We're talking upwards of around 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit in the flow field. So that energy goes into the flow field, and then the flow field wants to give it back to the surface of the TPS. So that's what the TPS is going to see, or what the heat shield is going to see, and that's what pushes it up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
What kind of testing was required throughout the course of the preparations for Orion to prepare the vehicle for launch that made you confident that it could withstand the rigors of this sort of environment?
Yeah, there's been a lot of testing. I mean, we've been at this
dos testes, então, né?
Since the end of the shuttle program. If you think back
são motores recuperados, então,
that was a reusable system. We've kind of been out of the business of these ablation materials for quite a while, since Apollo. So we had to train a whole new generation of engineers.
Teve que treinar uma nova geração de engenheiros para essa nova adaptação, então, da missão Apollo.
There was a lot of testing in jets. That's the primary way that you test these types of materials. You can create these temperatures. It's like a wind tunnel with a lightning bolt going down the center of it. And that's how you create this high temperature plasma, and that gets impinged onto the test article. So we do a lot of materials testing. We've done quite a bit of testing of the system. You know, even though we're using the same material,
Estão vendo então o navio da Marinha Americana lá, preparado então à direita aí, para receber aí a Orion. 58 minutos e 50 segundos aí é o tempo aí de splashdown.
Because that's where the problems happen. And so we've done a lot of testing there in the thermal. And also structurally, we've had to do a lot of testing to see how the avcoat blocks interact with the structure underneath and make sure that it's all going to hold up to those loads.
And John, it's about 11 minutes or so from the time of entry interface at an altitude of about 400,000 feet until we come out of that second blackout period. So that's going to be a very interesting time, a sort of a nail-biting time, if you will. But after the vehicle splashes down and is back at the Kennedy Space Center in a few weeks for post-flight analysis, what are the sorts of things that you and your engineering team will be looking for to give it a passing grade in preparation for putting a crew on board a couple of years from now?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we look at. I break it into two different categories. The first is the flight data. We have instrumentation embedded in the heat shield at a number of locations. So we measure temperatures, we measure heat rates, we measure pressures, stresses. All that data will tell us how the material actually performed in that flight environment. It will also help us to inform our computer modeling methods, and that's another thing that we need to make sure that it's performing how we thought it was going to perform, so that we can use those models in the future, to predict for other missions. Now, the other thing we'll do is we'll be looking at the hardware itself. The instrumentation, you only get measurements where you put that instrument, of course, right? But looking at the heat shield, just looking at it, the big picture you can see the streamlines. You can see how the flow was going across the heat shield. You can see where boundary layer transition may have occurred. So there's so much to just visually see. And then we'll be taking samples of the heat shield. We'll be taking that material out and looking at how much had ablated, looking at the char thickness, the density gradients as you go through as the material burned off, and comparing that to what our models have predicted. And again, that'll help us to be able to validate and correlate our models further.
Very good. It's going to be a very important time for the engineers, of course, and we'll see how Orion fares here in the next hour or so. John Kowal, Orion's Thermal Protection System Manager, thanks very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Now just 16 and a half minutes away from the separation of the crew module from the European service module. That will begin a trip hammer series of events as Orion begins the process of entering the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface just 36 minutes away. So let's go back out to the Pacific Ocean west of Baja, where Daryl is on the USS Portland. Daryl?
That's right, Rob. Quick update for you on out here in the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of Mexico. We have the small boats, the Navy small boats. All 6 boats are now in the water. They call them cricks. These are Navy boats that are inflatable, highly maneuverable. These are the ones that will actually put hands on the spacecraft in order to secure it and eventually get it tied to lines that brings it to the back of the ship and into the well deck. I want to talk a little bit about this location here today. This location in the Pacific, we're just about 5 miles away from the splashdown area. This was actually
Pacífico, Costa do México, então. Corrigindo aqui, o José Carlos Alagão perguntou aqui Costa da Flórida. Eu equivoquei, não é Costa da Flórida, é Costa do México, tá?
That area called for a cold front that has moved in today, bringing with it 12-foot high seas. And those seas would have been too high to perform this operation, too high for the small boats for recovery. So recovery director Melissa Jones and the mission management team made the decision to back up and go to the backup location 300 miles south of San Diego. And that's where we find ourselves today with excellent weather in order to do this operation. As you look off into the sky, we're awaiting the second to last weather balloon release that we will have for the day. This weather data critical to the operation that is happening today, especially when it comes to the landing point of the crew module in the ocean, as well as the debris that goes with it. And that debris happens during the separation of the forward bay cover, which covers the parachutes, and then, of course, the parachutes and their hardware themselves. All of it together, they take in the winds, and you can feel the winds are picking up a little bit.
Eu estou fazendo uma correção aqui que eu tinha colocado, que era na costa da Flórida, eu me equivoquei, na costa do México, Oceano Pacífico na costa do México.
Now, we're not alone out here in the Pacific Ocean. We do have friends helping us today.
Oceano Pacífico, costa do
México. Take a shot
México.
now of a ship off in the distance that has joined us for today's operation, and that is the USS Montgomery. That ship is just a few miles
USS
away.
Montgomery, que está fazendo aí
USS Montgomery
esse acompanhamento junto com esse outro navio onde deve estar. São dois navios da Marinha Americana, então, pelo que parece.
A littoral ship. It specializes in close-to-shore combat. It's highly maneuverable in that space. Today, though, it has a peaceful mission, and that is to provide security to this location during splashdown. So for the public safety, to prevent boats from coming in and around the area, as well as
segurança, evitar que outros navios cheguem na área de segurança aí dos 7 quilômetros em torno aí. Esses navios fazem essa segurança.
You can see a little bit of a bounce there, and that's caused by the seas that we are currently experiencing, which are in the range of 4 to 5 feet. Those seas closely tracked by our NASA team with the wave management system. They are wave monitoring system rather. They are closely monitoring the seas for the moment where we bring the Orion capsule into the well deck. That is a highly choreographed and very dynamic operation. With the seas being what they are, when those waves come into the well deck, it can create a very dynamic environment with waves splashing back and forth inside the well deck, and teams on ropes trying to stabilize Orion to get it just the right position here on the ship.
A nave para chegar até o navio. Estou comentando aí como é que vai ter essa recuperação.
Have the Orion crew module put in place for its ride back to San Diego. That's the latest from here on the USS Portland out in the Pacific Ocean. Rob, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Daryl. We can report that all of Orion's systems are performing magnificently at this hour. At an altitude of just under 6,000 nautical miles, we did lock up on the tracking and data relay satellite system. So Orion's telemetry is now being processed through the TDRS network. This worked in concert with the Deep Space Network throughout the course of the mission. And now that we're on TDRS the rest of the way, we'll be able to have real-time data through our tracking and data relay satellite system constellation. We're just 11 and a half minutes away from crew module, service module separation, the first major milestone on the road home in this final phase of Orion's 25-and-a-half-day mission. So let's take a visual and interactive look at what is coming up for Orion's journey back to Earth. Let's go back to NASA's Philip Hargrove at the moon board.
Thank you. Welcome back to the moon board. So we're going to talk a bit about the European Service Module and the Orion Crew Module. So as we know, these two systems have been working in tandem for a really long time, and that extends beyond just this Artemis I test flight for the past 26 days. So back in 2019 was when they were first integrated and pieced together. In 2020 was when they were fully assembled. including the solar panels and the protective
Então,
fairings that
2019,
protected them
2020,
during
onde foi
launch.
projetado,
And then they
construído,
were
né, com
finally
painéis
attached to
solares
the
aí,
launch abort
e o
system
sistema
and made it on top of
de
SLS
abortagem.
in October of 2021, prior to, of course, launch on November 16th, just 26 days ago. So we know that one of the primary test objectives of this mission is to make sure that this heat shield at the bottom of the
Um dos objetivos
crew module
principais
is
é
able to
garantir que
safely
o
bring our
tubo de
astronauts
calor
home from deep
do módulo
space. Now,
Orion
for reference, when
aguente aí
we
o
bring
tranco, né?
astronauts home from the International
E
Space
traga com
Station,
segurança
they're
os
coming in at
astronautas de
about
volta à Terra.
17,000 miles per hour. But today, Orion is coming in
Hoje
at
não está sem
25,000
astronauta,
miles
só
per
para
hour. So
testar.
we're coming in way hotter, way faster than we've done before. So we need some new heat shield technology. And we also need some additional hardware in order to slow us down and make that really happen. So let's talk about what that looks like. So this forward segment of the Orion crew module is called the forward bay cover. And this section is actually designed to
É o forward bay cover, então é a traseira ali do módulo.
So we have 3 parachutes that's going to pull that off. We have 2 drogue parachutes that are going to come out after that.
Tem os paraquedas, 2 paraquedas.
We have 3 pilot parachutes that are going to pull our mains out.
São mais outros
The stars
paraquedas.
of the show are 3 main parachutes that measure up to 116 feet in diameter each. So that gives us 11 parachutes that it takes
são 11
to get
paraquedas
us
ao todo,
safely back home. So now that we know a little bit
São os
about
3
what that
principais,
hardware
né?
looks
E
like,
mais
we
outros
can take a look
secundários.
at what that journey actually looked like. So as we know,
Essa
we
aí
have a
nós vimos agora há
7-day
pouco, né?
return transit. And as we approach the Earth, the service module and the crew module are separated from one another. And the service module is going to burn up in the atmosphere above the Pacific Ocean.
O modo
As
civil
that
ele vai
happens, the
queimar na
Orion crew
atmosfera,
module is
vai
going to
perder
use
todo ele.
its reaction
Puxa vida,
control
né?
thrusters to do a
Vai
180
separar do
flip
modo civil daqui a
point
10
that
minutos.
heat
Vai
shield
separar o modo
towards the
civil e fica só
atmosphere as we target
a nave Orion
re-entry.
que vai
So a really
entrar aí na
important phase
atmosfera.
here is entry interface. This is at an altitude of about 400,000 feet. And this is where we define a lot of our entry conditions, such as the flight path angle and the velocity. Now, this is really important because if you come in at too shallow of an angle, you may bounce right off the atmosphere and not even re-enter.
O problema do ângulo de reentrada. Se você entrar sem o ângulo certinho, você pode ricochetear e dar tudo errado e não entrar direito, né? Tem que ter uma entrada bem perfeita. Eu assisti um filme Apolo 13, lembra aí como foi a reentrada, tem que ser bem certinho, bem estava sem energia para conseguir entrar no ângulo certinho de reentrada.
Also be minimizing the G loading, which leads to a
E para
softer ride
minimizar
for
a força
the
G
Dominican
também.
and in the future for our Artemis astronauts. Now, once we do
Vai a
that,
Mach
the atmosphere
32.
is going to slow us down pretty significantly, but we'll still be going over 300 miles per hour. And then we will slow down to
27.000
20 miles
km/h,
per
né?
hour after that sequence of 11 parachute deployments. Now, once we splash down west of California, we will have these red inflatables that will make sure that no matter what orientation we hit the water at, we will be right side up. And then the USS Portland is going to recover the capsule and bring it back to the US
Portland, que é um
Naval
navio americano, vai
Station in
recuperar
San
a
Diego.
cápsula quando ela
There's a
fizer o
really large
splashdown.
team comprised of US Navy, Air Force,
Com a Marinha
NASA
americana,
contractors who worked really hard to prepare for today. So I am
a
super
Força Aérea
excited to
Americana
see them
também.
welcome Orion home. Back to you.
Isso aí, show de bola. Contou um pouquinho como é que vai ser essa reentrada.
Thank you very much, Philip. We are coming up on the critical stuff leading up to Orion's return to Earth and its splashdown in the Pacific, just 7 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. That European service module has worked like a champ throughout the course of the mission. The service module, which of course housed the solar arrays and all of the other propulsive functioning for Orion throughout the course of the mission, has been monitored in the European service module control room in Noordwijk in the Netherlands, where that team of flight controllers is eagerly awaiting the completion of the service module's work just a few minutes from now, when it will pyrotechnically separate from the crew module, leaving the crew module on its own. Entry interface is scheduled just 26 minutes from now. We'll be receiving reports from Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team of flight controllers throughout Orion's descent back into the Earth's atmosphere. and through all of the parachute deployment sequence events leading up to splashdown that is scheduled at 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time, 9:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Pacific Time. One thing worth noting is once Orion splashes down in the Pacific, it will stabilize in one of two positions, either pointed up, which is called stable 1, or pointed down in stable 2. The crew module uprighting system, known as the CMUS, deploys a series of 5 bright orange helium-filled bags on the top of the capsule that will either flip Orion right side up or keep it right side up in its stable 1 position. Those 5 bags are packed in hard containers and installed atop the capsule inside the structural gussets between the parachutes and other equipment. They're inflated with helium gas that is stored in pressure vessels located close by the bags. Each bag has its own independent inflation system. The CMUS, or crew module uprighting system, initiates after landing and opens up a valve for helium to flow into those uprighting bags. It is considered, at least operational, that we have 4 out of those 5 bags to inflate to maintain a stable 1 configuration for Orion to enable Navy divers to approach the vehicle. One of the first things that they'll be looking for is any leakage of toxic gas or toxic fuel from the vehicle, assuming there is no such leak and that Orion appears to be in good shape. Then they'll begin the methodical process of approaching the vehicle with other personnel and other Navy assets in order to begin the securing of Orion on the ocean for its towing back into the well deck of the USS Portland.
Para levar com segurança para o deck lá no navio, o Portland, USS Portland. E tem o Montgomery também, que tem dois navios americanos apostos ali na área.
We're under 4 minutes now until the crew module and service module separate from one another. We'll be standing by for all of that.
Vão separar daqui a pouquinho.
You can see in this telemetry-driven animation that Orion is currently traveling just under 17,000 miles an hour, just under 4,000 miles away from Earth, and a hefty 254,000 miles from the moon, which of course was its target, in distant retrograde orbit, flying around the moon for its outbound powered flyby at the beginning of the mission to move to a distance of some 268,000 miles away from Earth, farther than any human-rated spacecraft designed to return to Earth had ever been designed to do, surpassing the distance record established 52 years ago during the Apollo 13 mission.
Não, são muito mais. Já está a 27 mil quilômetros por hora aí já. A conversão aí, eu fiz a conversão equivocada. Então está aí a velocidade altíssima já.
Here in mission control, the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control folks have put up a graphic which is essentially the ground track for Orion as it will make its way across the southern Indian Ocean, passing the northwest coast of Australia en route to its ultimate trajectory that will carry it across the Pacific. It will be moving from south to north across the Pacific Ocean to the splashdown zone, almost a direct straight line towards the point of splashdown, which will be west of Baja California. Now just under 2 minutes until crew module, service module separation.
Dois minutos para a separação, então, do ICPS. Ponto crítico aí da missão também. Um minuto da separação do CPS, que é o módulo que fornece toda a energia para a Orion, toda a potência também, motor ele é
Now just 1 minute away from crew module service module separation.
O modo de serviço
We'll be standing by for confirmation of that from the
só a nave Orion para descer a Terra. 1 minuto.
Mechanical Systems Officer here at Mission Control.
1 minutinho. Um minutinho. 30 segundos, tá indo. Não sei qual imagem que vai conseguir, porque, enfim, a câmerazinha fica ali.
30 seconds until separation.
30
This will
segundos. A
come at
câmera
an
fica ali no
altitude of
painel solar.
3,200 statute miles.
O que será que vai acontecer agora? Eu não sei se vai ter alguma imagem. Aí tá uma imagem computadorizada, né?
10 seconds until SEP.
10 segundos para separar o CPS. 10 segundos. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Separando esse
We have confirmation of separation.
Confirmação. Separou.
Orion flying on its own.
Orion sozinha, navegando sozinha, tá voltando para a Terra.
Again, the separation occurred right on time at 11 a.m. and 11 seconds Central Time, with Orion 3,200 statute miles away from Earth.
Então tá aí no horário previsto aí.
The service module, the European service module has done its job.
O módulo de serviço europeu da agência europeia, parabéns, fez o seu serviço e separou. Agora ele vai se queimar na atmosfera aí, vai vir só a Orion para a Terra. Puxa vida, que momento, hein? Que momento, hein? Está a mais ou menos 4.500 quilômetros da Terra a Orion. 4.500 quilômetros de distância. A atmosfera fica aí a hora que tiver reentrada, né, uns 300 e 350 quilômetros.
So with Orion flying on its own, we're about 18.5 minutes away now from the point of entry interface.
8 minutos e meio
where
do ponto de
Orion will
reentrada.
be put through its paces. This is where the heat shield will begin to feel the effects of
onde o heat shield, o escudo de
peak
calor,
heating
vai
of
sentir o efeito
5,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the heat shield,
graus
and the
Fahrenheit.
beginning of 2 blackout periods where the plasma around the vehicle will build up
E vai
such
ter período
that
de
it will
blackout
block
também,
data
né?
and
De
communications
blackout.
between mission control and the spacecraft itself.
Período de blackout também, que aí não tem sinal de comunicação nenhuma, porque o plasma de alta temperatura não permite transmissão de sinal aí da Orion para a Terra. Fahrenheit, então 5.000 graus Fahrenheit, deixa eu fazer a conversão aqui, 2.800 graus Celsius. 2.800 graus Celsius, hein? 2.800 graus Celsius é a temperatura que vai chegar a Orion. O escudo de calor tem que suportar isso, proteger os astronautas que estiverem ali dentro. Não tem agora, só tem os bonequinhos, né? Sete minutos para entrar aí na atmosfera terrestre a 2.800 graus Celsius.
Orion continues to fly smoothly on, all of its systems in excellent shape.
Orion continua a voar aí, mais ou menos
Less than
4
17 minutes until entry interface.
Funcionando direitinho. O navio americano aí, o Portland, tá aguardando aí esse momento aí, do ladinho. 7 minutos para reentrada. 7 minutinhos para reentrada. Galera do Pará aí assistindo também. O Almac Day. Vai dar tudo certo. Mande um salve, pessoal do Pará. Um abraço aí, galera do Pará. Um beijo, salve, salve. Vai dar tudo certo sim. Forte abraço. Almac Day. Olha o navio já se direcionando ali para o local.
And the crew module raise burn that we thought was not going to be needed is being conducted. Just basically a fine tuning of the orientation and the angle, a 16-second firing of the thrusters. And a good burn reported, 8.12 feet per second, a change in velocity. So the raise burn was executed. That will further fine-tune Orion's path at the proper azimuth or orientation, where the heat shield is at its optimum angle, to begin the repulsion of the heat that will build up around the heat shield at the time that we begin entry interface, just about 15.5 minutes from now. So the crew module, service module separation went off as planned. The raise maneuver was executed at 11:03 and 41 seconds Central Time. Again, the raise maneuver was executed. Orion now flying at the proper orientation for entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled at 11:20 and 14 seconds a.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet. At that point, Orion will be traveling 24,464 miles an hour with a range to splashdown of 3,659 statute miles.
A velocidade vai chegar a 24.500 milhas por hora.
Flight controllers reporting a solid lock with the tracking and data relay satellite system, receiving data that's being processed through the TDRS network. Just a reminder that after we pass into the Earth's atmosphere at the speed at which we're going, and with the temperatures expected to build up very quickly for peak heating around the heat shield of Orion, we will begin the first of two blackout periods, the first of which is scheduled to begin at 11:20 and 16 seconds a.m. Central Time and will last about 4 minutes and 48 seconds. At that time, entry guidance, which has been stored on board, pre-programmed commanding for Orion to continue to point its way toward the splashdown zone, will take over. The first blackout period should end around 11:25 and 4 seconds Central Time. That will set the stage for the skip entry, basically the maneuver that will enable Orion to dip into the Earth's atmosphere and skip back out of the Earth's atmosphere and dip back into the Earth's atmosphere like a rock, a flat rock on a pond. That will continue to dissipate energy and heat on the spacecraft, and is a maneuver that data will be gathered for to try to bring in multiple splashdown sites for crewed missions in the future. The second of the two blackout periods is scheduled to begin at 11:29 and 3 seconds a.m. Central Time, and that will last for about 2 minutes and 50 seconds till about 11:31 and change. That'll be the final blackout period, after which we should lock up solidly for the remaining 8 minutes or so until splashdown.
Então tem dois momentos de blackout, que vai ser a 1:25. Às 2h25, desculpa. 14h25 o primeiro blackout e 14h29 o segundo blackout, é o que está previsto. No horário, estou falando do horário aqui do Brasil, né? Então daqui a 20 minutinhos aí vai ter o 16 minutinhos, para ser mais exato, o primeiro blackout da reentrada na atmosfera. A reentrada vai ocorrer antes, então nós estamos aí a 5 minutos do início da reentrada, onde o escudo de calor já vai começar a funcionar, e aí já começa as pressões de calor e velocidade, temperatura na nave Orion.
This is Mission Control Houston, 12 minutes away from entry interface. Everything is going by the book so far here in Mission Control, very quiet on the loops. Entry Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team of flight controllers watching carefully over their data as they oversee the arrival of Orion for its splashdown site west of Baja California. Time to splashdown 31 minutes. Less than 11 minutes now until entry interface.
11 minutos para a reentrada.
During the period of the two blackouts, and even after we have emerged from the second of the two blackouts, Orion, through a series of pre-programmed commands stored on board, will conduct a series of role reversals. This is very much like space shuttles conducted during their entries back to Earth, where it will roll to the left and then back to the right, banking roll reversals that will bleed off excess energy, excess inertia, and speed, and control the thermal characteristics of the vehicle as it heads towards its subsonic point, where it will go under Mach 1. It will go subsonic at about 11:34 and 55 seconds a.m. Central Time, some 5 minutes before splashdown.
Bem técnicos aí. De como,
if everything goes as planned, Orion will reach an altitude of 40,000 feet at 11:35 a.m. Central Time, just about a minute before forward bay cover chute deploy begins. The series of 11 chutes, 3 that will pull the forward bay cover off of the top of the crew module. That'll be followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes, and then the 3 large main parachutes, 3 orange and white parachutes. That'll be the moment we'll be waiting for.
Então são 11 paraquedas e são 3
Orion
maiores.
Now 28.5 minutes until splashdown.
E outros menorzinhos. São 8 menores e 3 grandes. Sendo que ele é projetado para 2 funcionarem e 1 fica de backup. Para reduzir a velocidade da Orion para cair aí na água.
Orion is approaching the northwest coast of Australia. 27.5 minutes until splashdown. We're just 8 minutes away from the point at which Orion will dip into the Earth's atmosphere and begin what basically is a hellish entry, where temperatures around the spacecraft will raise to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's half as hot as the outer surface of the sun.
Então, estamos a 27 minutos do splashdown, 8 minutos do início da reentrada na atmosfera terrestre, onde vai atingir 2.800 graus Celsius. Está dizendo aqui que a próxima temperatura é perto do Sol, né?
And correction, Orion is actually traveling over the South Pacific at the moment, moving from south to north. Just 7.5 minutes until entry interface.
Está navegando aí. Ele corrigiu um pouco a trajetória que ele disse que estava perto da Austrália, agora está dizendo que está no Oceano Pacífico a 8 minutos da reentrada, 7 minutos da reentrada. Parece que esse aí é onde é a posição da Orion. Parece que é ali perto da Austrália. Uma imagem aí.
And this view from a camera inside the cabin
Dentro
of
da cabine da Orion, hein?
This doesn't look like much at the moment, but it will soon, when it shows the forward bay cover jettisoning and the initiation of the parachute deployment
que vai
system.
Mostrar o início da
entry interface less than 6.5
ligar
minutes
os
from now.
paraquedas, né? Vai ser a partir desse ponto aí, onde não sei se a câmera vai estar ligada, enfim, para a gente ver os paraquedas se abrindo aí no momento aí do splashdown. $25 minutos o tempo aí para o splashdown. Previsto aí para exatamente 14h39, horário do Brasil.
Just to recap, the crew module, the Orion crew module, separated from the European service module about 14.5 minutes ago.
14 minutos
right
ela
on
separou
target,
do módulo de
as
serviço,
it was planned, and a short raise maneuver, a 16-second firing of Orion's thrusters, oriented the vehicle, raising it just a tad so that its heat shield was at the proper orientation in the direction of travel to begin entry interface in about 5 minutes at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth. Orion is making its way south to north across the Pacific Ocean. Currently traveling at 23,000 miles an hour.
A altitude é 400 mil pés, mas tem que transformar isso para metro. Na NASA fica com esses dados aí, as unidades diferentes. Pô, fala em metros, né?
We're about 5 minutes away from entering the first of the 2 blackout periods, which will last about 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
134 mil quilômetros. 44 mil pés. Peraí, 134 quilômetros, desculpa, né? 134 quilômetros. Então, a altitude da Orion agora, nesse exato momento, é 134. Não pode ser, né? Tô calculando errado aqui, peraí.
A journey that began with the power of the launch of the Space Launch System 25.5 days ago, about to reach its final minutes in the searing heat of reentry, where temperatures around Orion will build up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Just under 4 minutes until entry interface.
134 quilômetros, sim. Então ela já está pertinho da Terra já. Puxa vida, tá bem pertinho. Altitude, ó, 340 milhas. A milhas é mais fácil calcular. 340 milhas. Ela está aqui, desculpa, então, corrigindo aí a altura, 547 quilômetros. Ela está a 547 quilômetros.
Once again, at entry interface, which we will reach about 3 minutes from now, Orion will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling just under 25,000 miles an hour, with a range to splashdown of 3,659 statute miles.
177 quilômetros, né? A hora que ela for abrir os paraquedas ali, vai estar então a 137 quilômetros, que é a hora de abrir os paraquedas. Agora ela está a quase 500 quilômetros de altitude, acima da ISS.
That will last just under 5 minutes, about 4 minutes and 48 seconds.
Tem a distância da Lua ali, tá aí, ó, 400 e tantos mil quilômetros aí, ó. E está a 500 quilômetros da Terra, a altitude da Orion nesse exato momento.
And here's the ground track for Orion as it passes well to the west of South America.
Tá passando
We're just
em cima da
1
América
minute
do Sul
44
agora.
seconds away from entry interface, moving from south to north to its splashdown target west of Baja Califórnia.
Tá falando aí com o Splashdown na Califórnia, agora eu me perdi aqui. Agora eu me perdi, os navios estão lá na costa do México. Me perdi agora, hein?
Just 1 minute away from entry interface.
A velocidade altíssima, 38 mil quilômetros por hora.
this view from the cabin camera, looking out of the upper hatch of Orion, you can see the limb of the Earth. We're going to be losing all of the data here shortly once we enter into the Earth's atmosphere and begin the first of the 2 blackout periods.
Quando ele entrar na atmosfera, perde, então, o primeiro blackout, perde toda a comunicação com a Orion, a gente não tem nenhum dado com a Orion mais, né? 1 minuto aí para entrada na atmosfera aí, a uns 350 quilômetros aí, vamos ver qual é a altitude que nos passa a NASA aí. Entry interface.
Standing by for entry interface in the first of the 2 blackout periods.
Primeiro dos períodos de blackout, a entrada na atmosfera terrestre é agora. 1 minuto. Tem umas fotinhas também.
We are now in the entry phase.
Estamos na fase
entry
de entrada.
Interface has begun. Entry interface at 400,000 feet. Orion traveling just under 25,000 miles an hour.
38.000 km por hora. Começou a reentrada, gente. É o blackout, teve o blackout. Essa é uma imagem.
We've gone into the first blackout period. This is a visualization based on what should be happening at the moment, where the temperatures around the heat shield
a temperatura chega
are reaching about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the moment of truth for Orion.
O momento da verdade para Orion. O momento da verdade, gente. Momento histórico aí. Da retorno da exploração.
We should be coming out of this first blackout period just under 4 minutes from now.
4 minutos para sair desse período de blackout, que a gente não tem contato nenhum com qualquer coisa que está ali dentro da nave, né? Temperatura do Sol, 2.800 graus Celsius.
Orion should be traveling about 23,326 miles an hour at the moment. Range to splashdown, 3,125 statute miles.
Realmente falou da velocidade aí.
Again, this is a visualization of what should be happening with Orion at the moment, although we are in a blackout period that should end about 3 minutes and 15 seconds from now.
É uma animação.
Once we emerge from this first blackout period, we'll conduct the skip entry maneuver that will further dissipate heat and energy and begin a very, very dramatic reduction in the velocity of Orion
Quando
as
sair
it
desse período de
approaches its
blackout, tem um período de
splashdown
redução
site.
de velocidade, diminuição da temperatura, até antes de ligar os paraquedas, né? Então é um instante dramático antes do segundo blackout também. Estamos aí a 3 minutinhos, 2 minutinhos para acabar essa reentrada aí.
Clocks here in mission control showing the sequence of events yet to come. The first blackout period to end about 2 minutes and 18 seconds from now.
2
The
minutos e
second
8
of
segundos
the
para
2
terminar o
blackout
blackout.
periods would begin about 6 minutes from now
Daqui a 6 minutos
for
começa
about
o segundo
7
blackout.
minutes, followed by the jettisoning of the forward bay cover that will begin the sequence of the deployment of the parachutes. First, a pair of drogue chutes, 3 pilot parachutes that will then pull 3 main parachutes
Que aí
to
começam a
begin
abrir
the final
alguns
moments
paraquedas
of Orion's
auxiliares,
descent back
até
to its
finalmente abrir os
splashdown
3
in the
paraquedas
Pacific
principais
Ocean.
para o momento final de descida da Orion no Oceano Pacífico. Então está confirmando aqui que é o Oceano Pacífico, então, na costa do México. Que aqui eles falaram um pouquinho aqui de Flórida, aqui me confundi um pouquinho também. É na costa do México, então, Oceano Pacífico.
One minute to go until we come out of this first blackout period. When we emerge from this first blackout period, we'll be at an altitude of 274,000 feet traveling just under 17,000 miles an hour with a range to splashdown of 2,000 statute miles.
Falou um pouquinho aqui das velocidades e altura. Eu já parei de calcular aí, porque tem que transformar milhas aí em metros e pés aí eu já desisti. Já desisti de fazer esses cálculos aí. Apelo aí à NASA para usar os sistemas de medidas internacionais, viu? Metros e quilômetros. Nada de milhas e pés, não. Confunde a gente aqui.
Standing by for a reacquisition of signal.
Vai acabar o blackout, então. Recuperar os sinais, então, de comunicação com a Orion. O navio, o USS Portland, está ali, então, lá no Oceano Pacífico, aguardando. Os marinheiros já estão, mergulhadores já estão a postos aí no local do splashdown.
And we have data from Orion. Orion out of the blackout period.
Fora do período de blackout, já suportou aí as altíssimas temperaturas do 1.800 graus Celsius, recuperou. Olha a Terra, que linda, que linda, que linda, que linda.
Flight Dynamics reports
that
Orion is right on the money, coming right down the pike. A good view out of the cabin camera, looking out of the
aqui, então.
upper hatch of Orion.
Dá para ver o hatch da Orion aí, ó. Olha a Terra aí, ó, se chegando. Entrou na atmosfera da Terra.
We should be performing the skip entry maneuver momentarily.
A manobra de skip entry. Não sei exatamente o que
Good communications established with Orion.
Olha aí, algumas correções aí já perdeu o sinal de novo. Acho que é o segundo blackout da manobra de skip
Second blackout period to begin about 2 minutes from now.
2 minutos vai começar o segundo blackout. Também não compreendi por que são 2 blackouts, né? Tem um grande da reentrada, depois tem 2 minutos de intervalo até um segundo blackout. Será que ela pega uma velocidade maior também no meio do caminho? Enfim, eu não compreendi também. O motivo de serem 2 blackouts, né?
Orion is at the apogee of the skip entry maneuver, beginning the second in a series of role reversals, again banking maneuvers to bleed off excess inertia and to dissipate heat around the spacecraft.
Então é uma manobra agora para dissipar calor da nave, que está a altíssima temperatura, uma manobra para dissipar aí o calor e a inércia, né? Chama a manobra de skip entry.
The start of the second blackout period, about 1 minute and 13 seconds from now, will come at an altitude of 270,000 feet, with Orion traveling about 16,400 miles an hour, range to splashdown less than 1,000 miles.
270 mil pés é a altitude que ela vai chegar daqui a pouco. 270 mil pés. (82 quilômetros). Ela vai chegar a 82 quilômetros nesse segundo blackout. É a manobra de reentrada, um dos momentos críticos aí da missão Artemis, de coroar esse final da missão, de 25 dias ao redor da Lua. Lançou em 16 de novembro de 2022, exatamente 25,5 dias atrás, e vai coroar com sucesso essa missão, o splashdown e o retorno da Orion à Terra, com dados valiosíssimos aí para a sequência das missões Artemis de exploração espacial, construção do gateway na Lua, colonização ali, descoberta de água, de gelo ali, o hélio para combustível lá na Lua. Vai entrar no segundo período de blackout.
Orion approaching a velocity of 20 times the speed of sound.
A velocidade é 20 vezes a velocidade do som. If all goes as
planned, we should be out of the blackout period with a solid lockup on the vehicle.
20 vezes
11:31 and 46 seconds AM Central Time.
Mach 20. Estamos entrando agora no segundo blackout, a 80 km de altitude. Vai ter alguns minutos sem comunicação, e onde a manobra de skip entry para reduzir um pouco a inércia e a energia lá de calor da nave, para ela entrar na manobra de iniciar os paraquedas, né? São alguns paraquedas auxiliares, os 3 principais vão abrir aí para fazer o splashdown aí na costa do México, onde os navios USS Portland e USS Montgomery estão aguardando com os mergulhadores da Marinha apostos, os helicópteros apostos, para fazer a recuperação da nave.
Airborne WB-57, one of the airborne assets to track Orion's return to Earth, has visual acquisition of the vehicle. We should be coming out of this second and final blackout about 30 seconds from now.
30 segundos para o segundo blackout. Segundo blackout começando agora.
And helos flying off the deck of the USS Portland now have a visual acquisition of Orion as well. At an altitude of 174,000 feet, traveling 12,600 miles an hour, range to splashdown 288 statute miles.
A velocidade aí é 20.000 km por hora. Nesse momento, 20.000 km por hora a velocidade da Orion. Ela falou altitude aí, mas eu não peguei.
This view on the deck of the USS Portland.
Olha o deck do USS Portland, a galera lá no deck, aguardando, ansiosa. Uma imagem é direto da Orion.
There is a view out of the cabin camera of Orion as it continues a series of role reversals. We have data back from the spacecraft. Flight dynamics reports Orion straight and narrow on a true course toward its splashdown site. Forward bay cover jettisoning less than 3.5 minutes from now.
Opa, já cortou o sinal. Queria pegar uma foto ali, deixa para depois. Aí.
150,000 feet off the ocean. Orion now traveling at Mach 10.
45 quilômetros da Terra. Mach 10. 10 vezes a velocidade do som. Mach 10 a 50 quilômetros da Terra. 10 vezes a velocidade do som. Ela entrou no segundo, vai entrar no segundo blackout daqui a pouco. Eu acho que é o sinal dela que a gente está vendo, consegue ver aí. Ela está se zanzando ali na atmosfera, né?
Orion's speed now down to Mach 6.
Já reduziu a velocidade para Mach 6, 6 vezes a velocidade do som.
Two minutes until forward bay cover jettisoning.
Dois minutos para abrir os paraquedas 2 minutos.
Orion, 100,000 feet now.
100 mil pés. Tem que fazer a conversão aqui. 30 quilômetros. 30 quilômetros, pertinho, pertinho.
The spacecraft about to go subsonic.
A nave vai entrar agora em velocidade subsônica. ...45 quilômetros mais ou menos aí da Terra. Tá chegando, vai abrir os paraquedas agora. O blackout já teve ou não teve? Foi rápido? Acho que foi meio rápido, aí já passou.
"45 seconds until forward bay cover jettisoning."
45 segundos para abrir os paraquedas.
Orion now at 50,000 feet.
25 quilômetros da Terra. 25 quilômetros para abrir os paraquedas. 4 minutos para o
Forward bay cover jettisoning. Pyros are armed.
Estão armados. Vai abrir agora os paraquedas. Tan, 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 tan. 2008, sai no espaço. Tan, 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 tan.
25,000 feet.
25 mil pés, tá aí, sei lá, 30 quilômetros.
Drogues have been deployed.
Paraquedas abriram. Paraquedas abriram. Tá, 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 tá.
2 good drogue shoots reported by the recovery team out in the Pacific.
Foi o drug shoots, foi os paraquedas auxiliares.
The descent rate is
Ainda
right
vai
on
o
the
grandão
money.
agora os grandões
Orion's
agora.
velocity now down to 282 miles an hour. Range to splashdown 1.5 miles. 10,000 feet now.
Tá 3 quilômetros. 3 quilômetros. Vai abrir o paraquedas grandão agora. A velocidade já baixou bastante.
And we're on mains. 5,000 feet.
1 quilômetro, 1
Reefing
quilômetro.
in progress.
1 quilômetro e meio, a velocidade já baixou bastante. Tá em progress aí. Tá chegando aos paraquedas aí.
3 good main chutes for Orion.
3 bons paraquedas abertos aí, os paraquedas principais já foram abertos. Maravilha, maravilha, maravilha. Tá a
We have 3 fully inflated main chutes.
1 quilômetro para o splashdown.
Time to splashdown 90 seconds.
90 seconds. 1 minuto e meio para splashdown. 1 minuto e meio para
Perfect descent
splashdown.
rate reported.
Um minuto para o splashdown. 1 minuto. Reentrada, sucesso da ARTEMIS da Orion. 1 minuto para o splashdown.
And there it is.
And there it
High over
is.
the Pacific, America's new ticket to ride to the moon and beyond now in view.
Orion tá
Orion
aí.
under its chutes descending towards splashdown.
Os paraquedas para o splashdown descendo aí. Tá a alguns metros aí do mar. Orion tá aqui, gente. Ah, que lindo, que espetacular. O retorno à exploração espacial, um momento histórico aí para a
Orion in the
humanidade.
perfect orientation for splashdown. Just
Orientação
seconds away.
perfeita para o splashdown, alguns segundos daqui a pouco.
feet.
1000 pés, alguns metros. $300 metros.
Good descent rate.
300 metros, segundos para cair na água. 300 metros, está chegando. Tirar as fotinhas, né?
500 feet.
150 metros.
Splashdown.
Splashdown.
From Tranquility Base to Taurus Littrow to the tranquil waters of the Pacific, the latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close.
Da história espacial americana da NASA. Orion está na Terra.
Unofficial splashdown time 11:40
próximo grande
and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
2h40, exatamente às 14h40, horário do Brasil. Splashdown
At a mission elapsed time of 25 days, 10 hours,
25 e meio
54 minutes,
10
50
horas,
seconds. That's unofficial.
25 dias, 10 horas,
Splashing down
24 segundos.
off the coast of Baja California. The crew module uprighting system now being inflated for the bags currently being inflated.
Então, as bolsas de segurança da nave foram infladas, né? Para ela.
And we have a report that Orion is stable one, upright, the way it should be.
A Orion está estável, como deveria estar. Missão sucesso aí. Dun, 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 dun.
Once again, splashdown occurring at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time, west of Baja California, after a textbook entry for the Orion spacecraft, bringing its 25-and-a-half-day mission to an end.
A missão de 25 e meio dias da ARTEMIS I chegou ao final agora, com a reentrada splashdown da Orion, 14h40, horário do Brasil, de 11 de dezembro de 2022, um momento histórico aqui para a humanidade, para a exploração espacial. O retorno, é como se fosse uma missão Apollo da década de 60 que eu não estava vivo para assistir, como eu estivesse assistindo aqui uma reentrada aqui de uma das cápsulas da Apollo, gente do céu. Só que não tem astronauta, né? Vai ser mais emocionante quando tiver gente aí dentro, né? Agora não tem só os manequins. O manequim Campos, comandante Campos, e a Elga
is on. We have confirmation that 4 out of the 5 crew module uprighting system bags have fully inflated, standing by for word on the 5th one.
4 módulos ali.
But Orion is in great shape. Stable one, just in the orientation that had been expected.
Para abrir ali o 5º equipamento de segurança de inflar aí no mar, para eles, é que fala? Flutuar, para ele flutuar, né? De flutuação no mar. Ela está ali se balançando. E essa imagem aí deve ser do SS Montgomery ou do Portland. Uma visão aí de telescópio que eles captam aí, eles estão a alguns quilômetros aí desse local. Estavam a mais ou menos 7 quilômetros do local previsto para o splashdown. Os navios, então, estão se dirigindo nesse momento aí ao local. Os barcos com os mergulhadores estão chegando também.
The Orion spacecraft, having completed a journey of 1.4 million miles,
completou a jornada de 2,1 milhões de quilômetros andados aí
bobbing gently in the Pacific Ocean, 4 out of its 5 crew module uprighting system bags have been deployed. We're standing by for word on the 5th. However, irrespective of that, it is in stable 1 configuration in good shape, according to the recovery team.
De acordo com o time
and we are now receiving word that all 5 of the crew module uprighting system bags are fully inflated. So that's exactly what we had hoped for. Orion safely bobbing up and down in the Pacific Ocean.
Orion em segurança, flutuando no Oceano Pacífico. 5 das bolsas que foram infladas de segurança do módulo de tripulação foram infladas com segurança, conforme era previsto. Então está tudo certo. Se tivesse astronauta aí dentro, eles chegaram em segurança na Terra. Não tem. Tem o manequim, o Campos, a Elga e a Zorga, que vão colher dados aí, colheram bastante dados aí da navegação espacial de radiação, estão aí, nesse momento, aí dentro. O Snoopy também. O Snoopy, que é um indicador de 0G, de gravidade zero, também está ali dentro. O Snoopyzinho. Parabéns, todo o time NASA, toda a Agência Espacial Europeia, o pessoal do Canadá, brasileiro que também trabalhou aí na ARTEMIS. Olha lá, olha lá, olha lá, os marinheiros chegando. Olha os marinheiros chegando lá. A Marinha Americana, então, com o barquinho sobrevoando, os mergulhadores vão pular e vão conectar as cordas, os cabos, né, na Orion, para poder levar ela até o navio. O barquinho, já viu um barquinho passar ali, já fez assim, já viu o barquinho passar, eles têm uma manobra de segurança também, tem alguns gases tóxicos, o plasma de alta temperatura ali na espaçonave, então tem gases tóxicos ali ao redor, tem que esperar eles se dissiparem um pouquinho, eles chegam com máscara, com tudo ali, bem preparados para poder chegar a Orion, e alta temperatura também, está esfriando aí, né? E poder conectar o cabinho e entrar no navio USS Portland. Nós vamos ver até esse momento, para terminar aí essa livezinha histórica. 11 de dezembro de 2022, 14h46, horário do Brasil. Eu quero ver esse momento aqui que nós estamos vendo agora, da Artemis II, 2024, 2025, e se tudo é certo, se Deus me permitir, se
This
Deus
is Mission
quiser,
Control Houston. You're
estar lá
looking
ao
at
vivo
the Orion spacecraft.
Subirem e descerem no
Splashdown.
Splashdown about
6.5 minutes ago at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time.
Comentando aí então novamente aí os horários.
We are estimating that it splashed down around 5 nautical miles away from the USS Portland. The recovery ship and Navy boats and divers will be approaching the vehicle before long. The spacecraft is in what is called a stable 1 configuration, upright, just the way we had expected it to be. 5 perfectly inflated crew module uprighting system bags, maintaining a nice general configuration for Orion. First of the Navy helicopters now approaching the vehicle.
Comunicador da NASA. Helicóptero está se aproximando aí da nave.
And here in Mission Control, some of Orion's systems no longer needed are being powered down. Many of them will stay powered up for the next 2 hours while we conduct a series of test objectives to characterize the thermal conditioning of the spacecraft that will be important for future data for crewed missions to determine how long the crews can remain comfortable inside a vehicle returning from the moon.
Então eles vão testar a temperatura, alguns dados de temperatura para testar quanto tiver tripulação, quanto eles estarão seguros de estar dentro da espaçonave no retorno à Terra quando tiver astronautas, né? Eles estão testando os dados de temperatura
forces that will be approaching the spacecraft in the future. And coming up in the next hour and a half will be the reactivation of an ammonia boiler system that will provide cooling in the spacecraft, as it will when crews return from their missions on board Orion.
USS Portland, chegando aí. 2 helicópteros já levantaram voo, estão sobrevoando lá a nave. Um helicóptero está aqui no deck ainda.
This is Mission Control Houston. Reports from the USS Portland indicate that the first of 2 Navy helicopters flying in the vicinity of Orion, which is about 5 nautical miles away from the ship, indicate no damage to the spacecraft and no hazardous fuel leaking from the spacecraft. Good view of the helicopters and the initial Navy boats that will be approaching Orion a short time from now. Once again, the splashdown occurring at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time.
Welcome home, Orion. Seja bem-vindo à casa, Orion. Eu quero ver essa missão Artemis I. É de teste, não tem astronauta ali dentro, não é tripulada. Eu quero ver a tripulada 2024, 2025. Quero ver ao vivo isso aí. Quero estar lá nos Estados Unidos, no Kennedy Space Center, para ver o lançamento, o lift-off e o splashdown, se der também de algum lugar ali para assistir, sei lá. Se bem que aí no alto mar não dá para ver. Mas o lançamento eu quero ver lá no Kennedy Space Center, hein? Da missão Artemis II, que vai levar 4 astronautas, e a Artemis III, 2025 ou 2026, quero estar lá também. Os astronautas que vão alunizar na Lua, a primeira mulher e a primeira pessoa negra, que é essa a intenção da NASA aí, nessa retomada da colonização aí da Lua, novas pesquisas aí, o helicóptero chegando ali pertinho ali da Orion, e preparação para Marte também. E aí, Mary? Vem cá, vem. Tem que levar a Maria no... Chega aqui. Vem cá. Senão não vou no shopping, hein? Não vou no shopping. Eu tenho que levar a Maria no shopping, que ela vai passear no shopping, então, né, Maria? Ó, peraí, vamos terminar aqui que eu já vou, hein? Ela já tá me chamando aqui para ir pro shopping. E, Maria, você espera mais um minutinho? Tá prontinha ali para ir pro shopping, passear no shopping. com as amigas aqui. Estamos em Chapecó, Santa Catarina, mas estamos retornando para Minas, com a graça de Deus, a médio prazo. Minas Gerais, o estado mais gostoso do Brasil.
This is Mission Control Houston. Orion in the Pacific Ocean, having splashed down at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time, around 5 nautical miles or so from the USS Portland, a textbook entry for the vehicle. On the USS Portland at this hour, my colleague Daryl Nell from the Kennedy Space Center, who's with the Exploration Ground Systems Recovery Team. Daryl, how did it look to you? It certainly looked textbook to us here.
I'd say that's a great description, Rob. Perfectly landed here in the Pacific Ocean, and that's been confirmed by the operations manager that I just spoke to. Watching it from the deck as an observer, we have, as you can see, some broken clouds in the sky, like right around 3,000 feet. But we saw those 3 full main parachutes pop out. It was a beautiful sight, probably just about several thousand feet in the sky, and then we watched that slow descent as the Orion crew module made its way down to the Pacific Ocean. Saw the splash, and then, of course, the assets aboard the USS Portland here immediately started making their way towards the splashdown site, and as you see live now, they are close to being next to the capsule. Now, the helicopters that you see flying there, those are MH-60s. We have 2 of them in the air, and they are right now gathering high-quality, high-definition imagery of the capsule in the water. There's a spotter aboard. We have photographers as well. The doors are completely open on both sides of the helicopters, and so you can see them flying a circular track around the splashdown location. They have marked, if you can see it, you can see what looks like smoke coming off the location just to the left there. That is the boats having marked location where some of the debris has come down, the debris that was part of the separation event, the part of the parachutes opening event. So you have the sabot as well as the lid from the parachutes. All of that is being tracked by the Sasquatch team.
Os barcos estão soltando para
marcar o local do debris que eles chamam de onde foi o splashdown. Floatable smoke grenades.
Então,
all of that hardware,
os barcos estão marcando a área
wants to recover because there's valuable information in data.
São informações valiosas aí para eles registrarem, fotografarem.
The helicopters will be out
informações importantes,
for another 20 minutes, gathering imagery. You can see one of them getting very close.
Helicóptero chegando bem perto, pegando dados ali de telemetria,
GSS camera,
fotos.
Ultra high definition, 8K. Which is gathering imagery.
Uma câmera de alta definição de 8K, pegando imagens desse momento.
We are currently on course.
Eu vou levar a Maria Cecília no
to go right by the splashdown location. So we are right about 3.5 miles and closing.
E aí a gente vai
we are going to a point that's going to be 1 mile out. That's our next waypoint. 1 mile out from the splashdown location.
Vai ficar correndo aí. Vai ficar tudo normal aí, tá?
One of the things we're waiting for is for ammonia boil off. And that's why the Navy boats are not yet next to the capsule. We're still going to wait that out.
Então, os mergulhadores vão esperar então arrefecer os gases tóxicos, os amônia, arrefecer os gases para poder chegar perto do local.
The ammonia on the capsule is used for cooling purposes, to keep the cabin cool for crew. Of course, there's no crew in this capsule, but for future missions, it will certainly be an important part of keeping the astronauts cool during the heat of reentry. But for now, they're going to vent off that ammonia. And as they do that,
amônia usada para arrefecer ali, esfriar a cápsula. Eles estão esperando a amônia arrefecer para poderem
So of course, we'll keep our eyes fixed to the location, our cameras as well. The USS Portland's standing by for our next waypoint, 1 mile from the splashdown site.
O Portland está a uma milha,
boats will be going
quilômetro e meio do local, já está chegando ali o Portland para recuperar.
Spectacular sight from out here, Rob. Toss it back to you.
Beleza, voltou ali. Deixa eu
Thanks, Daryl. Back here in Mission Control, the entry Flight Director Judd Freeling on the left. To his left, Flight Director Rick Henfling. And with me on console here, probably none more important than the NASA Administrator, Bill Nelson. Senator, thank you for joining us today.
Bill Nelson, diretor da NASA. Dá umas palavrinhas lá, né?
Rob, I'm overwhelmed. I'd say it's good to see you, but this is an extraordinary day.
Dia extraordinário.
I remember years ago when I saw you return on Columbia from your mission into space, and it all conjures up a tremendous amount of memories. Orion back on Earth, having circumnavigated the moon, having survived a critical test of its heat shield. I think you have to be hesitant to celebrate and throw confetti a little bit too early, but it certainly is an important achievement, is it not?
It's historic because we are now going back into space, into deep space, with a new generation.
Uma nova geração.
Kennedy just stunned everybody with the Apollo generation and said that we were going to achieve what we thought was impossible. And did that in a short period of time. And many things have happened since. But we knew we were going back. But we knew we were going back to the moon just to continue to explore outward into the cosmos. And so that's why this is a defining day. It is one that marks new technology, a whole new breed of astronaut, a vision for the future that captures the DNA of particularly Americans, although we do this as an international venture. And that DNA is we are adventurers, we are explorers, we always have a frontier. And that frontier is now to continue exploring the heavens.
We had to wait a while for Artemis to finally get to the point where the Space Launch System got us underway back on November 16th. But once it did, these engineers and the other members of the team's front room, back room, they've been pretty giddy over the amount of data that they've required and how this vehicle appears to have exceeded its expectations in its performance.
The whole vehicle, the rocket, the European participation in the support module, the spacecraft itself, Orion, performing so well that they added a lot of tests. And lo and behold, we're going to be up to our ears in data, thankfully. And of course, today, the two main things that had to happen was that that heat shield had to work, and it did beautifully, where they can skip off the atmosphere and bleed that speed down from 25,000 miles an hour. And then the parachutes had to work, and they did it as well.
You know, the engineering, the design of this mission, all the work that will go into the next flight when a crew is on board, right, to orbit the moon. What does this say about NASA and the international partner cooperation and the partnership that ultimately takes us not only to the moon but beyond?
Well, it says a lot about our country because we don't do it secretively. We do it openly, and we do it with our friends, and we invite all peoples of the earth. And we are doing it also with commercial partners, because when we go into orbit on Apollo 3, we are going to rendezvous and dock with in this case, SpaceX lander and the crew will go down to the surface, and then we have another competition going on now for another lander, so that we will have 2 landers. And again, this is the program of going back to the moon to learn, to live, to invent, to create, in order to explore beyond.
Com bastante
50 years ago today, Gene Cernan, Jack Schmitt landed their lunar module Challenger on Taurus Littrow, the final lunar landing. It only seems fitting half a century later to the day. Orion back home.
Fazendo aí uma comparação com a Apollo 17 e 52 anos depois estamos retornando,
I had last night to sit with Jack Schmitt at the astronaut dinner and to talk to him about those experiences. 50 years, it's a long time, but look what we have done in the meantime. The space shuttle, we built the International Space Station, we brought in commercial partners. We now go to and from regularly the International Space Station with cargo and crew. And here we go. We've got scouts going to the moon that are commercial scouts that land, that take NASA instruments and scientific instruments in preparing us for the landings of our astronauts. And so it's a new day. A new day has dawned. An Artemis generation is taking us there.
And Orion continues to await the arrival of the USS Portland, which shouldn't be very much longer from now, and some flight test objectives that will be taking place over the next couple of hours before we here in Houston hand the vehicle over to the Kennedy Space Center recovery team. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, pleasure to see you today, and thank you so much for being with us.
What a day. Oh, it is my great privilege.
Como o Neil Armstrong disse, pequeno passo para o homem, grande salto salto gigantesco para a humanidade. Esse aqui é o retorno de novo pequeno passo para o homem, e próximo grande salto para a humanidade, que é a Artemis I, está concluindo agora a sua missão de 25,5 dias, lançou dia 16 de novembro de 2022 do Kennedy Space Center, esse foguetão aqui, né? Lançou a Orion fez o que tinha que fazer, rodou a órbita retrógrada distante, fez dados aí de medição de radiação nos manequins, no campus que está lá, Elg Zorga que estão lá também, o Snoopy, o Zero G Indicator está lá também. Fez aí todas as pesquisas, todos os dados, chegou a 127 quilômetros da Lua, a 70 mil quilômetros de distância, o mais distante, o recorde, né? A nave espacial feita, projetada para ter humanos dentro, aí mais longe que já foi até hoje, 70 mil quilômetros da Lua.
This is Mission Control Houston, 26 minutes after the return of Orion from its circumnavigation to the moon and a splashdown in the Pacific, a bullseye splashdown, just about 5 nautical miles away from the USS Portland, as had been planned. The Portland about to arrive near the spacecraft, as you heard from Daryl Nail, who at this moment is standing by on the Portland with the woman in charge of the recovery operations, Melissa Jones. Daryl?
Para esse momento aí de...
Thank you, Rob. That's right. Melissa Jones, the recovery director, just came from outside the ship's control center, where she was monitoring and, of course, managing her team in the midst of this recovery. So, Melissa, thank you for being here.
Só terminar aqui. Concluindo, parabéns, Apollo. Artemis
what a day it is, right?
Está retornando,
irmã gêmea de Apollo. And I want to ask you, first of all, operationally, where do we stand? And what do we have to go?
Essa primeira missão de teste, pegar todos os dados, estudar bastante, né? E depois, na Artemis II, levar 4 astronautas para fazer esse mesmo sobrevoo à Lua e o Splashdown aqui igualzinho. Eu quero ver ao vivo aqui, lá nos Estados Unidos. Em 2025 e 2026, subir os 4 astronautas e alunizar a primeira mulher e a primeira pessoa negra na Lua também, propósito de inclusão da nave. Deixa eu só ver o que a diretora de Team Recovery está fazendo aí, né?
And then we will approach the capsule and
attach tá dizendo aí o que eles vão fazer, né? Vão chegar para os procedimentos de segurança para chegar até a cápsula e trazê-la para o navio Portland, né? É uma missão delicada, está dizendo que vai levar algumas horas aí para fazer o que tem que ser feito direitinho, né?
And we've got already 4 to 5 foot seas out here in the Pacific.
Correct. So it is a delicate balance to try to
Beleza?
control the
Então aí,
capsule and the well deck with all the water
fechado
that
então.
we have in there,
God bless
and to
Artemis,
softly
goddess
land
of
it on the
nature.
cradle
Deus
so that we
abençoe
can
Artemis,
capture
deusa
as
da
much data
natureza,
from the heat shield as possible.
deusa da caça,
Now,
deusa
as
da
the
beleza.
capsule was coming
Future is
down,
back.
briefly
O
tell me
futuro
your reaction
voltou.
in that
E
moment.
time is now. E a hora é
So
agora.
when they called
Next
capture
Giant
from the
Leap in Evolution,
helicopters,
próximo
it was the most
gigante
amazing
passo na
feeling. It's
evolução.
just been a
Most
long time
historical
coming. We've
moment
been
of
working this
21st
mission for
century.
a while, and we've done a
Momento
ton of
mais histórico
training.
do século
And every
XXI.
time
O
you do training with
retorno
a
da
mock-up
exploração humana à
capsule,
Lua, o
you don't
Return of
have
Human
any of
Space
that. You
Exploration
don't
after
have
50 years, depois de
parachutes. You
50
don't,
anos das missões
hear
Apollo.
coming back to the
Meu
atmosphere,
Deus.
the
E
sonic
aí
booms
preparando
and
a
all that
base
kind
aí
of stuff.
para a
And
Lua
today
e para
that
Marte.
actually
Então termina
happened.
aí com Júlio
It's just
Verne.
amazing.
Everything one person can
And your
imagine,
team, it's worth noting,
others
has
can
been
make
out here a
real.
long time. From the
Tudo que uma
moment
pessoa pode
of
imaginar,
launch,
outras
you
podem
were
tornar
on
real.
console,
Júlio Verne então
ready to
imaginou
support if
essa chegada à
something
Lua 100
off-nominal
anos
happened,
antes de
unusual, you were
1969, não
going
foi
to
em
be able to recover that
1865 que ele
capsule
escreveu
wherever
esse
it was
livro, né?
needed to recover.
Na
So you were
Terra-Lua,
working that
imaginando
and stayed through
balão,
Thanksgiving all the
canhão,
way
né?
to now. So
1865.
it's
Em
been a long road.
It has been,
1969,
yeah. Several of us supported launch,
104
and then
anos
we
depois que o
deployed
ser humano
out
foi
here about
pisar na
23 days
Lua, né?
before,
Então,
when we're out here for
Júlio
Thanksgiving as a
Verne,
team.
seu sonho
So we have been
tornou-se
waiting for
realidade
this and
e
preparing
está
for it for a while.
continuando com a
And it
missão
looks like you're doing
Artemis.
a great
Toda a
job
atividade
so
com
far.
Apollo,
Good
né?
luck the rest of the way,
Está
Melissa
continuando
Jones,
com a
and
missão
thank you for
Artemis.
joining us.
Thank you
Beleza?
very much.
God
Thanks for
bless.
having me.
God
All
bless.
right, Rob?
Vou levar minha filha pro shopping e vou deixar rodando aqui. Beleza? Até mais.
Thank you, Daryl. We'll be back to you on the USS Portland here shortly as the post-splashdown activities and the recovery operations will continue. As mentioned earlier, it will take about 2 hours from the time of splashdown until the time that Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team
Então,
of
mais ou
entry
menos
flight
2 horas para fazer
controllers here
toda
will hand the
essa
vehicle
manobra de
over
recuperação da
to the
cápsula.
Exploration
Então,
Ground
vou
System
deixar
Recovery
rolando
Team
aqui, vou levar minha filha ao
that
shopping e
will
volto, tá?
work over the next several hours to bring the Orion into the well deck of the USS Portland. With me, a familiar face, Bob Cabana, NASA's Associate Administrator. Bob, it's great to see you here.
Aí.
And with Orion back on Earth, another milestone accomplished on the road back to putting Americans on the surface of the moon. In terms of the criticality of what we've seen over the past 4 weeks, your thoughts on how this mission evolved and now the stepping stone that would put a crew on board a couple of years from now?
Oh, Rob, it's been absolutely critical to get this mission off safely. This test flight is what we need in order to prove this vehicle so that we can fly with a crew. And that's the next step, and I can't wait. You know, the launch, first off, yeah, I was on the roof of the Launch Control Center. I went up there with the administrator and deputy administrator when we came out of the T-minus 10-minute hold, and it was phenomenal. It was absolutely amazing. The rocket performed flawlessly, and I haven't been that happy in a long time after we came down off the roof. And then to see the mission go as well as it did, the shots that we got from the vehicle, that one from 40,000 miles away where you saw the moon with the Earth in the background. And then this morning, I mean, we've learned how to operate this vehicle. A few minor glitches along the way, but it is performed flawlessly. And we're learning how to work with it, operate it. And that's what this JSC team does. It is so great to be back here in mission control, to be with the ops team. I'm so proud of these guys. Amazing. But if you were watching this morning, I loved the video. I don't know if it was on NASA TV or not, but the moon just kept, I mean, the Earth just kept getting bigger and bigger. It was really hauling as it came in. And the preciseness with which they were able to bring it down and seeing the chutes come out. And it's just, I'm so proud of this team, the Orion team, the entire SLS, Artemis team, the folks here at JSC. It's just been amazing. I wish Gene Cernan were still alive. You know, here we are on the 50th anniversary, and Gene was such a proponent of getting us back to the moon. I wish he were alive to have seen this mission. It would have meant a lot to him.
I don't want to date you, but I think 24 years ago, at this moment in time, you were building a space station, I believe, with your crew on STS-88. We had so many dramatic, jaw-dropping images during the course of this flight. What for you was the most impactful moment?
Oh, I'm not sure I can pick one. Obviously, the launch. The team has worked so hard to get to the point where we successfully launched this rocket. I think the successful burns along the way to actually get that go for the TLI burn and do it and be on our way to the moon again. Absolutely awesome. I think the pictures that we saw, but the splashdown, how can you not? I mean, this was really emotional going around and congratulating folks for what we did. So it's hard to pick just one. I think what has meant the most to me, more than just watching the mission, more than the mission highlights, is being with the teams at the Kennedy Space Center, at the Marshall Space Flight Center, here at the Johnson Space Center, and just being able to go up and talk to them and thank them for all their hard work that got us to where we are. I think it means a lot to me.
And Bob, final question. The next step, Artemis II, putting a crew on a vehicle to orbit the moon. It's going to be a complicated mission. It's a long road. It seems like a long time from now, but based on what we've just witnessed and based on what we believe will be the ultimate data flow out of this mission, doesn't seem that far away, does it?
It is not that far away. It's going to mean a lot when we get the crew assigned and we see them in training. We get that human face to this. I've seen the flight hardware at KSC. The Orion 2 spacecraft for Artemis 2 is there. It's in build. We got to get Artemis 1 back and transfer some of the black boxes across to make sure that they get checked out and everything works. You know, the rockets being built, we are on the way. And I think when you put a human face to that, when you actually see that, hey, we're sending humans to the moon again, and we're going to get this 1-year cadence eventually where we're doing this on an annual basis. This is our future, and it's different from how we went during Apollo. We're going in a sustainable way. We're paving the way to go onto Mars, not just the moon and Mars, but to establish a presence in our solar system beyond our home planet, to explore, to have those technologies in space, to continue to learn and improve things here on planet Earth.
Bob Cabana, NASA's Associate Administrator. Thanks so much for being with us, Bob.
Rob, it is always a pleasure to share a mic with the voice of NASA. I think a lot of you, buddy, you know that. We've worked together a long time. You keep doing a great job.
Thank you very much, Bob. Bob Cabana, NASA's Associate Administrator, with us here in Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. About 37 minutes since Orion splashed down in the Pacific. On the deck of the USS Portland, as he has been throughout the course of the morning, Daryl Nail, my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center. Daryl, how are things going out there? It looks like you're about to approach the vehicle.
Yeah, we're very close to that moment, Rob, here on the USS Portland. We're just about 100 miles off the coast of Baja, Mexico. The operation, as you've heard and been commentating, it is going pretty smoothly at this point. But we are in a pre-planned waiting period as we wait for the ammonia that is inside the capsule. It is used for cooling. This is boiling off at this moment into the atmosphere. And until that's complete, the boats will be on hold. Now, the Navy divers right now at this moment are outside of the 120-yard radius around the capsule. That was part of the plan. They will close within just a few feet to start detecting if there are any hazardous gases coming from the capsule. But that will only happen once our recovery director, Melissa Jones, has given them the go to close in. The ship, meanwhile, the USS Portland, is on its way to close within 2,000 yards of the capsule. As you can see it floating there, the bags fully inflated that are used to upright it. bright orange in color at the top of the capsule. The ship will then come alongside the capsule, and once the Navy divers have gone in and made sure that the capsule is safe to approach, they will begin taking imagery, photographs, both on the top side of the water, and then also they have Navy divers prepared to go underneath the capsule and take pictures of the heat shield, the all-important component of this capsule, which is the primary objective in terms of the test and this flight test, is to make sure that that heat shield works and works well. So fresh from space, they want to make sure that they have images of it preserved as it is now before the operation begins, where they pull it into the well deck of the USS Portland. That will involve the attachment of ropes, as well as a winch line that then connects to the USS Portland. The well deck of the USS Portland will be flooded to about 6 feet, and those Navy boats will attach their lines and then pull alongside the Navy vessel, connect to a winch line, and then carefully tow it into the well deck. Again, we are currently awaiting the completion of ammonia boil-off from the capsule. They've allowed for up to 2 hours, but it could take a shorter period of time. And once you see those Navy boats closing in, then you'll know that that ammonia boil-off is complete. Of course, we'll let you know when that happens. Live on the deck of the USS Portland, Rob, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Daryl. Daryl Nail on the USS Portland out in the Pacific, west of Baja California. Back here in mission control as the flight controllers watch over the initial phase of the recovery operations. We're joined by the director of the Johnson Space Center, Vanessa Weich. Vanessa, great Sunday to have you here with us on console.
Fabulous Sunday. What a great day. You know, it's amazing to me, everything that has been accomplished throughout this entire mission. But being here with the team and seeing and witnessing this splashdown together, amazing, wonderful. I really can't describe how I feel.
You know, we were talking just a moment ago, it never ceases to amaze me how these missions are designed. The execution is one thing, but the design of the mission here by the flight control team, and just down the hall, by the way, there are humans orbiting the Earth in the International Space Station. So it's almost like a 2-for-1 here.
It is. I mean, you know, to me this week, and well, for the past 26 days, being able to come into the control center and know that we had teams controlling the International Space Station with our crew members on board. And we've had, as you know, successfully crews living off of this planet for over 22 years. But then in another control center where we're monitoring and making sure that the maneuvers, everything that had to happen on the Orion spacecraft, that was being tracked, followed, and, you know, data, anything that needed to be sent up was just done so perfectly and professionally. This team has trained for years. First, you got to plan the mission, as you know, then you have to execute the mission. And so the years of planning, the years of getting ready, the preparations really paid off.
You know, after a team wins the World Series like the Astros did, you can celebrate for about 24 hours before you have to worry about spring training that's coming up. There's almost never a moment to breathe. Artemis II, not too far down the pike.
Yes, absolutely. So for us, you know, this is great. We've accomplished Orion 1, this test flight, being able to test out the heat shields, those parachutes, as you saw, brought the spacecraft down. But now we have to get it ready for our crews to be on board. So all of the systems that we need to integrate for our environmental controls, those are things that will be new as we go forward for Artemis II. And then it's the outfitting of the cabin. all the things, simple things you think about if they're going to be going for 10 days. So we got to make sure that we have the food, we have the clothing, all of the things that they're going to need for their next trip. But there's a lot of additional training, there's a lot of additional planning that has to happen in order for us to be ready for Artemis II.
Thank you so much, Vanessa Weich, the director of the Johnson Space Center. What a busy time this has been.
Oh, but I also, Rob, though, I want to say thank you and congratulations to all of the employees, our entire workforce here at NASA Johnson Space Center. But I also want to thank our European partners. I want to thank our industry partners. It took thousands of people to make this possible. And now the recovery that's being done by the Navy, just want to say major thank you to the brave individuals that are out, and they're going to be bringing the Orion spacecraft into the Portland, and then she'll be back going to Florida, and my friends in Florida are ready to receive her. We're super excited and just want to say thank you to everyone that has made this possible.
Thank you so much, Vanessa Weich, director of the Johnson Space Center. Time to celebrate just a little bit before we catch our breath and press on.
Yes, time to celebrate. Then we got to get ready for Artemis II.
Vanessa Weich, thank you so much. Back here in Mission Control, it has now been 46 minutes since the splashdown of the Orion spacecraft to complete its 25-and-a-half-day mission. Flight controllers here in Houston reporting that the vehicle looks great. In the initial visual inspections being made by the helicopter teams, as you heard Daryl Nail reference just a short time ago. We just heard from Vanessa Weich, the Johnson Space Center director. Now let's turn our attention to the East Coast, to the Kennedy Space Center, where the director of the Kennedy Space Center, Janet Petro, is standing by with us. Janet, good afternoon, and what a moment as your exploration ground systems folks are hard at work out in the Pacific.
Absolutely. Thanks, Rob. It's been a really, really exciting morning, and can't wait for our teams to get to work out there on the West Coast.
You know, we heard a short time ago from Melissa Jones from the deck of the USS Portland. How complicated has been the development of this recovery operation that your team is executing as we speak?
Well, it's pretty complicated, but you know, our teams make it look easy. I will start out by saying, or giving, I should say, a big shout out to really Vanessa and her flight ops team and the whole Orion team to deliver an amazing mission, bringing us down through splashdown. But now it's over to Melissa and her team, and she's done an incredible amount of work to get to this point. You know, what we do at NASA, it really is all about collaborations, and the collaborations that we've had with the Department of Defense in particular over the past many years, their hard work and their dedication as they went through a great deal of planning, hardware development and processes, and a lot of practicing to get to this point and make it look easy. You know, that capsule sitting out there on the ocean, it looks very similar to the Apollo capsule, but it's actually about 30% larger. And so the complexity of recovering that larger vehicle is a little bit more. But Melissa and her team have been practicing, their latest underway recovery test. They completed, it was the 9th one, and they completed that last November 21st of last year, 2021. So they're ready. Watching these teams precisely perform these recovery operations is amazing. And so I think we're going to have a really, really great day. I'm going to be traveling to San Diego to watch the ship come in port in a couple days. So I look forward to seeing that capsule on board the well-deck ship.
Janet, there's a lot of work to be done before Artemis II, but the first milestone here will be getting the vehicle back to your center in Florida for a detailed inspection and detailed analysis. What's the basic timeline for all of that work?
Yeah, so Splashdown today is really the beginning of the journey back to KSC. So as I mentioned, I'll be there in San Diego when the ship comes into port in a couple of days. And then Orion will then be loaded onto a truck and transported back to the Kennedy Space Center. And that's going to take a couple of days because of road-related conditions. The Orion will still have some residual hazardous waste on it. And of course, planning the roadways as it gets trucked back to the Kennedy Space Center takes some careful navigation. So by the end of this month, the end of December, we expect to have Orion coming back onto our center. We think that's going to be a really great Christmas present for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. And it'll go right into our multi-payload processing facility for its post-flight assessment. And that's where the remaining residual hazardous fluids will be removed from it. And then just after the new year, the teams will be opening up the hatch of the Orion. And then once that's complete, I think Rob, you called it the moment of truth. They'll remove that heat shield and begin a really detailed inspection an assessment of how that heat shield performed during its reentry and recovery operation. So we're really looking forward. I know the whole team's really looking forward to see how that assessment comes out. And then after that, it's Orion's journey is not done. It'll be making its way up to the Glenn Research Center, where it will be doing some acoustic and further environmental testing up at that center. So journey isn't over. It's just kind of making its way here on the terrestrial path back. So thanks.
Janet Petro, the director of the Kennedy Space Center, joining us here today. Congratulations, Janet, and thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, Rob. It's a great capstone to our 60th diamond anniversary to have Splashdown, successful Splashdown. So take care. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you again, Janet Petro, the director of the Kennedy Space Center, joining us today. Orion safely upright and stable one, as the Navy and Exploration Ground Systems team continue to approach the vehicle in the first multi-hour choreography that will bring the vehicle into the well deck of the USS Portland. On the deck of the USS Portland right now is Daryl Nail, who has NASA astronaut Shannon Walker with him once again, post-splashdown this time. Daryl, how are things going out there?
Rob, we've got a front row seat to this operation. As you can see behind me, Shannon Walker, as you mentioned, NASA astronaut, joining me with this incredible view as we watch that capsule floating in the Pacific Ocean, just 100 miles off of Baja, Mexico.
Puxa, que lindo, hein?
We have an MH-60 Nighthawk helicopter encircling it, and the Navy boats in the water. First of all, Shannon, how about this view?
How about this view? Ah, é maravilhosa. A Shannon, a gente já viu ela aqui atrás, né? Ela é uma astronauta.
That is a human-rated capsule that went around the moon and returned and is now in the Pacific Ocean. As an astronaut, what kind of thoughts do you have seeing a moment like this?
Que pensamentos você tem como
astronauta? It's actually really emotional to see something like this, knowing that the next time we're going to have people on that capsule.
Saber que a próxima vez nós vamos ter gente ali dentro é super
It's pretty amazing that we're going to be able to go back to the moon.
Pretty amazing.
Incredible indeed. And as we look at, let's paint the picture for the audience as we look out at this operation. Currently in a moment where we are pausing for ammonia boil-off. That's the cooling that the Orion crew module uses to keep the astronauts cool inside the cabin as they wait to be taken out of the capsule. There's none in this one, but this would be a period in which that would happen. You can see the Navy boats. They're roughly outside of 120 yards from the capsule. They have equipment that will sniff out any hazardous gases near
Eles estão agora limpando os gases perigosos ao redor da cápsula. Eles estão fazendo agora nesse
until that
momento.
ammonia boil-off happens. And then also in your view, you can see the MH-60 circling back around. It is leaning so the photographers inside and a high-resolution camera mounted on the side can get imagery of the capsule fresh from space. My question to you, Shannon, is as we watch this continue to wait and for the Navy divers to get closer, thoughts of Artemis II now come to mind. You've heard folks have been talking about it. Rob has been discussing it with many of the leadership around NASA. People want to know, well, who are the astronauts going to be for Astronaut 2?
Quem serão os astronautas da Artemis II?
That is the question. No, I have no idea.
Ela não tem nem ideia.
Once we get this capsule back, we'll look it over and we'll be able to determine when Artemis II will actually be able to launch. And once we know that launch day, we'll figure out the right time to name the crew based on the training
eles escolheram os dados da Orion 1, então já vão determinar o próximo lançamento da Artemis II. Eu gostei disso aí.
Predicated on Artemis II and that launch date?
Absolutely. We don't want to have the crew just spinning their wheels if Artemis II is going to be a long way out, but I don't think it will be. So I would say sometime in the next 6 months, maybe. Is it just a guess? Don't hold me to it. We might be naming the crew.
Nos próximos 6 meses já terá uma data de lançamento que a astronauta dizendo. Pô, legal, hein?
One quick update and note, the recovery team was looking at the possibility of recovering the parachutes as well as the forward bay cover, but that is not going to happen this time. They did mark their locations, but they did slip below the surface of the ocean, and so no recovery of the parachutes or the forward bay cover. That's it from
Não
right
vão
here on the
conseguir
USS
recuperar os
Portland.
paraquedas, a informação que o colega está dizendo, já fundaram os paraquedas, né, então.
Daryl Nail on the deck of the USS Portland with NASA astronaut Shannon Walker. It's been almost an hour since Orion splashed down. Everything with the entry and splashdown went by the book. If you weren't with us for the final minutes of Orion's descent toward the Pacific Ocean, we have a replay after the deployment of the 3 main chutes, which were pulled out in sequential fashion after pilot parachutes and drogue chutes were deployed. The main chutes came out. They reefed in perfect fashion, slowly descending towards the splashdown that was marked at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time, at a point about 5 nautical miles or so from the USS Portland, west of Baja California. Orion entered the Earth's atmosphere traveling 25 times the speed of sound. It decelerated to a splashdown velocity of just under 100 miles an hour. It was a very gentle splashdown for Orion. All of its entry milestones were performed in perfect fashion. 2 blackout periods in which the plasma around Orion built up, preventing data and communications with the spacecraft as a natural function of the heat of reentry, which was about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, twice as much as re-entering space shuttles and other crewed vehicles have experienced. But although some analysis must be performed now, and there's the splashdown itself as it occurred, analysis, as you'll hear in a moment from our next guest, must be conducted to make sure that everything went as had been prescribed. On the heat shield particularly, and there's a live view of Orion as the Navy boats with the Navy divers and other recovery personnel begin to approach the spacecraft. With us here in Mission Control is Michelle Zahner, the Orion Mission Planning Lead from the Vehicle Integration Office. Michelle, thank you for joining us today. And I guess the natural and the big question is, unbelievable that all this just ticked off in trip hammer fashion the way it was designed.
É inacreditável que tudo funcionou bem.
Yes, it was an incredible mission. So we accomplished all of our major mission objectives. The vehicle performed every bit as well as we hoped, and even better in a lot of ways. So as an example, the solar rays generated more power throughout the flight than we expected. So this is the furthest any human-rated spacecraft has ever gone, and that required a lot of complex analysis and mission planning and trajectory planning ahead of the mission, and to see it all come together and have such a successful test mission was amazing.
Michelle, it was a test flight, of course. There was a lot of risk involved. An elevated risk because there was no crew on board,
de risco
and you
elevado,
could
né? Não tinha
take, shouldn't say
tripulação a bordo,
liberties,
tudo
but
bem.
you could expand the envelope of what you needed to do in order to acquire the data that you were looking for in order to set the stage for the next mission when a crew will be on board. From a vehicle standpoint, sitting in these mission management teams, sitting with your engineers on a day-to-day basis, how much data did you acquire, and how long do you think it's going to take to pore over this so you write the textbook of Artemis I?
Yeah, we acquired a ton of data during the mission. So one of the first things that we'll do post-mission is take several months to go back through that data, really dissect it, and understand the vehicle performance. You know, we did a lot of testing and analysis prior to the mission, but nothing really compares to seeing the vehicle perform in the harsh space environment. So that's certainly going to be our first focus after the mission is looking at all that data. And as you mentioned, you know, we pushed the vehicle further than we probably would with the crew on board, but through that, we learned a lot. We learned that the vehicle is more robust than we thought in many areas. And so taking that information and expanding our operational envelope will help as we go forward to more complex missions in the future.
And in the Orion Vehicle Integration Office, for yourself and your colleagues, it's almost like wearing two hats. You have to go back and pore over the data from this flight, but now you got to prepare a vehicle that will sustain a crew, including an environmental control system, a life support system for the crew itself. How are you all going to juggle all of this work over the next couple of years?
Yeah, there is a lot of work that goes on in parallel. So as I mentioned, I think the post-flight review is going to be the top priority for the first few months. But at the same time, the crew module and the European service module for Artemis II is already at Kennedy Space Center. It's already being put through the paces in testing. So that vehicle is already there. After Splashdown here, there are some avionics that we're going to take off of the Artemis I crew module, refurbish, and then install in the Artemis II crew module. And then, as you mentioned, we have the new environmental control and life support systems and a lot of other crew interfaces like crew displays, and all of that is in the process of being integrated and tested. So we celebrate Artemis I today, but tomorrow we get back to work and we start focusing heavily on Artemis II and making sure we have a successful first crew mission.
You're going to have to delay those vacation plans just a little bit. Michelle Zahner from the Orion Vehicle Integration Office, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Obrigado. Valeu, Michele. Mais uma mulher aí, tomando conta aí dos caminhos aeroespaciais da NASA. Nota 10, viu? Parabéns. Tô gostando de ver. Então a gente vai mais uma horinha aí para até ver a cápsula entrar no navio USS Portland. Tá, a hora que ela entrar, aí beleza, a gente encerra porque não vai ter nem astronauta para sair ali para a gente ver, né? Entrou no navio, terminamos.
Back here in Mission Control, about an hour and 2 minutes now since the splashdown of Orion. Just about 5 nautical miles away from the USS Portland, which is approaching the vehicle, as well as Navy recovery teams. Back on the USS Portland, Daryl Nail from the Kennedy Space Center with the Exploration Ground Systems folks is with Captain John Ryan, the commanding officer of the vessel. Daryl?
Agora tem que ajudar a mãe ali a dar banho na Lica, a Maria para o shopping.
Captain John Ryan here. Thanks for making the time to come and join us from off the bridge. Absolutely. Appreciate you being here. So far, this has been pretty amazing in terms of the completion of the mission. From your vantage point, how did you see it, and what are you seeing now?
Right now we have the orbital is in the water. Right now we're kind of in that 2 to 3 hour window where NASA and the Navy's EOD teams are conducting some tests. We're getting imagery and data for NASA, which will help support the future astronaut missions. And from perspective, honestly, I think this is one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do. I've been in the Navy 23 years. I've done a lot of missions and I've been all over the world, but to be part of this NASA mission today is probably one of the coolest things I've ever been part of.
That's impressive, and that says a lot. As we look just behind us, Captain Ryan, and we see the operation currently in a moment of pause where they're waiting for the capsule to vent off the rest of its ammonia using its cooling system. We can see the Navy boats in the water. Currently, you've got the ship on a course heading going around this operation. What has been your instruction to your team commanding the ship?
So I just basically wanted to keep the ship within visual distance of the orbital and our teams in case they need anything. It also is providing, let's be honest, a lot of people are out here and they're super excited about this. Let's provide visual opportunities for people to get photos and get their digital part of being the history of this event. So, we've a lot of time and effort and training and
oportunizar aí o pessoal tirar fotos, ter uma visão aí, o pessoal tá todo mundo muito feliz aí com o momento, né? E eu não sei se o cara é do navio ou se ele é do helicóptero que ele tá sendo entrevistado agora, né? Tá muito animado aí para ver completar a missão.
That was good. It provided us with a perfect view of the rest of the operation. I want to talk a little bit about your ship, the USS Portland.
Ele do comandante do navio, USS Portland.
For this particular mission, and what strengths does it bring to this operation?
So the USS Portland is one of the newest of the San Antonio class LPDs. So
dos mais novos navios aí da classe San Antonio.
So this type of ship, normally known as an amphibious ship, in most
conhecido
of our
como navio
missions, we've been
anfíbio.
working with the Marine Corps to
trabalha aí
mark
com o
their
pessoal da
equipment
Marinha,
and deliver them to foreign
os
shores.
mergulhadores, né?
But the capabilities of our ship can also be used, obviously, for missions like this.
E pode
We
ser
have
usado
an
para missões como
enormous
essa também, né?
flight deck with an aviation
Usado como
department
flight
that we
deck,
can land
deck de voo,
multiple
né?
various types of
Para
aircraft.
helicóptero.
We can put, obviously, a number of small boats in the
Pode
water.
colocar
And then probably
aviões
the special
e
feature, which
helicópteros, né?
NASA really likes, is we have a
E
well deck,
alguns
which we
barcos
can
também
later
que vão para a
flood,
água.
and we will
Ó o
bring the
deck aí, ó o
orbital
deck
into
aí
the well
onde
deck to transport it back to San Diego.
Those are some great assets that you bring to the operation, and I also know on the next one, in Artemis II, it'll be a critical component. The
Artemis
medical
II vai ser pouco mais crítico e vai ter astronautas a bordo, né? Vai ter que ter algumas facilidades médicas no navio também, né?
Yes, we have a tremendous medical capability on board.
Temos aí capacidades
Hopefully not
médicas aí a
that will
bordo.
be needed, but we do have a operating room, medical staff, and a lot of ability
Sala de
to take
operação,
care of
tem
personnel should
médicos.
anything not work out as designed.
This ship was just recently in Los Angeles at Fleet Week earlier this year.
Yes.
Got to show it off to the public, and that's a matter of pride, I imagine, for the team.
Absolutely. The ship has had a very busy year. The ship returned from an overseas deployment much earlier in the year, supported Los Angeles Fleet Week and also the Rim at the Pacific exercise this summer, which had about 20 nations participating. So it's been a very busy year for the ship, and I think this is really just kind of the cherry on top where you get to do an unusual mission and support history.
Tell me about the footprint that NASA takes up on this boat. I'm sure I haven't seen all of it. I've seen a lot of it, the well deck, certainly the equipment that we have running on the various decks outside and inside. It's pretty sizable.
Yes, this is a very good sized ship. We have plenty of room. NASA has about 150 engineers and various entities on board, which we have plenty of room for. This ship would normally deploy with upwards of 600 Marines on board. So NASA's footprint really isn't too bad. It's well within our capabilities.
Well, there's been plenty of room, and you've been a tremendous host to us. And so thank you, Captain John Ryan, for having us and for successfully bringing us to this part, this moment of the operation.
It's been an honor to support the NASA engineers and to be out there and be part of this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Captain John Ryan, the commanding officer of the USS Portland. And as we push out our view here in the Pacific Ocean, just 100 miles off the Baja Peninsula, you can see Orion now as a silhouette, still floating, the Orion command module. with its CMIS bags. Those are the uprighting bags, fully deployed. It's in a stable condition. And to the right of that, you see the first Navy boat. That's a rigid hull boat. That one is the one that's going to get a little closer and provide a stabilizing tow line once it's been determined that the Navy boats can get a little closer. As we pan just to the right of that, you will see the remaining 4 boats. 2 of those boats are inflatable boats with Navy sailors aboard. Those Navy sailors will put hands on the capsule and secure it with ropes. They will then maneuver to bring that capsule to the rear of the USS Portland. The Portland will then throw out a more than 1,000-foot rope and then several 400-foot ropes. And that long rope will then attach to the capsule. It'll connect up and then begin pulling the Orion in. Now, this is a very complex operation. You think about this. That capsule does not have a keel, so it's a smooth bottom, 16.5 feet in diameter. So when it is pulled, it doesn't track in the water very well. So what has to happen is there are ropes attached to 4 points around the capsule that help stabilize it. Navy sailors, a team on each of the 4 ropes, and then on a 5th rope will be the winch. And that winch will apply enough pressure required, enough pulling force to bring that capsule into the well deck of the ship. At the moment, as we've been telling you, we are currently standing by awaiting ammonia boil-off. This is the coolant that's provided on the Orion capsule. It keeps the astronauts, should there, once they eventually go into the capsule and go on missions to the moon. Currently, no astronauts in this capsule, but we've got to vent off the ammonia nonetheless. The allotted time for that is 2 hours. And so we are just 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Tá falando pouquinho então de como que vai ser a recuperação da Orion com as cordas aí do navio Portland. O comandante falou pouquinho como que é as instalações, né? Eles comportam 600 marinheiros da Marinha Americana. Então aí terminou aí com o comandante da USS Portland.
Thank you, Daryl. Looks like a beautiful day out there west of Baja California. A lot of smiles here in Mission Control in Houston. We're about an hour and 11 minutes since the splashdown of Orion to wrap up its 25.5-day mission. Integral into the flight of Orion was the performance of the European service module that functioned perfectly to take Orion out of Earth orbit on its way to the moon, and did everything it was asked to do throughout the course of the flight. And joining us is Philippe Delou, who's the Orion European Service Module Program Manager from the European Space Agency. Philippe, congratulations. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
Philippe, that service module went through its paces and was spot on every time it was asked to conduct a burn. Everything that it was planned to do was executed perfectly. Your thoughts on this mission?
Well, I have to say that I'm the happiest man in the world at the moment with the successful performance of the service module. She did what she was supposed to do, and even better. So it's a wonderful mission. I couldn't have dreamt more.
Now, the service module for the next flight, in which a crew will be on board, is at the Kennedy Space Center undergoing testing, and it's going to be a while for all of that hardware to come together, but you all are off and running on preparations for the next mission in a couple of years.
That's correct, yes. Well, we have already assembled the service module back in Europe and delivered it. Now it's being integrated with the crew module in Kennedy. And that's, if I don't mistake, should happen in the next summer.
Philippe, the work that the service module did, obviously invaluable. You can't conduct this mission without the work of the European service module.
Fundamental.
What kind of process was involved in getting to the point where the design of this mission, the requirements that the service module was asked to perform, and then ultimately conducted over the last 4 weeks? How did this evolution of this mission unfold for you and your team?
Well, this is a story that started quite a long time ago, in 2011, when there was a decision that the crew module would be built by Europe. So there's been a long process into setting up the requirements, proposing a design, discussing the design, also involving NASA, and agreeing on what should be the final design, take up the challenges which are associated with the design, eventually build the hardware, integrate it, and then preparing for the mission. So this has been a long way and a lot of work by the European Space Agency and the European industry.
And down the hall where the International Space Station is controlled out of, ESA is a frequent flyer to the International Space Station, and the international partnership, of which ESA is such a critical contributor, is so valuable to human spaceflight now and in the years ahead. Talk a little bit about that.
That's clear. Going to explore deep space
explorar o espaço profundo
desafio,
grande desafio.
We need all the excellence over the world in order to tackle that challenge and make it sustainable. Going there once, yes, is doable, but in order to go there on a regular basis and for a sustainable exploration of what is out there, first on the moon, then Mars, and then beyond, this will require all the forces and skills of the engineer around the world. And that's with ESA and NASA. We have started that process with the ARTEMIS program.
Philippe Delou, a little moment perhaps to sample some bubbly to celebrate this moment, but a lot of hard work ahead. And thank you so much for being with us today.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure.
Philippe Delou, the European Service Module Program Manager, joining us here in Mission Control. Thank you, Philippe.
You're welcome.
This is Mission Control Houston, and all of the action now is focused on the USS Portland, west of Baja California. My colleague Daryl Nail is there. Daryl?
Rob, thank you. Yep, we're here on the deck of the USS Portland, just 100 miles off the coast of Baja, Mexico, and I'm joined by Valerie Vunchulo. She is the General Dynamics Applied Physical Sciences Senior Engineer. Thanks for being here.
Yes, of course. Great.
So Valerie has some fresh information and analysis that she's been doing as it pertains to this operation, bringing the Orion command module into the well deck of the USS Portland. And so she has been looking at the wave heights with a system that you use. And tell me, you've just now analyzed the sea heights. What kind of sea heights are we dealing with, and what does that mean for the recovery of the Orion capsule out there in the ocean right now?
Yes, so we have 2 wave monitoring systems, 2 radars on board the ship. So we're monitoring the waves, measuring the Doppler velocity of the waves in the vicinity of the ship. So from that, we're able to get the significant wave height and where the direction of the waves are coming from along with the period. So right now we're seeing about 4 to 5 feet of waves at about 13 seconds from northwest. So with that information, we're able to provide a recovery heading for the ship that'll optimize, minimizing the motion in the well deck. So we're really trying to minimize that sloshing and bore wave in the well deck.
And that's a key point right there, Valerie. Of course, as I don't know if you can tell at home, but we're on the ship deck leaning back and forth to those 4 to 5 foot waves that we're dealing with out there in the ocean right now. So imagine Orion bobbing out there in the ocean, coming into a well deck where those waves come into the well deck. So what has been your recommendation to the team about how to deal with these waves as they bring that capsule close?
Right. So right now we're recommending a recovery course of 320 to kind of mitigate that motion. So we're kind of looking at the roll of the ship to minimize that sloshing wave. And the course of 320 is looking like the best
Ela está
for
cuidando aí
that
também
recovery.
com o transporte
That will
da
give us a
Orion
little bit of a
até
bore
a
wave
USS
that we're
Portland,
going to
né?
experience, but
Como é que
it's
funcionam as
something that we
ondas
think we
ali,
can deal with
os
it,
efeitos
and we're looking forward to the recovery.
na nave.
This is important because, of course, inside the well deck, I've heard it explained that once those waves come in, and then the ship, as it's moving about, creates a big wave pool inside.
Yes,
and that's not good for a spacecraft that you're trying to stabilize.
No, you don't. You really want to minimize those motions to the best
Tem
of
que
our ability.
minimizar
And
o efeito das
in doing so,
ondas
we're
que fica
just looking at
balançando os
everything out
equipamentos
there, all the
todo lá
waves, what we're
dentro ali
dealing
da
with,
nave, né?
and we have hydrodynamic ship models of the ship and of the well deck. So we're running through all of our models live, taking the live radar data, and just trying to provide the best information available here.
And so when they have that information, what is your role after you've given it? Do you continue to monitor? Are you
Yes, we're constantly monitoring and running the system. We're always recording data to analyze later. So constantly doing that. And we'll provide little tweaks and updates, as we get closer. But once they've started flooding, we're really on that course. So we'll just keep monitoring what's going on.
Those two radars on the ship,
monitorando
where are they
aí
located and
como é que essa entrada aí da nave no
So they're located on the O5, and it's an X-band radar, and over here on the O4, so we have two, and that gives us, putting them both together, gives us full 360 degrees, which is what you want. You want to be able to see all the waves around the ship, and they're actually an X-band radar that's been vertically polarized, so we can see the Doppler velocity as it's coming in to calculate that wave height. And the swells and the wind
Cara, deu uns detalhes muito técnicos aí de como é que é o efeito da velocidade da nave junto com as ondas do mar ali, realmente uns detalhes bastante técnicos aí que não conseguiram entregar.
Where the weather is, where the storm clouds are, but it literally can map out in 3 dimensions the waves around the ship.
Yes, yeah. So we're looking, a lot of X-band radars, they're looking for targets, right? Another ship, avoidance, but we've polarized our radars to try to look at the waves, and just what other people might consider noise is what we want to capture.
That's interesting. It's just the opposite of what it's typically used for.
Yep.
Well, Valerie, last question I want to ask you. You've been on the ship since we departed San Diego on Wednesday.
Yes.
It's been a long journey to get
Bom,
to
eu não tô entendendo muito a conversa aí da engenheira aí, não. Então deixa eu dar uma escapulida aqui,
so it's certainly something you probably appreciate.
Yes, yes.
But let me ask you about that operation and looking out there and seeing that space capsule in the water. What was like that for you watching?
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. It's something I will probably remember the rest of my life. Hearing that sonic boom and then seeing the chutes. Oh my gosh, it was incredible.
Valerie Chulo, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me here.
All right, Rob, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Daryl. The work continues out in the Pacific, where you have the Orion spacecraft with all 5 of its operating system bags fully inflated, following its splashdown 1 hour, 21 minutes ago at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time, to wrap up a mission of 1.4 million miles that spanned 25 and a half days, a mission that saw the vehicle launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System, the maiden flight of the world's most powerful rocket. An hour and a half after launch, Orion was sent out of Earth orbit in its translunar injection to begin a voyage out to what is called a distant retrograde orbit, a highly elliptical racetrack-shaped orbit that enabled Orion to be put through its paces for almost a month, gathering all the data that it needed and that the Orion program and mission managers had hoped for, and more. All of the engineering data that will set the tone and answer a lot of the questions that will pave the way for the Artemis II mission, in which a crew will be placed on board the vehicle in a couple of years for a orbital mission around the moon, again in a highly elliptical orbit, a mission that would be about 10 days in length or so. That crew yet to be named, but the pace will pick up after the first of the year in fairly dramatic fashion as the work continues to prepare the Space Launch System, the next Space Launch System rocket, and the Artemis II Orion vehicle to support a crew during its mission around the moon and back to Earth. In the meantime, a number of test objectives are still underway for the vehicle, most notably characterizing the thermal environment of the Orion spacecraft itself. Orion endured temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during its high-speed entry out of lunar orbit and back into the Earth's atmosphere, where it slammed into the atmosphere at 25 times the speed of sound, and then underwent a skip entry maneuver, basically skipping into the atmosphere, then dipping back out of the atmosphere again, and then back into the atmosphere to bleed off excess energy. An important maneuver that was designed and executed to perfection to bleed off excess inertia and to gain data on how we can better bring in multiple splashdown sites if required in the Pacific for future crewed missions. All of the chutes were deployed in good shape. The three main chutes deployed as planned. They reefed to their full extent, and Orion gently splashed down. After entering the Earth's atmosphere at 25 times the speed of sound, it splashed down at a meager velocity of just 19 miles an hour. Very gentle splashdown velocity had a crew been on board. And here's a replay of the final seconds for Orion as it descended below a deck of clouds at about 1,700 feet of scattered clouds. That was the final deck. The Spaceflight Meteorology Group had forecast very benign conditions for Orion. It did play out exactly that way as Orion touched down at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time.
Splashdown, né?
And there was splashdown. The chutes were cut automatically. The 5 crew module uprighting system inflatable bags inflated with helium gas as planned, and Orion is gently bobbing out with the Navy divers very, very close to the spacecraft. It's going to take several hours for them to hook up the equipment that they need to haul the vehicle into the well deck of the USS Portland and to bring it back to port. Back here in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers watching the data of the post-splashdown test objectives, in which data is being acquired on the thermal characteristics of Orion. There'll be a restart of the ammonia boiler system to gain data on long range and extra cooling for the vehicle that will be in the offing when a crew gets on board. We'll be talking more about the crew aspect of what lies ahead a couple of years from now, a short time from now. But now it is time to go back to what is a very busy place on the USS Portland, and my colleague, Daryl Nail. Daryl?
Thanks, Rob. Yep, I'm here with Cody Kelly, who is the National Affairs Manager in the Search and Rescue Office at NASA. In terms of your job, we had good visual today of the capsule coming down. We clearly have the visual right now. We can see it in the water.
Yes, sir.
We know where it is. But that might not always be the case. The capsule may be beyond our visual sight, as well as in Artemis II, the astronauts. Tell me about what your role is and how you help find out where they are in a situation like that.
Yes, sir. My name again, Mike Cody Kelly. I work in our SAR mission office. Basically, we work with all of our federal and international partners to ensure that our spacecraft are interoperable with the search and rescue satellite-aided tracking system, or the SARSAT system. So today for Artemis I, we tested out the vehicle tri-band beacon, which was using swept tones for the helicopters that are flying around behind us to be able to locate that spacecraft in kind of what we call the terminal area, which was within about a 1 nautical mile where you get visuals, as well as the 406 megahertz beacons that are on the capsule, as well as what the astronauts are going to wear in Artemis II. We were using what's called the SAR Intelligent Terminal, or the SAINT application, which is a system that ties into our ground station at the Goddard Space Flight Center to pull in all of the data from these beacons so that we can see them anywhere in the world. And that's incredibly important, especially when we have crewed missions where we, if we had some kind of emergency abort or some kind of landing, we'd have to be able to get data to our DoD partners extremely fast, even if they're landing internationally. And this is something that we do for all of our human spaceflight programs. But Artemis really has a kind of special place in my heart because all this effort started way back in 2016 with URT-5. So we actually demonstrated some of our advanced technologies on URT-5, and slowly was able to be integrated with the landing and recovery team to provide them that key data on the day of landing if there was any kind of emergency. The astronauts are going to wear what's called the Angel beacons, which are the advanced next generation emergency locator beacons that are located on their life preserver equipment. And that's going to be able to track an astronaut if they had to get out of the capsule, if there was an ammonia leak or some kind of emergency, as well as tying that into what the vehicle telemetry is saying to be able to give a good SAR picture to these guys that are flying helicopters looking for survivors or being able to go rescue astronauts.
And so let's talk a little bit about that further. The astronauts will be wearing GPS, essentially they're GPS locators, right?
Exactly, yes,
and then, of course, the crew module itself has a tri-beacon.
Yes, sir.
So how do you delineate between those two?
And that's really the power of our ground station and all these web applications. They're two different legacy beacons. You have a first-generation SARSAT beacon, which is what you have on a standard boat.
Even the ship itself has a first-generation beacon.
And then we have what's called the second-generation beacon, which is an advanced waveform that's specifically for the astronauts themselves. In our application, we're able to actually identify each of those beacon IDs and tie them to a specific crew member so that when they turn it on, we know exactly whose beacon that is and exactly where it's at. And the power behind that is with these emerging technologies, we're able to do this even if we have bad GPS connection or we're really anywhere in the world. And this is the kind of stuff that you can have is you go to a vendor and buy it for your boat. If you're out hiking, we're using those technologies for civilians for astronaut use and kind of vetting it out here out in the open ocean, knowing that astronauts are really one of our prime customers.
So you ran a test today, right? As this operation was unfolding, the crew module was sending out its beacon, its tri-beacon, but then you also had those Angel beacons for the astronauts. They were what? You put them on the boats,
right?
we
put them on the ribs or the rigid hulls, inflatable boats that are out there tending the capsule, as well as on the fantail of the ship. What we're doing is we're looking to make sure the air crews could delineate between these various beacons if the crew members ever had to get out, as well as looking at the performance of the vehicle tri-band beacon after it's spent almost 2 weeks in space. So we're looking at not only today's technology, but tomorrow's technology to kind of serve Artemis emerging partners and really the folks are going to be in harm's way on a daily basis.
Your test was part of the operation today, and how did it perform?
It went phenomenally. I can't give more kudos to the crew of the Portland, First Air Force Det 3, setting that all up with the Navy, the Air Force, as well as some of our national partners in the U.S. StarSat program that made this all happen. So it was really a team effort, and it went flawlessly, just like this mission. So I couldn't be more happy.
And you could clearly identify the capsule and the two angel beacons. I mean, it was clear as day.
It was clear as day. And we've been working on this application for over 2 years with this mission in mind, and it executed flawlessly. And the coders and developers at Goddard Space Flight Center did a phenomenal job being able to get this ready on time, on mission, and on location.
Cody Kelly, Manager of National Affairs, Search and Rescue Office at NASA. Thank you very much for joining us.
Beleza, obrigado aí.
Rob, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Daryl. Great job out there, by the way, throughout the course of the day. A great view of Orion as it sits passively in the fairly calm waters of the Pacific, west of Baja California. With me here, sitting very calmly, veteran astronaut Randy Bresnik. Randy, thanks for joining us today. You have been an integral part of the preparation of not only this mission, but all of the astronaut office activities associated with requirements that will ultimately lead to putting a crew on the next vehicle that will orbit the moon in 2 years. What did you see today that A, thrilled you, and B, was most important for you to see as a result of all the work that has gone in to make this mission possible?
That is a great question, Rob, and thanks for letting me come join you guys this morning. Certainly watching the team throughout the past 26 days was certainly the culmination of seeing that and walking in here and see this team be able to see the fruits of their labors. Seeing that we have a launch platform that was nearly flawless, practically flawless, getting our Orion uphill, and then having our service module, give us power and the flight control and the burns that all went off so well with so small residuals, we hardly had to do any trimming. And it was then great to see all the cameras that we put on that vehicle to bring everybody along on the mission, and put selfie as a word that we use now in spaceflight, and Artemis I getting the selfies while we were up there. And then certainly everyone holding their breath as we did the burns to get into the distant retrograde orbit, and then get out of the distant retrograde orbit, and then be able to make the trim burns to be able to get right, hit entry interface as accurately as we did here. See the service module separate, which is another big milestone, and then see the last few minutes of flight with Orion flying on its own for the very first time, and then see how well it controlled itself, and how the forward big cover came off on time, the drogues came out, slowed it down, mains came out, and we landed 2.5 miles from the pinpoint bullseye, and we had expected maybe 5.5 miles. So it was awesome to see all of that, and that whole collection is what gives us confidence for the next time. All of these things that were individually areas of concern have now been proven in flight.
We've talked often during the course of the broadcast today about the fact that this is the 50th anniversary of Apollo 17's landing on the moon. Gene Cernan, Jack Schmitt, past his prologue, as they say. And now, from an astronaut office perspective, as you look down the road over the next 2 years, a lot of work to do, but certainly a leg up on what we think will be a launch in the 2024 timeframe.
Absolutely. The post-flight data reduction and everything else will be amazing to see in the next few weeks and months. Starting next week, we're right into Artemis 2 continuing process. So we got Artemis 1, 2 crew module and service module sitting there at KSC right now, going through its final, their final assembly, and then we have to do the verification, validation, test out, and make sure everything's working. And things like systems like the ECLIS system, which we didn't have on this, and so the first time that we're flying with that system will be when crew are on board. And so that'll be a really important, thorough checkout here on the deck. Certainly, in the next quarter, ideally assigning the crew to it so we can start building their spacesuits, get them involved in training, and get them ready to go in that 2-year mark. And hopefully, we will either meet or beat that 2-year mark. And so that'll be exciting to see if we can move that fast and continue the momentum that we got
são maiores, né?
And an interesting flight design for Artemis II, where another highly elliptical orbit around the moon. This is not like your father's Apollo 8, where we simply orbited almost in an equatorial nature. But we're going to be chasing the interim cryogenic propulsion stage as well.
Yeah, certainly. We look at how bold Apollo was. We'd never been to the moon. We didn't know we could do it. We planned on having Apollo 7, and we flew that crew module in low Earth orbit. And then Apollo 8, we launched it around the moon and it stunned the world and, proved to ourselves, that we could do this. Well, guess what? We're doing that in one mission. We're doing Apollo 7 and 8 combined. So that is a bold statement and goal for audacious goal for NASA to set. And like you said, the highly elliptical orbit that we launch up in here in Earth, so we can launch out, get into a 24-hour orbit to check out that environmental and life control system, such that we know that we can breathe. We know that the cooling works. We know that all the systems work. Scrub the CO2, take out the humidity, to try the exercise device. So we know that by the time we end that period and we do the translunar ejection burn, we know that we're good to go for the next 9 days to be able to get around the moon and come on back. And all of that just buying down risk, proving out the systems, so that when we go to Artemis 3, we combine not only Apollo 9, which is the first flight of the LEM in low Earth orbit, Apollo 10, which took the LEM to lunar orbit, flew down near to the surface, then came back, and Apollo 11 landing. We do all those three of those missions in one. And that is very exciting, very bold, and it is kind of exciting to anybody that's in the space program, is interested in the space program, or the young people out there who are the first future space explorers who will be on those later Artemis missions.
Os futuros exploradores espaciais estão ansiosos para saber quem serão.
Space is no stranger to you. You've spent quite a bit of time, shuttle flight, long duration mission on the International Space Station. But if there was a singular image from the last 25 and a half days that sticks with you, that drove it home, that we were going well beyond the Earth, what would that be?
It would certainly be the missions where we were on the far part, where we were 268,000 miles away from Earth. And you saw Earth rise over the moon. And thinking that the next time we took those pictures, that could be with somebody behind the back of the camera, not the vehicle taking it himself.
It's going to be an interesting couple of years, a very exciting couple of years. And Randy Bresnik, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. And congratulations to our Artemis team everywhere all over the world. They deserve a very well-deserved day off after this mission, but certainly looking forward to the next 2 years where we are able to take that and capitalize on it. And as we say, wash, rinse, repeat.
Copy that. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it. Randy Bresnik with us here in Mission Control. It's been about an hour and 40 minutes since Orion splashed down. We're continuing out in the Pacific to secure the spacecraft and ultimately get it into the well deck of the USS Portland.
Então tá voltando, vamos voltar lá para a Orion, ver como é que tá. Será que eles já estão recuperando já a nave ali para o navio ou não? Vou ficar até o fim, hein? Até a Orion entrar no navio, a gente termina.
As the team here in Mission Control works through the post-splashdown procedures before they hand the vehicle over to the Exploration Ground Systems Recovery Team on the USS Portland. Again, let's go back out west of here to west of Baja California, where Daryl Nail is standing by on the deck of the USS Portland. Daryl?
And it's simply beautiful out here, Rob, and we've got a perfect view, a front row seat to the Orion splashdown. I want to give you a quick update on the recovery operations. Recovery Director Melissa Jones has decided to go the full 2-hour waiting period for ammonia boil-off, and so that's going to put us at 11:40 a.m. Pacific time for the boats to then close in and get next to the spacecraft and begin sniffing it for any hazardous gases. You can see it just right off the port side of the USS Portland, still in the water. The Navy boats off to the left. They're standing by for that moment, which is in just about 18 minutes from now. We're going to go in and start that procedure. Both helicopters, though, are back on the flight deck as well. Those assets have completed their part of the job. I want to bring in now Jeremy Vanderkam. This is a special individual. Well, of course, everybody's special, but when it comes to the heat shield, this is something you know well. You are the Deputy Thermal Protection System Manager for the Orion program. Your team designed the heat shield, tested it, and have been basically there from the start of this. And so I want to ask you, this, of course, has been the primary objective of this test flight. That's right. Testing the very component, the heat shield, that you and your team helped design. And so I want to ask you, first of all, how much you just want to get out there and take a look at that heat shield that's just right behind you?
I can't wait. I tried to convince lots of people to let me in the small boats. Didn't happen, but that's okay. We'll be doing our inspections once we get hard down in the well deck later this afternoon.
Então eles vão ter bastante trabalho de inspeção do heat shield, né? O Jeremy Vanderkamp. Então ele analisa os dados aí do escudo de temperatura, né? Até agora tudo sobre como planejado.
So tell me about this particular heat shield. It is different and also similar in ways to previous heat shields. Tell me about it.
O que ele é diferente ou similar dos outros escudos, né?
Humans have ever devised.
Ele é pouco maior, né? Porque a nave é 30% maior do que os módulos da Apollo. Combinamos então tecnologia antiga com alguns materiais novos.
And we modified the way that it's applied to our vehicle for Orion in a more programmatically modern way, if you will. So the way that we do it now is
you got a piece of
I have a sample here, a test sample. So the brown material in the middle here is our AVCoat material, and we make it in blocks, and we bond those blocks to the base of the Orion spacecraft onto the heat shield there.
It looks like wood.
Yeah, it does look like wood.
Parece com madeira o material, é um material térmico ali, de proteção térmica. Parece ter madeira, o colega da NASA está dizendo.
And in this test sample, we've actually applied heat in our test facilities at Ames Research Center in Mountain View, California, to simulate the heat of reentry, to char the surface just as it is on the base of the spacecraft right now. And then what we'll do is when we get the spacecraft back in, we'll go and look at how that heat shield works compared to our test results. And that'll allow us to certify then the heat shield for ARTEMIS II.
Então eles vão comparar os testes que eles fizeram, os materiais de teste, nesse aqui é uma amostra de exemplo, com o que aconteceu real agora, né? A nave agora vai fazer a comparação para certificar o heat shield.
What I'm holding here is about the largest size thing that we can test, and obviously the 5-meter Orion heat shield is much larger, so we have a lot of extrapolation for scale that we have to do, and similarly our test facilities can't reach the combination of heat flux, pressure, shear stresses, etc., that an actual entering spacecraft does. So we're always having to
teste não consegue simular todas as pressões e temperaturas e estresse ali, térmicos e mecânicos lá da reentrada. Então é um teste, eles fazem testes aproximados.
Binoculars, you've sighted the spacecraft. One side of it, I guess, gets a little more charred than the other. What have you seen?
Yeah, so far it's actually looking like we expected. The inward side is the hot side of the vehicle. And so we can see that, for example, the thermal control tape that we put on the exterior of the vehicle, all that shininess that we saw pre-launch is basically gone on the windward side as expected. And then on the leeward side where the windows are, I'm seeing a fair amount of tape remaining as expected. So our heating predictions, how that the heat contours over the vehicle were predicted to be, looks like that's how they were. So, so far so good.
Jeremy Vanderkamp, thank you so much for joining us. He
is the Deputy Thermal Protection System Manager for the Orion program. Se algum lado recebe mais carga térmica que o outro, ele disse ali que o lado onde tem as portas ali da nave, porta de acesso, hatch, sofre pouco menos de efeito térmico por conta do ângulo ali de entrada da nave.
Thank you, Daryl. Back here in Mission Control. We're about 32 minutes or so away from the point at which the entry team of flight controllers plan to hand the vehicle over to the Exploration Ground Systems recovery team that Daryl has been involved with on the USS Portland. That will come after the completion of detailed flight test objectives, the last of which will be the restart of an ammonia boiler system to provide additional cooling for the vehicle. This is a test to see what kind of additional cooling might be required once a crewed mission returns from the moon to maintain the most comfortable level of cooling for a crew on board that is returning from the moon for an extended period of time, particularly if they wind up splashing down a further distance away from the recovery ship than Orion did today. Everything went perfectly during Orion's high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, and it splashed down and all of the post-splashdown activities that have occurred so far, as we will be continuing our coverage until Judd Freeling, the entry flight director, hands back the vehicle to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific. And again, back here in Mission Control, you're looking at Flight Director Judd Freeling. In the middle of your screen, to his left, Flight Director Rick Henfling, as the entry team of flight controllers heading into the home stretch of their work here before they hand the vehicle back to the Exploration Ground Systems folks on the deck of the USS Portland, where, again, my colleague Daryl Nail is standing by with yet another guest.
Thank you, Rob. And as you can see behind us, still right here on the port side, we have Orion floating, stable, and the Navy boats there tending the ship. And we should be sending them in. And in just about 10 minutes from now, they will begin sniffing for any hazardous gases that will be coming off, and then they'll secure Orion. In the meantime, we have Dr. Emily Spreen, Sasquatch team lead for NASA. And if you thought that your name was unique, well, it is. It surprised me when I was on the ship walking by your door and I saw Sasquatch team. I thought, what might that be? And then I found out, and it's fascinating. Emily, tell me, first of all, what is the Sasquatch team? What do you do?
So Sasquatch is in charge of generating waypoints for the ship and for the small boats, as well as creating footprints, which is where we get our name Sasquatch. So Sasquatch generates big footprints, and those footprints contain the debris field as it's coming down. And that's used to help position the helos in the air and keep people safe and outside of that debris field as we are, having a spacecraft splash down.
Absolutely. And it's really incredible. You were explaining to me, how you calculate these footprints. And just for background, as the Orion comes down and separates out the forward bay cover, which reveals the parachutes, and then there are certain items around that, a sabot, a lid, various pieces are coming out of it. And your team is able to model exactly or approximately where those pieces fall in the water so that assets can get close. How do you figure that out?
So a lot of the data came out of CPAS drop test. That's capsule parachute assembly system drop tests. Those are done out in Yuma. That was used to prove the Orion parachute system. From that, we were able to derive a lot of the aerodynamic properties of some of the debris objects, which I've got some here.
Sure do.
So these are drogue, lid, and sabot. They're not flight versions, but they are, representative size. These would be, on top and bottom of a parachute as it's mortar deployed, like a cannon out from Orion. We've also got a smaller piece of debris here, and that's a pilot
debris que ela está mostrando que eles ficam nos paraquedas para fazer a marcação da posição.
We were able to, really hammer down what those different aerodynamic properties are using rate of descent and then where those things touch down in Yuma. And we're able to use that in our model here for actual Artemis I operations.
And as I understand it, there are 26 pieces of debris, right, that came out from, the separation of the forward bay cover and the parachutes. And you modeled every single one of those 26 pieces.
They're all as a group. So, we've got a group of lids, that come off at drogue parachute deployment, right? So we've got, a couple lids that come off, a couple sabots. And so we say, the lids and sabots, they'll be in this footprint as that footprint descends and then goes into the ocean.
And as it lands into the ocean, I guess the shape that it kind of takes is that Sasquatch. A giant foot.
A giant foot é o Sasquatch. Por isso que uma Sasquatch é uma pegada gigante a hora que ele cai na água.
Aerodynamic properties, this is going to be different than, say, the larger one, which is going to be different from the parachute. What kind of modeling goes in to be able to tell where that parachute's going to float? Because the parachute takes many forms as it's falling.
Right. So we're taking in, we're using that CPAS data, but we're also taking in data of weather conditions. So we've got, weather people on board the USS Portland with us, and we're talking with spaceflight meteorology back in Mission Control in Houston, and we're getting information that we're using to take into account, because once things are on parachutes, just like you said, they're drifting, but with that, we were able to predict the CM splashdown location within a nautical mile. So
that's impressive.
Yeah, we're really, really pleased.
Conseguem, então, com esse trabalho, prever aí dentro de uma milha náutica, que é quilômetro, quilômetro e meio. Impressionante, né? Dentro de quilômetro e meio consegue fazer a previsão do local certinho do splashdown.
So right now, none of those other pieces have GPS information on them. We're hoping to get some information about that later. We'll see what the ship's capabilities are and what NASA's able to get from that. But that's something that's still in the works, so we'll see.
Right.
I'm pretty certain.
Emily Spreen, Sasquatch team lead for NASA. Thank you to you and your team for doing such a great job with us.
Obrigado aí pelo time Sasquatch. De ver o footprint, onde vai cair o splashdown certinho. Pô, que legal, hein? Parabéns.
Thanks, Cyril. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark since Orion splashdown on target in the Pacific, west of Baja California.
Foi aí na costa oeste de Baja Califórnia,
25.5-day mission
às 14h40 do horário do Brasil.
A mission that was punctuated by a tremendous number of highlights, and we can take a look back at some of those highlights
aí.
That began with the launch of the Space Launch System from Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time on November 16th.
O lançamento 16 de novembro, hein?
The Space Launch System lifted off, conducted a roll program to place itself on the proper azimuth and the proper trajectory to enter a orbit of the Earth. It would spend the Orion spacecraft itself with its associated European service module and the attached interim cryogenic propulsion stage would spend one orbit in low Earth orbit.
A separação, então,
there is the separation of the core stage.
Do core stage. O core stage que é a parte do combustível.
The vehicle conducted a translunar injection burn that enabled Orion to break out of low Earth orbit and begin its trajectory toward the moon. And the elliptical orbit, the highly elliptical orbit, called the distant retrograde orbit, that provided the time that was required for Orion to acquire data on the space environment and the time required for engineers to test all of its systems and collect as much data as possible in this first test flight that would precede placing a crew on board an Orion spacecraft 2 years from now. This dramatic video of the Earth-Moon transit that took place showed and punctuated the fact that we were pressing away from our home planet to a distance of some 268,000 miles away from Earth, further than any human-rated spacecraft had ever traveled.
70 mil quilômetros além da Lua, mas
designed to return humans to Earth, eclipsing the mark set by the Apollo 13 vehicle back in 1970.
Puxa, umas fotos bonitas aí, tá tirando aqui, hein? Puxa, linda, hein? Gostei dessas fotos aí, acabei fazendo um bookzinho aqui.
The distant retrograde departure burn that began the trip home for Orion.
Começar a viagem de volta da Orion,
you
né?
can see the
Foi
effect of that
5 de
engine
dezembro,
firing
aqui
on
na
the
livezinha,
solar
né? 5
arrays
de dezembro,
on
foi essa queima
Orion's
aí,
service
para botar
module.
Orion de volta para a Terra, que é uma viagem de
That,
6 dias.
in effect, was what amounted to a deorbit burn of sorts that placed Orion on a trajectory to return to Earth, which it did today with a splashdown 1 hour and 58 minutes ago.
Olha que lindo.
As we circled back around the moon
saindo da Lua e voltando.
for the return powered flyby, we saw a dramatic close-up of the moon and the crescent of the Earth
chegou a
in the
127
distance,
da Lua e retornando
using
para a Terra,
the moon's gravitational field
usando o
as a
campo de
slingshot
gravidade da
effect
Lua também para ajudar
to
nessa
set
queima,
our sights on
para
the Earth
voltar aí 6 dias de viagem.
and the trajectory required to splash down in the Pacific, which we did, as Orion gently waits for the arrival of the recovery team that will begin the process of hauling the spacecraft into the well deck of the USS Portland.
Aí é o momento então da
And this
abertura
was
do
the view
paraquedas, hein?
from
Puxa,
the
lindão
cabin
demais, hein?
camera looking upward out of the forward bay,
A abertura
basically
do
the top of
paraquedas
Orion,
aí, 3
as
parachutes.
the first chutes were deployed. These were the forward bay covered parachutes that in turn pulled out drogue chutes, and then the 3 main parachutes to dramatically slow down Orion's descent back to Earth.
Depois os 3 paraquedas
And as you see here,
grandes, né?
under 3 fully reefed chutes, Orion finally splashed down at 11:40 a.m. Central Time,
Splashdown,
9:40 a.m.
aí,
Pacific Time, to
lindíssimo,
wrap
demais da
up
conta.
its mission of 1.4 million miles.
Coisa lindíssima! Olha o splashdownzinho aí, lindo demais. Então fez um resumo aí de como foi a missão, né? Desde o lançamento até o reentrada, splashdown. Eu acho que está na hora agora da nave entrar aí no navio, hein?
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers here reporting back to Flight Director Judd Freeling that they have begun the power down of Orion's systems, with everything looking good and data having been acquired. So the post-splashdown test objectives are nearing an end. The vehicle is being powered down, and we should be a short time away from the point at which Flight Director Judd Freeling hands over the vehicle to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific.
Oh, lindona aí, ó. Vamos, Finha. Entra no navio aí, Finha. Ó. A galera já tá chegando lá, hein? Os navegadores americanos já estão lá. Os mergulhadores do ladinho. cá, olha o naviozão lá, ó, dois navios já estão em volta dele lá, 2 barcos, né? Pacific
We'll be
Ultra,
heading back shortly to the USS Portland, but as you can see, the first contingent of the Navy boats are approaching the Orion spacecraft, which is in great shape following its high-speed entry and splashdown that occurred just over 2 hours ago. We're just minutes away from handing over the vehicle to the Exploration Ground Systems folks.
Depois de 2 horas estão fazendo aí então a chegada à nave para levá-la até o navio. O Derek tá com a galera lá no navio já esperando, o pessoal lá do navio. Vai fazer uma conversa lá com eles.
This is Mission Control Houston. Entry Flight Director Judd Freeling, who also was the Ascent Flight Director for Orion's launch aboard the Space Launch System 25.5 days ago, is addressing his team of flight controllers here in Mission Control. With that, Judd Freeling has handed over the Orion vehicle to a round of applause. The vehicle has now been handed over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, where my colleague Daryl Nail is standing by with members of the Navy helicopter team that saw Orion up close and personal about 2 hours ago. Daryl?
That's right, Robin. They were the first to see it. They picked up the heat signature as it came above the horizon, and they were the first to have a close-up look of the Orion crew module as it was in the water. I have with me, as you mentioned, 3 Navy pilots with the HSC-23 squadron in the Navy. They were flying the MH-60s, the Nighthawk helicopters. I've got Jacob Naylor, Jackson Cotney, and Gabe Weigelt. Thank you all for being here, and it's great to have you.
Thanks for having us. Yeah,
thank you. Well, tell me, first of all, this operation, for those who were watching earlier on, we saw your helicopters going around the area almost immediately after splashdown. Tell me about how you're able to do that and then what unfolded for your mission.
Yeah, so basically we have a FLIR camera mounted on the front of the helicopter and about 7 NASA personnel in the back. So while they're riding in the back, they're giving us azimuth and elevation angles to take a look at, and basically right away, even earlier than we expected, we picked up the capsule coming in. And so us 3 were the backup aircraft pilots, but we did hear it come over the radio that they had it captured right away. They have basically a FLIR that uses infrared, so it's seeing that how hot that capsule is coming down.
Então tinha imagens com infravermelho para ver o quanto de temperatura quente tinha na espaçonave no momento.
that FLIR was just almost instantaneous as soon as that thing came above the horizon. Then you began capturing imagery, and we watched as the helicopters circled, and sometimes they were doing some pretty nice banks around the Orion crew module. What was that about, Jackson? Why did they take that path around?
Yeah, so the second part of the mission was to get a hazard analysis of the capsule, and then just engineering level fidelity data, like imagery from some of the photographers on board. And then we had another helicopter up that was testing out the new Angel beacon that the crews are going to wear eventually when the capsule does come down. So that all deals with our primary mission set of search and rescue, which is what we're hoping to do in Artemis II, is to actually pull the astronauts from the capsule.
Para retirar os astronautas da cápsula, o terceiro helicóptero era de missão de retirar astronautas se tivesse, que não é o caso dessa, né?
Interviewed them and heard about the great work that they did in predicting where that debris field would be coming down. 26 different pieces as the crew module was, getting its parachutes out and everything. Using that data, how accurate was it for you, and how did it help you fly around the area?
So there was actually one of the NASA personnel in the back had a tablet which had the debris field on top of it. And as time goes on, that debris field could get a little smaller and smaller. And so they helped give us headings and guidances on where to turn and where to get the aircraft to avoid any of that debris field coming down and hitting us in the head on the helicopter. So.
Ele tinha que tomar cuidado que os debris, que são aqueles 26 pedaços para dar posicionamento dos paraquedas que caem, não atingissem o helicóptero, não provocasse um acidente ali também, né? Então eles tinham que tomar cuidado com o posicionamento dos debris também, de queda dos debris.
Probably about 50 feet above, just so that the photographers could get good data, and then we were kept safe by Emily and her team, the whole Sasquatch team, helped us with the footprint so that we knew where we could fly, so that we'd be safe.
Where does this rank for you guys in terms of your mission? I mean, you're young fellows, so you don't have your call signs yet, which eventually you'll get that. But being a part of this mission, it's very different, right? The civilian nature, where most DoD missions are not of that nature. So where does it rank in terms of you? What was it like for you?
It's absolutely amazing, and certainly a career highlight for us up until this point. Yeah, we were still just in the backup aircraft, but just being able to just support these awesome pilots that were out there with us. We had Therapist and Ripper and Stapler and James. All of them did such a great job. So we're just really excited that this is both exciting for us and kind of plants that seed to be exciting for everyone else watching, and excited for the next mission with astronauts in it. So.
And that'll be the next great part, right? So, as Navy pilots, you'll be able
Eles estão muito ansiosos aí para a missão com astronautas, né, que serão bem mais emocionantes do que... Enfim, essa aqui também é, né? Recuperar a cápsula também é. Mas com um astronauta mais ainda.
That's got to be an unreal experience. I hope I'm still around to be able to be a part of that, because that's got to be one of the greatest feelings ever, pulling someone out of a capsule that's just been to the moon and back. Unimaginable feeling, I gotta say.
É uma sensação inimaginável. Ver que uma cápsula foi até a Lua e voltou, e a gente está aqui recuperando ela, que eles estão bem animados.
Great job today.
Obrigado, great job.
We appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having us
so much. Appreciate it.
All right, and here on the USS Portland, the mission continues. The operation to recover the Orion command module, which you see is still out there in the Pacific. We're awaiting the Navy boats to get a little closer to begin their operations and sniffing out hazardous gases and making sure that they are able to connect up to that capsule and tow it back inside the USS Portland, our Navy ship on scene here. That's going to do it for us, for the Exploration Ground Systems, the Department of Defense, and NASA. We want to send it back to you, Rob, in Houston, Texas.
Valeu.
Thank you, Daryl, and magnificent job out there on the USS Portland, and the work is just beginning out there, as you heard. Here in Mission Control, the work is over for the entry team of flight controllers who have handed the vehicle over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, with the power down of Orion having been completed. Entry Flight Director Judd Freeling has released his team, and they will be making their way out of Mission Control with Orion's handover now complete. Splashdown occurring at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Pacific Time. The team is posing for a team picture before they are released for the day. Upcoming, you can follow, if you wish, all of the remaining recovery work including the Orion being brought into the well deck of the USS Portland on the YouTube channel that you see there, www.youtube.com/KSC Newsroom. Kennedy Space Center Exploration Ground Systems folks now in charge of the operations to bring Orion back into the well deck, to get it back on shore, and then transport it back to the Kennedy Space Center for post-flight analysis. That'll wrap up our coverage of Orion's return to Earth, and let's point you to our post-splashdown news conference that's coming up at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on NASA television, as a variety of folks discuss entry, splashdown, and recovery, and take a look back at the 25.5-day mission of Orion, its first flight, next stop, a crew on board 2 years from now. With that, we wish you a great Sunday. This is Mission Control Houston.
Ótimo domingo para vocês também, Mission Control Houston e todos da NASA aí. Parabéns aí. O Splashdown! Essa última foto ficou bonitinha aqui do Splashdown, gostei. Legal, então. E aí a transmissão da NASA está se encerrando nesse exato momento. 16h55 após quase 5 horas de live aí. Essa imagem da Terra aí dessa estação internacional, lindíssima, lindíssima. Então, vou desligar aqui. Beleza, amados? Então, eu acho que eu vou ficar mais um pouquinho para ver no Kennedy Room, Kennedy Space Center Room, KSC Room, né? Vou procurar aqui então. Ah, tá ao vivo ali. Vou buscar ele aqui então. Vamos ver então tudo, né? Vamos mais meia horinha aí para ver a nave entrar aí no USS Portland? Vamos sim. Deixa tudo registrado aqui, hein? Eu acho que não tem nem som, hein? As imagens. Então, esse aqui, quem quiser acompanhar direto na fonte aí, no YouTube, você coloca lá KSC Newsroom. É o Newsroom do Kennedy Space Center, né? E aí eles passam lá direto ali, imagens ao vivo a partir do Kennedy Space Center, o que está acontecendo. Agora, no caso aqui, não é na Costa do México, onde está tendo onde houve o splashdown. Então a imagem direto aqui do USS Portland, o navio de guerra americano aí. Então pode ir direto lá no KSC Newsroom. Eu vou ficar aqui acompanhar um pouquinho para fechar essa live aqui com a entrada dessa nave espacial lindíssima aí no navio. Na hora que chegar no navio, aí fechou. Vou colocar tela grande. Isso aí. E vamos aguardar. Nesse exato momento, então, aí está a nave Orion, lindíssima, maravilhosa, com 5 ali flutuadores ali para ajudar ela a não afundar aí no Oceano Pacífico. Está aí na costa do México, então, Baja Califórnia. E foi o splashdown hoje, 14h40, horário do Brasil, de 11 de dezembro de 2022. Estamos aguardando, então, os momentos aí finais, onde o barco com os mergulhadores norte-americanos vão chegar aí a fixar os cabos e puxar a navezinha para dentro do USS Portland. Vamos aguardar esse momento. A hora que entrar no navio, a gente termina aqui. Estou ansioso para terminar também, porque já está indo para 4 horas e 22 minutos essa live já. Colocar uma musiquinha de fundo aqui, porque tá muito quietinho aí, tá sem som, sem nada. E a NASA parou aí nos comentários aí da galera da NASA, né? Vou colocar uma musiquinha aqui então. Sem direito autoral, para não derrubar minha live aí depois também, né? Deixa eu buscar uma aqui, deixa eu ver. Não, essa aqui tá muito brasileirinha demais. Vou pegar outra aqui. Ah, essa tá boa. Fechou. Vamos aí esperar ela entrar no navio. Quem está caindo de navio aí, igual o Splashdown da nossa Orion no Oceano Pacífico. Estamos aguardando aí o pessoal da Marinha Americana, estão chegando ali, ó, recuperar a nave e entregá-la em segurança aí para o USS Portland, que é o navio americano que está lá ao redor ali da costa da Baja Califórnia, na costa do México, Oceano Pacífico. Estamos aguardando aí. Estão chegando já, hein? Deixa eu chegar mais pertinho que eu quero tirar uma foto ali. Deram uma circuladinha. Estão circulando lá. Essa aqui é a nave Orion. Está aguardando aí minutinhos para entrar aí no navio. Passou aí todos os sistemas de segurança aí de gases perigosos, de desaquecimento, né, da alta temperatura que chega a 2.800 graus na reentrada, e está pronta aí para ser recuperada pela equipe Team Recovery, a equipe de recuperação da nave do Sistema de Explorações Terrestres da NASA. Está aqui na Baja Califórnia, costa do México, Oceano Pacífico. O SS Portland é o navio que está aqui do ladinho, junto com o Montgomery, dando suporte também, para recuperar essa navezinha agora. Os mergulhadores aí americanos estão chegando ali de barco ali do ladinho, para fixar os cabos e puxarem ela para dentro do navio. Legal, legal. Tirei umas fotinhas boas aqui já. Olha lá, já estão se aproximando, Vamos fixar o cabo. Quero ver o cara pular na água ali, hein? Momento emocionante. Tem um bastão ali, tá vendo, do ladinho? É o medidor ali de gases perigosos, medindo o nível de amônia, de outros gases tóxicos ali ao lado, para ver se está seguro para eles se aproxegarem à nave. Muita cautela, paciência, organização, dedicação. O sinal caiu. Voltou. estão se aproximando. Estão rodeando lá, hein? Estão rodeando lá, hein? É um balé, né? Ao som de Ode a Jesus, Ode to Jesus. Nada ainda? Eita lá, bora galera! Opa, é uma imagem aí do deck do navio, onde vai entrar nossa nave daqui a pouquinho. Daqui a pouquinho. Ah, tem 4 barcos lá em volta agora, hein? Quatro barcos lá em volta. Vou pegar os 4 aqui, deixa eu pegar os 4 barcos aqui. Quatro barcos, mas nenhum deles ainda contatou lá, coitada. 4 barcos. Então só tá chegando. Nada ainda? Ixi, Maria. Indo para 6 horas de live. Vamos lá, acelera aí, galera. Marinheiros americanos ali aguardando ali no deck. Uma equipe já está próxima ali da hora. Já passaram os cabos. Agora vamos puxar. Já passaram os cabos. Vamos puxar agora, hein? Agora vamos puxar.
Alô, amados. Olha só, dia histórico para a humanidade, um novo pequeno passo para o homem e um novo gigante salto para a humanidade, como estivemos nas missões Apolo, as missões Apolo à Lua. Então, olha aí, ó, as missões Apolo à Lua. Estamos retornando com as missões Artemis. Olha só, Artemis I. Artemis I, então, está retornando da Lua. Ela decolou 16 de novembro de 2022, esse foguetão aqui, ó, foguetão SLS, e a navezinha, que é essa parte de cima, Orion, já passou 25,5 dias lá ao redor da Lua e está retornando hoje. Então o retorno, a reentrada na atmosfera terrestre da Lua à Terra vai ser hoje, daqui a pouquinho, daqui a 2 horas. A NASA vai entrar, olha, são exatamente 12h54 horário do Brasil, às 14h39 horário do Brasil, vai ter o Splashdown. Então, a Orion, então, ela retorna, né? Essa partezinha aqui do foguete, ela retorna à Terra e ela vai reentrar na atmosfera, abre uns 3 paraquedas aqui, diminui a velocidade, ela splashdown, cai ali na costa da Flórida, onde a Marinha Americana vem e resgata o Rescue Team, o time de resgate, resgata então essa Orion, que está com dados preciosíssimos aí no futuro da exploração espacial, né? Então, a Orion, o objetivo da Artemis I foi sobrevoar a Lua, então, a órbita retrógrada, onde de mínimo gasto energético, onde vão ser instalados o futuro Gateway também, que é a base das futuras naves que vão até a Lua, vão chegar no Gateway, e do Gateway vai ter um módulo lunar que vai descer para lá. Isso em 2025, 2026. Isso é Artemis I. E testar todos os sistemas e testar principalmente o Heat Shield, que é o escudo que vai a 5.000 graus de temperatura na reentrada. Nós vamos acompanhar isso daqui a 1 hora e pouquinho. E a nave chegar até a Terra com segurança, né? E todos os dados também, todos os cálculos de medição de níveis de radiação dos astronautas, que agora essa não é tripulada, mas as futuras missões vão ser tripuladas, né? Então, todas essas medições desses sistemas todos integrados aí é o objetivo dessa missão, que está encerrando hoje. Então, por isso, encerrando um ciclo muito importante aí, encerrando este ciclo. Vou até deixar cheinha aqui a tela do até eu falo com os dois, né? Falo com os dois. Fala aqui com a transmissão ao vivo pelo Face e com isso também. Então, está recomeçando um ciclo aí de exploração espacial, um novo grande passo para a humanidade em direção ao grande salto aí, que é colonização de Lua e Marte. Então, o Splashdown é hoje. Quem tiver interessado aí em assistir. O link aqui, galera do Instagram, está aqui na minha bio. Então, só chegar na bio, clicar no linkzinho, já cai direto para esse vídeo aqui que eu estou transmitindo agora pelo YouTube. Cai ali. A transmissão vai ficar gravada. Se estiver vendo outra hora aí também, a transmissão vai ficar gravada. Você assiste lá, que é um momento histórico para a humanidade, né? O retorno da exploração espacial da NASA, em conjunto aí com o mundo todo, a Agência Espacial Europeia, a Agência Espacial do Canadá, tem chineses, tem dedo brasileiro nesse projeto, tem dedo do Brasil também, acreditem se quiser, mas tem. Então aí, o mundo todo envolvido nesse projeto, obviamente cabeçado pela NASA, né? Então foi no Kennedy Space Center, lá na Flórida, que foi aí toda a organização dessa missão Artemis, não é? E a missão irmã gêmea de Apolo, né? Irmã gêmea de Apolo, deusa da caça, deusa da beleza. Essa Artemis, então, está terminando. Olha só, daqui a 5 minutinhos a NASA vai entrar ao vivo e aí eu termino aqui o Instagram também, para acompanhar só aqui essa transmissão da NASA. Então esse momento histórico está gravado, tem interesse aí em ciência, em exploração espacial, é curioso, quer saber o que o ser humano tá fazendo, está inventando moda aí para ir para o espaço, para fazer descobertas aí espetaculares, e descobertas que trazem questões interessantes aqui para a Terra, né? Eu até anotei algumas aqui, ó, para falar durante a transmissão, que eu falar rapidinho aqui no Instagram, que por que também na Lua, né? Tanta coisa para fazer aqui na Terra, por que o sujeito está querendo ir lá para a Lua, para Marte, para outro? Gente, olha só, a câmera do celular, esse aqui, ó, onde eu estou transmitindo, os desenvolvimentos todos do celular foram possíveis também com estudos e pesquisas científicas desenvolvidas na Estação Espacial Internacional. Gente, ó, a câmera de CCD do celular, estudos desenvolvidos lá com o programa da década de 70 ainda, lá das missões Apollo, que são as câmeras CCD do celular, vem disso, vem dessas missões espaciais. Exames de tomografia computadorizada, cirurgia de catarata, mamografia, estudos aí geológicos, para quem é da área de geologia, aí, ó, estudos antropológicos, aí, geologia da Terra, né? Com construção aí, como foi criada a Terra, os primórdios da Terra, né? A gente estudando os primórdios da Lua, também vê os primórdios da Terra também. Saúde em microgravidade, então as pesquisas em microgravidade na Estação Espacial Internacional e aí nessas missões espaciais também ajudam a descobrir como se comporta o corpo humano, os tecidos, o sangue humano, as células, os neurônios, então aplicação em neurônios aí, pesquisas aí de paralisia cerebral, melhoria aí dos neurônios de paralisia cerebral e outras coisas, né? Água, como eu falei, a descoberta de água aí na Lua, que é um dos interesses aí da missão ARTEMIS, né? Então, isso é uma das coisas, né? É o sistema de vida, como se comporta a vida em outros mundos, descoberta de materiais utilizáveis na Lua, hélio, que é um material a ser utilizado na Lua, junto com água, e hélio, que é utilizado como material como combustível também, né? Então, novos materiais, e fora a sensação gostosa de ir ao desconhecido, de descoberta, não é isso? Beleza. Olha, eu vou começar aqui, ó. Já está começando, deixa eu clicar aqui na NASA, que daqui a um minutinho vai começar a transmissão da NASA, onde nós vamos, eu vou colocar aqui até um somzinho aqui já, e já vai começar daqui a pouquinho. Starting soon, já, o som já está aqui ligado. Tava um pouquinho baixinho o som, não sei se tá, acho que o meu som saía pelo microfone, acho que saía bom, né? Mas o som do vídeo eu acabei de aumentar agora, tem um sonzinho gostoso, hein? ARTEMIS I, Orion, que esse aqui é a galera do Instagram, então, ó, quem quiser interessar o pessoal do Instagram, olha só, liga lá no YouTube da NASA, ou no site www.nasa.gov e NASA TV, e ela vai passar essa transmissão ao vivo, então, da reentrada aqui, ó, ARTEMIS I, Orion, Spacecraft Entry, Splashdown Recover. Então, é a recuperação da nave, né, da Orion, a reentrada e o Splashdown. Vai ser transmitido aqui no Johnson Space Center, 11 de dezembro de 2022, às 11 horas, horário Eastern Time, né? Colocando 2 horas a mais, dá 1 hora do horário do Brasil, que é exatamente uma hora. Vai começar agorinha, então, a transmissão, beleza? E eu vou parar aqui do Instagram, beleza? Que eu vou focar aqui. Olha lá. Galera do Instagram, chega mais então. Link tá ali na bio. Beijo, com Deus. Show de bola! Aí, as imagens aí, ó. O Kennedy aí, ó, o sonho dele de colocar um homem na Lua. Olha aí o módulo aí da Eagle. A nave Eagle chegando na Lua aí, que lindão. Aí, ó, olha o foguete Space Shuttle. Algumas imagens históricas aí das missões espaciais da NASA, né? O James Webb aí, gente. As primeiras 13 bilhões de anos que vem essa imagem aí do universo primordial. Lindo demais. Olha o SLS, então. Esse é o foguete, então, que lançou 16 de novembro de 2022. O lançamento foi lindíssimo, foi exatamente 25,5 dias. Sobrevoou a Lua, fez o que tinha que fazer na órbita retrógrada da Lua, trouxe todos os dados, está retornando agora na nave, a Orion está retornando agora nesse momento, né? 20 feet, 25 pés, tá? Ó, Está bom, estamos alunizando. Olha a Igor chegando. A Igor chegando. A Igor chegando na Lua. Contato lá. Alunizou. Tá parando o motor. The Eagle has landed. A águia alunizou. Pode falar, América, que a Challenger deu tudo certo. Foi a Apollo 17. Esse aí foi a Apollo 17. Não foi a Eagle, não. Essa é a Apollo 17. O Gene Cernan, então.
A half century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit, now less than 2 hours away from Splashdown.
2 horas do Splashdown. Então ela fez o link com a Apollo 17 e agora está falando que a Orion está retornando essas missões. A Apollo 17 foi a última missão à Lua, né? Por isso que eles fizeram esse link. Bonitinho. Beleza, galera? Eu vou terminando aqui o Instagram, então. Hein? O time de reentrada e o flight controller do nosso PC está aguardando, então, a chegada da Orion. O lançamento foi 25,5 dias atrás. Deixa eu sair do Instagram e eu vou deixar a galera livre aqui. Com Deus. Alô, amados. Alô.
Tá puxando a bichinha, tá chegando lá no navio.
Tá chegando, hein? Tá se achegando. Se achegando. Ô, foto linda essa aqui. Que foto linda aí, ó. Gostei, hein? Com a lua, com a lua. Com a lua. Ah, o time de resgate ali, fazendo a segurança da hora. Pô, aquilo bonitinho demais da conta. Que bonitinho demais da conta, sua. Ah, tem um barco puxando ali de um lado, em direção ao SS Portland. Outro barco aqui do ladinho fazendo a segurança da nave. Estão fazendo o protocolo todo completo, como se tivessem astronautas ali dentro, né? Uma segurança bem delicada. Afinal, ela é projetada para ter 4 vidas humanas aí dentro. Vê que a reentrada a 2.800 graus Celsius, olha como é que deixa a bichinha chamuscada. Ela era branquinha, ficou torradinha. Quatro barcos, olha essa tomada aqui que bonita, 4 barcos. Praticamente um navio, né? Esses barcões. Mais um ali, é o 5º ali do ladinho. 5 barcos da Marinha Americana fazendo a recuperação aí da nave Orion. É pesadinha a bichinha. Então vai devagar, devagarinho. O deck onde vai acomodar a Orion. O que eu me pergunto, eu ainda não entendo, é por que o SS Portland ele não chega um pouco mais perto aí da Artemis. Espera que os barcos puxem a nave para dentro dele. Será que é por conta do arrasto aí do navio, durante a chegada aí perto dela? Pode comprometer a segurança aí da nave? Enfim, são os barcos que puxam a espaçonave até o navio. Rebocando a Orion, então. Estamos rebocando a Orion para o seu destino.
E meia da noite, né?
Devagarinho, devagarinho aí, puxando aí a Artemis. Essas ondas aí, grandes aí do mar. Bem devagarinho.
Agora, quanto a esse tempo de demora, eu, numa coletiva de imprensa da NASA, seria a primeira pergunta que eu ia fazer. Por que demorou tanto? Está dentro da programação? Isso é normal?
Opa, agora avistamos o SS Portland, avistamos. Ali longe, ali no alto à esquerda, vemos os barcos se aproximando com a Orion. Opa, agora vai chegar. Chegando aí, ó. Ah, agora sim, agora sim. Se soubesse que ia demorar tanto, eu tinha terminado a live já quando a NASA interrompeu e começado outra, né? Para fazer essa continuação do reboque. O reboque demorou aí 2 horas, meu Deus. Estamos indo aí para quase 7 horas de live. Enfim, foi bem demorado aí o reboque pelo mar da nave Orion. Pesadinha, mas enfim, demorou mais do que o previsto aí, hein? Lembrando aí, isso aí é fichinha para a NASA, eles estão acostumados a fazer isso com o pé nas costas, tudo treinado, passam treinamentos aí de montão para fazer o que estão fazendo, com os helicópteros, os barcos, o posicionamento aí do navio, a equipe de resgate, tudo aí, super treinados para isso, né? Então, o único detalhe é que a gente também não sabe com a fundo aí como é o planejamento, enfim. Demorou mais do que eu esperava, né? Demorou um tiquinho aí para puxar a nave aí para o SS Portland. A porta do deck está aberta lá, ele vai chegando por ali e eles arrastam o bichinho ali para essa estrutura em amarelo aí que vai acomodar a nave. Saúde, amém. Mais próximo, agora já está bastante pertinho já. Ainda está de dia lá na costa lá do México, na Baja Califórnia, Oceano Pacífico. São 2 horas antes daqui. Aqui no Brasil são 19h36. Lá então são 17h, 5h30. Bem cedinho ainda lá. Céu bonito, com algumas nuvens. De domingo, 11 de dezembro de 2022, que é um dia histórico, que é o dia onde os seres humanos aronizaram pela última vez na história da humanidade, com o Apolo 17. Foram 6 missões tripuladas à Lua, que aronizaram 12 homens ao todo. A última foi o Apolo 17, que aronizaram 2 homens, e exatamente nesse dia, 50 anos atrás, fazendo 50 anos hoje. Olha que histórico isso, hein? 11 de dezembro de 2022. 11 de dezembro de 2022, de 1972, a Apolo 17 estava alunizando 2 seres humanos lá na Lua. E exatamente 50 anos depois, estamos aqui retornando a nave Orion, que é o retorno das missões espaciais de exploração à Lua, após 5 décadas, né? Que é a irmã gêmea de Apolo, a senhorita Artemis. Olha lá no cantinho lá ela chegando lá, olha que bonita. Do ladinho do USS Portal, agora chegou, agora é só entrar, receber, abrir a escotilha e dar uma olhada nos 3 manequins que estão lá, o Sr. Campos, a senhora Elga e a senhora Zorga. São 3 manequins que estão lá simulando os tecidos humanos para simular a radiação do espaço profundo no corpo humano. Os 3 manequins estão lá, os bichinhos. Será que voltaram com vida? Sim, né? E o Snoopy. E o Snoopy que é um indicador de gravidade zero. Tá indo para 7 horas, eu sei lá. Não sei se eu fiz live tão longa desse jeito não, mas acho que eu fiz uma de 8 horas uma vez. Qual será o limite que aí o YouTube e o Face tem de live, hein? Ou será o limite de horas totais, em máximas? Enfim, 7 horas e tá rolando aí ainda. Bom, tô vendo aqui uma publicação da NASA confirmando aqui que eles não vão abrir o hatch. Não vão abrir o hatch agora no SS Portland, vão abrir só lá no Kennedy Space Center, então ele vai viajar ainda por terra aí até o Kennedy Space Center lá na Flórida, né? Não vai ser aberto, ou terra ou por mar, sei lá, vai viajar para a Flórida e vai ser aberto no Kennedy Space Center, o hatch, onde vai ver aí o manequim, o Campos, Elga, Zorga, Snoopy e tudo mais. E vão passar meses analisando os dados de pesquisa espacial dessa missão ARTEMIS I, né? Então não vai ser aberto o hatch aqui. Nós vamos receber a Orion, e é bom que eu estou cansadíssimo aqui dessas 7 horas aí. E bora dormir. Terça-feira tem jogo da Copa. Semifinal, Argentina e Marrocos. Que legal, né? Difícil saber para quem eu vou torcer. Puxa, eu amo a Argentina, amo uma faldinha, Quino, né? Para quem que eu vou torcer? O Marrocos. Amo o Marrocos. Amo a África. Mas amo a Mafaldinha também. E agora? Puxa vida. É aquele tipo de jogo que a gente não torce para ninguém, né? Argentina e Marrocos. Desse tem empate, né? Desse tem empate, mas é mata-mata. E depois temos aí França e... Quem é outro? E a Croácia. Ah, mentira! É Argentina e Croácia. É Marrocos e França. Marrocos e França e Argentina e Croácia. Dá para ter na final da Copa do Mundo Argentina e Marrocos. Que jogaço, hein, meu Deus do céu. É por quem eu vou torcer. Que a Argentina passe pela Croácia. Vou torcer para que o Marrocos passe pela França. E torcer na final Argentina e Marrocos. Que jogão, hein? América Latina e África na final da Copa do Mundo de Futebol. Parabéns, né, Fuleco? O Fuleco gostou, hein? O Fuleco gostou, né? Argentina e Marrocos no final da Copa do Mundo. Você aprova, Fuleco? Aprovou. Ah, legal, gostei. Aprovou, Mafalda? Sim, sim, pero não me basta, sim. Chegando ali então, entrando. Mas é vagaroso essa viagemzinha no mar aí dos barcos com a Orion, hein? 2 horas de reboque. Soninho, soninho. Vem, Orion. Vem, neném. Vem, neném, neném. Vem, neném, neném. Vem, neném, neném. Vem, vem. Chegando, se aproximando, devagarinho, mas vem. Eu já tô exausto, não tô conseguindo nem comentar mais nada direito. 7 horas e 12 minutos de live, meu Deus do céu. Haja coração, como diria Galvão. Ó, umas cordinhas ali também. Se preparando ali, a galera ali do ladinho. O pessoal tudo com colete, preparado, capacete, isso aí, todo sistema de segurança. Da Marinha Americana e da galera da NASA. Johnson Space Center, pessoal da Força Aérea Americana. Tá uma galera power lá, hein? A gente vê alguns pesos aqui se mexendo aqui do lado direito da tela, tá vendo? Bem do lado ali da estrutura metálica amarela que vai receber a Orion, os pesos estão se contrabalançando aqui à medida que a Orion faz o balé dela no mar, né? Os cabos já estão afixados aqui, então, direto aqui no sistema ali, ó, e já está puxando a bichinha. Tá lotado aqui o deck então, do USS Portland, galera em cima, embaixo, do lado. Aqui uma visão do navio de reboque de segurança na traseira. Os outros ali na cobertura. E já está aí a metros do USS Portland. Estamos a minutos de encerrar oficialmente a missão Artemis, que é a recuperação com sucesso da nave Orion, né? No navio. Aí depois é fechar a bichinha lá e levar para o Kennedy Space Center, né? Aí continua as pesquisas, a análise de dados. Mas o fechamento oficial é agora a hora que essa bichinha, essa menina linda aí dos nossos olhos, adentrar o USS Portland pelas águas e pelo deck. A hora que ele adentrar, acabou de começar o retorno às explorações espaciais. É o fim do primeiro novo passo para a humanidade e o fim do primeiro novo salto gigante para a humanidade. Missão ARTEMIS I. Vai ter a 2, vai ter a 3, vai ter a 4 e por aí vai. A 2 já é com tripulação. Em 2024, 2025 estarei lá na Flórida para ver ao vivo o lançamento, hein? E a 3 é com tripulação também, 4 astronautas, uma pessoa, uma mulher e um negro. A alunizar na Lua é a intenção da NASA lá em 2025, 2026. Quero estar ao vivo na Flórida também para ver o liftoff. E a reentrada, o splashdown com os astronautas aí, quero ver também. Lá nos Estados Unidos, quero estar lá. Deus quer, o homem sonha, a obra nasce. Fernando Pessoa. Se aproximando aí, ó. A galera ali do ladinho. Vou tirar umas fotinhas aqui, né? Esse balanço das águas é interessante também, né? E no balanço das águas tudo pode mudar. Oh, oh, oh. E no balanço das águas tudo pode mudar. Não sei se é isso o refrão, não. Se achegando, a Orion tá se achegando. Vamos que vamos, menina. É isso aí, é isso aí, é isso aí. Meu amor não vale nada. Cara, ficou umas fotos bem bonitinhas, viu? Umas fotos bem bonitinhas demais da conta. Bonitinho demais da conta, sua. Tá chegando, tá adentrando. Tá ali, onde iria uns 40 metros. Tá uns 40 metros do SS Portland. É agora, é agora. Final da missão ARTEMIS I. Vamos que vamos, minha filha. Completar 8 horas de live. Ai, meu Deus. Parece estar pertinho, depois do nada fica longe. Do nada ela muda e fica longe, hein? Tá mais, tá uns 100 metros ali. Lembrando então, essa transmissão é pelo KSC Newsroom, a sala de espera sala de novidades do Kennedy Space Center no YouTube, KSC Newsroom, pode ser olhado lá direto na fonte. Não tem som, o KSC, os vídeos dele, eles não transmitem som, transmitem só imagem, né? Então ele não tem som, por isso que aí eu coloquei uma musiquinha de fundo aqui também para acompanhar. Quem tá cansado demais da conta, levanta a mão aí. Deu tempo até de dar uma arrumada aqui na biblioteca. Ih, vocês nem viram, mas a hora que eu saí da tela um pouquinho, deixei aqui só a imagem. Ixi, passei aspirador aqui, limpei, dei uma limpada nos livros. Ainda deu tempo de arrumar a biblioteca aqui, né? Nessa enrolação toda. E 2 horas para puxar a bichinha para dentro do navio, isso? Já colocaram mais água ali na plataforma de recepção da Orion. Tá prontinha para receber. Uns 30 metros. Tem uma gatinha querendo entrar aqui. A Cristalzinha queria entrar. Olha o Cristal Orion chegando ali. Saúde também. Olha lá o Orion chegando bem. Gostou bem? Gostou bem? Tô, vai ser feliz, vai. A galera lá puxando, ó. Olha lá, a galera puxando. 1, 2, 3. Ah, querem rapidez também. Olha a galera puxando aí, ó. Ah, a galera puxando lá. Puxando o cabo aí. Puxa, força. Também querem rapidez ali, ó. Quero chegar lá, ó. Tá aí 20 metros ainda. Vamos, minha filha? Quero ver a reação da galera na hora que ela chegar no lugar. Reação da galera no USS Portland. Aproveitar e vamos tirando as fotinhas aqui, né? Se essa segurança toda é a cápsula sem tripulação, imagina na hora que tiver astronauta aí dentro, hein? Tem que analisar se eles vão ficar essas 2 horas aí com a nave superaquecida e chegar aí esperando chegar até o navio, ou se a equipe de recuperação vai abrir a escotilha, o hatch, e tirar os astronautas logo após o splashdown por helicóptero, né? Subir por helicóptero. Essa é as opções, essas são as opções, né? Não sei se eles ficariam esse tempo todo aí. Tá demorando muito para puxar. Algumas missões acontece isso, eles puxam e abrem a escotilha com os astronautas aqui dentro do navio. Essa é saber qual vai ser a opção adotada para a missão ARTEMIS II. Ai, ai. Gato gosta de lua? Gato gosta de lua? Uma lua aí, gatinha. Gato gosta de lua, não? Opa, opa, opa! Opa! Ah, quem tá chegando aí? Opa, me pegou aqui de surprise. Quem tá chegando aí no deck? Chegou! 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 Quem chegou, quem chegou, quem chegou? ARTEMIS Orion no deck da USS Portland, navio USS Portland recebendo a ARTEMIS, coroando com sucesso a missão ARTEMIS de 25,5 dias. Saiu, decolou 16 de novembro de 2022, tá voltando hoje, 11 de dezembro de 2022, aí, ó, acabou de fazer a reentrada, o splashdown às 14h40 de hoje, e aqui, ó, exatamente 20h18 da noite, horário do Brasil, a Orion está entrando no USS Portland, ó, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, quase 4 horas, 3 horas e 40. Foi o tempo de reboque aqui da Orion para cá. Gente do céu. Os engenheiros ali do lado, aguardando. Do lado de lá também tem alguns. Isso aí, é isso aí. Coisa linda do meu coração. Coisa linda do meu coração. Coisa linda. Coisa linda do meu coração. Coisa linda do meu coração. Estão manobrando ela para entrar ali no... Para manobrar, hein? Será que tira a carteira? Os engenheiros da NASA tiram carteira fácil do Detran aqui do Brasil? Para fazer uma baliza aí, estão demorando esse tempo todo? Cadê? Eu quero uma foto melhor. Um ângulo que pega ela todinha, hein? Peguei uma boa. Eu quero uma igualzinha essa aqui. Só que... Ah, quase danada. Tá quase encaixando ali. Ah, agora eu peguei uma foto do jeito que eu queria. Peguei uma fotinha do jeito que eu queria. Que linda essa foto. Saúde, amém. 8 horas de live. A Orion está posicionada na plataforma Amaieia, como diria Vilmar. Ela já parou até um pouco de chacoalhar, tá vendo? Oito horas, acho que é o limite do Facebook. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. Check Facebook. Try to create a new broadcast. Então o Facebook acabou, hein? Facebook, o limite deles são 8 horas, então. Fiquei descobrindo isso hoje. Ó, estava fazendo a transmissão ao vivo, o vídeo estará disponível em breve. 8 horas é o limite do Facebook, então, hein? O limite da live no Facebook são 8 horas, então. Sim. No Facebook, então, o limite são 8 horas. Acabei de confirmar. O YouTube vai mais, então. Facebook, o limite das lives são 8 horas, então, de duração. Acabei de confirmar agora. No YouTube tá indo aí um pouquinho mais. Encaixada aí no seu suporte. Ó, passou por Kennedy Space Center, o Launchpad 39B. Eu acho que o Kennedy Space Center Room vai passar aqui pro Kennedy Space Center, né? Então, terminou a transmissão da Orion lá do USS Portland. Chegou com segurança ao destino. A missão Artemis, então, chegou ao seu fim. A conclusão do primeiro novo passo para a humanidade, de um segundo grande passo para a humanidade, a exploração espacial, e o segundo grande salto gigantesco aí para a humanidade. Primeiro grande passo para o ser humano. Eu estou confundindo tudo aqui. God bless Artemis, deusa da natureza. God bless Artemis, Deus abençoe. Congratulations, parabéns aí ao Team NASA, a todos os equipe NASA, milhares de pessoas ao redor do mundo aí contribuíram para esse momento incrível, né? Então, parabéns a todos que participaram, que estão participando, que ainda vão continuar, né? Essa é só a primeira de muitas, né? 50 anos depois, então, 53 anos depois da Apollo 11 e 50 anos da Apollo 17, que exatamente hoje, 11 de dezembro, exatamente 50 anos, alunizou os últimos 2 homens dos 12 que já pisaram na Lua. 50 anos depois, a Artemis está retomando as explorações espaciais, agora no novo contexto. O foguete é diferente, é uma construção um pouco diferente. A nave também, ela é 30% maior do que as cápsulas das missões Apollo, carregam 4 astronautas e não 3. Enfim, tem uma série de diferenças aí do programa. A intenção da NASA é retomar as explorações espaciais, então, para o futuro aí, instalar um gateway ao redor da Lua, que vai ser tipo uma estação espacial internacional, uma ICS, que vai rodar, e as alunizagens vão ser a partir dos módulos lunares que vão sair do gateway e descer na Lua e depois voltar. Vai ficar mais fácil as viagens para a Lua. E depois o gateway vai ser uma plataforma também, a própria colonização da Lua aqui também, o gateway vai ser uma plataforma para ir depois para Marte. É outra situação, 6 meses de viagem, outro programa para 2040, 2050, hein? Então é isso, essa missão Artemis I que termina hoje, ela foi sucesso de 25,5 dias, o objetivo dela foi testar, não teve astronautas, tem 3 manequins lá dentro, o Campos, a Helga e a Zorga, e o Snoopy com o indicador 0G, foi só dar uma voltinha ali na Lua, testar os equipamentos, os módulos, o foguete, o lançamento, tudo, né? Fazer esse teste, levar 10 cargas, que chama payloads, são 10 nanosatélites que ainda estão voando lá, né, fazendo as missões dele, que é pesquisar radiação, pesquisar a órbita, outros sistemas lá, água na Lua e outras coisas, né? Esses 10 nanosatélites estão lá rodando, estão fazendo o trabalho dele, que foram lançados junto com a Artemis. E além disso, pesquisar os níveis de radiação no corpo humano dos astronautas, então tem 3 manequins com tecidos humanos simulados, que retornaram aqui junto com a cápsula para fazer as pesquisas agora dos níveis de radiação dos seres humanos para as próximas viagens com o astronauta. E testar o Heat Shield, que foi o escudo térmico de calor, na reentrada que nós vimos aí há 6 horas atrás, a reentrada 2.800 graus Celsius, no Heat Shield, o escudo de calor tem que ser bem parrudão para aguentar a reentrada e o splashdown com segurança aí, como foi feito, né? E a equipe de Recover Team recuperaram a nave com os helicópteros, os barcos lá, o navio da Marinha Americana, o USS Portland, com o pessoal da Força Aérea, os engenheiros e cientistas aí da NASA participando aí dessa missão de resgate, da Orion, colocaram no Portland, acabamos de ver, foi para o Portland, agora daqui ela vai direto para o Kennedy Space Center, ou Johnson Space Center, não sei exatamente para qual que ela vai, para fazer os testes finais aí com ela, né? E aí meses de análise de dados dessa missão toda, né? E o outro objetivo também que eu esqueci de falar é a testar a estabilização da órbita distante retrógrada, Distant Retrograde Orbit, que é uma órbita um pouco mais alongada ao redor da Lua. Ela é retrógrada porque ela, em vez de ser no sentido do relógio, ela é anti-clockwise, e é uma órbita bem alongadinha, né? Ela passa 70 mil quilômetros da Lua, e depois na voltinha dela passa 127 quilômetros só, bem pertinho ali da Lua, né? Foi onde nós tivemos aí o retorno, uma manobra de flyby para retornar 5 dias atrás, com a queima dos motores aí para voltar, passou ali 127 km da Lua e tchum, aproveitou a gravidade, o efeito da gravidade da Lua também para empurrar a nave para fora ali, para retornar à Terra e ter a reentrada do Splashdown agora. Então, esses foram os objetivos da Artemis I, missão Artemis I. 21,5 dias, bastante dados, fotos, vídeos, análises aí para serem feitas nos meses seguintes aí, e preparando a Artemis II. A Artemis II vai ser exatamente esse foguete, esse mesmo módulo lunar aqui, o módulo de serviço da Agência Espacial Europeia, idêntico, o SLS vai ser idêntico. A única diferença é que ele vai ter 4 seres humanos aqui em cima da espaçonave, né? Dentro da espaçonave, em cima do foguete. E esses 4 seres humanos vão fazer essa missão de 26, 30 dias, voar lá para a Lua, na órbita distante retrógrada, e operar os equipamentos e voltar com segurança para a Terra. Esse é o objetivo da Artemis II. Eu quero ver ao vivo lá na Flórida, quero ficar na casa da Cláudia e assistir ao vivo esse liftoff aí, e talvez a descida também, tem que tirar um mês e ficar o mês todo lá nos Estados Unidos para acompanhar isso, hein? 2025, talvez primeiro semestre de 2025 é o que eu estou pensando aqui. E aí em 2026, a Artemis III, então, vai ser o mesmo, não é o mesmo foguete, né? Vai ter algumas mudanças aqui, né? No crew módulo, o módulo da tripulação, um módulo de serviço, de assistência, tem que fornecer temperatura, sistemas de vida, um pouco diferente. Então, os foguetes são um pouco diferentes também, tanto foguetes como o módulo da Orion, né? A Artemis III, então, lembrando que a cápsula é 30% maior do que as cápsulas da Apollo, das missões Apollo, então ela é bem diferente, tem toda uma aviônica diferente também, os sistemas aí diferentes dela também. E a Artemis III vai ter esse voo com 4 astronautas também para a Lua, e o objetivo é alunizar. Aí nós vamos usar o módulo lunar para descer na Lua. Puxa, vai ser emocionante demais, né? E uma mulher e uma pessoa negra, pode ser a mulher ou homem, que vão alunizar nos princípios da inclusão da NASA. Olha que coisa linda, hein? E eu quero ver ao vivo também, 2026 ou 2027, sabe lá, se eu atrasar um pouco aí, né? Quero ver o liftoff, a decolagem e a alunizagem. Puxa vida, hein? Passar 30 dias lá nos Estados Unidos vendo isso de pertinho. Quero estar lá dentro lá do Kennedy Space Center. Beleza? Então esse aqui foi uma geral então das 3 missões Artemis. Estamos concluindo hoje então com sucesso. Parabéns a NASA aí. Missão Artemis I coroando com sucesso. Welcome home, Orion. Então seja bem-vindo aí de volta a casa. O slogan da missão Artemis é We are going back to the moon, and we are going to stay, and we're going to stay safe. Estamos indo de volta à Lua, estamos indo para ficar, estamos indo para ficar seguros. E agora é o seguinte, nós voltamos da Lua. We went to the moon, and we came back. Agora o slogan é We came back to the moon. Nós voltamos da Lua de novo, 50 anos após as missões Apollo. Então, ó, parabéns todos aí, equipe da NASA, toda a NASA, toda a Artemis, os europeus, canadenses, chineses, brasileiros que ajudaram nisso. Nota 10, milhares de pessoas aí. Imagina o tanto de gente, tanta tecnologia, tanto de mãos que tem que passar para construir todo esse sistemão aqui, ó, desde o sistema de propulsão, foguete, tanque, a nave, sistema de aviônica, de controle, computador, inteligência artificial, tudo isso, meu Deus do céu. Milhares de pessoas ao redor dos Estados Unidos. Foram 50 estados norte-americanos que forneceram equipamentos, né? Então, parceiros da indústria internacional, a Lockheed Martin e outras aí, né? SpaceX também participou e várias outras empresas ao redor do mundo aí participando desse projeto fantástico aí, que é o retorno das explorações espaciais humanas, o retorno do sonho de exploração humana, né? Eu não era vivo quando nós subimos aí com o Apollo, né? A Apollo 8 foi o primeiro, né? Foi a Apollo 8. Não estava vivo, a Apollo 11 também, que alunizou. Enfim, estou alegrinho agora por poder ter a chance de estar vivo nesse momento, de acompanhar o retorno das explorações espaciais da Apollo, agora com a irmã gêmea de Apollo, que é a Artemis, deusa da natureza e da beleza. God bless. Ó, Deus abençoe a Artemis e parabéns, NASA, todo o pessoal. Vocês estão de nota 10, ó. Show de bola. Go Artemis, go Artemis. Todo mundo, ó, cientistas, engenheiros, pessoal da limpeza do Kennedy Space Center, pessoal do Mobile Launcher, motoristas, todo mundo da comunicação, os advogados, pessoal da mídia, os caras que fazem as transmissões aqui, as meninas e os meninos, que eu acompanhei vários, né, os astronautas, sei lá, os cozinheiros. Oh, parabéns para todos vocês. Te amo, NASA. Te amo, equipe da NASA. E amo vocês, exploradores espaciais, space lovers, amantes do espaço e como eu, tá aqui acompanhando essa maravilha. Estou fechando uma live aqui de 8 horas e meia. Caiu no Facebook, o Facebook não me aguentou. Eu caí ali no Facebook, então, no meu Face pessoal e na minha página do Face. Os dois links caíram, porque em 8 minutos não dá mais. E aqui o YouTube, estou fechando aqui 8 horas e meia. Essa foi a maior live da minha vida, que eu fiz até hoje, foi essa aqui, o retorno e o Splashdown da Orion da missão ARTEMIS I. E bora parar de falar, bora descansar e dormir um pouquinho. 11 de dezembro de 2022, exatamente 20 horas e 58 minutos, 21 horas, né? Eu comecei meio-dia e meio. Por aí, a meio-dia e meia para fechar às 9, 8 horas e meia. 8 horas e meia. God bless Artemis, God bless NASA, God bless Space Lover. Deus abençoe Artemis, Deus abençoe NASA, Deus abençoe nós, amantes do espaço.